Well, I just wanted to ask you, like, what the fuck is this for? Like, I'm confused. Don't you already have one of these?
No.
What, the server?
Yeah.
The server is for... I don't want, like, lefties and shit in the real server because it's dangerous. So I made this server to invite people to debate and shit.
Okay, so this is the proxy server then, I guess.
This is the burner.
Yes.
Right on.
The
All right.
burner.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
The internet is a scary place, Simba. You must never go there.
Oh god. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Wait, where is that from? I know the line. Welcome in, Wolf. Welcome in, Sleepy.
It's from Lion King.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, for a second, I
Yeah.
couldn't place it.
Yeah. When he's all like, "What's that dark shadowy place over there?"
You must never go
It's
there.
like,
Yeah.
everything the light touches is my kingdom. Oh,
Yep.
What's that dark shadowy place? That's Fort Hood. You must never go there. Fuck that place.
How's it going, Wolf?
Going? How's it going with you guys?
Not too
Hanging in there.
bad. Good to see you.
Yeah, I just happened to get home, sat down. I was like, oh, hey, look, there's people there.
Wait, Zach, does that mean I can invite your favorite person?
Who's my favorite person?
You know, the one you wanted to have a conversation with, but, couldn't because everyone was talking over you Friday?
You talking about Paul?
Yes.
No, fuck that guy. I specifically did not invite him.
Okay.
I didn't invite Paul because it is impossible to have a civil discussion with him. If someday he grows manners, then he will be welcome to come have a conversation.
You know you're a real
What
piece
are
of shit
those?
when you don't even get invited to the burner account.
Right.
Yeah, no shit. I was gonna say, y'all missed a good race, man. Fucking Bristol was awesome today. They were at Bristol on the concrete, chewing up fucking tires. Everybody's fucking running flat and shit. It was awesome. It's a crazy race. What, 57? There were 57 lead changes over the course of the race, which is a record number of lead changes on short tracks for NASCAR. The previous record has been set by fucking Richard Petty's son 30 fucking years ago.
Wow.
Wow.
For a sport like that, that's a long-standing record.
Yeah.
It's huge, man. Yeah.
Especially with the with how much technology changes and everything.
Yeah.
Because those aren't the same
Welcome in,
tires.
man.
Definitely aren't the same tires from 30 years ago.
Yeah, well, not only that, it's not the same car either. They have independent
Yeah.
suspension now. You know, they don't have locked differentials anymore. They're running slapstick transmissions and shit. So.
No, they're not using paddle shift. Or are you talking sequential
No.
gearboxing where it's just
Yeah,
a dog box?
it's a sequential dog
Okay.
box, but it's a slapstick is what I said. Slapstick, not paddle
Okay.
shift.
The gearheads came in here, and this went from a political stream to a gearhead stream.
Oh, that always happens with me in
Well,
racing.
I mean, to be fair though, I missed out on NASCAR this weekend because IMSA is also at Sebring.
Yeah, I saw the highlight reel from IMSA's YouTube channel for 12 Hours at Sebring. That's bound to be a good race too. I haven't looked at it yet though.
Did you see
I
the
managed-
one that like flipped in the tires?
Oh no, dude.
Oh, you need to see that. Like that was just a weird, like unfortunate turn of events.
Well, like I said, I haven't checked out the highlight reel from that yet. I managed to actually catch this race live. It just finished. So I saw a big green flag stint, which was awesome. Fucking Joey Logano came in, changed his tires, dude. The two right side tires were down to the cords. They were falling apart. Literally fucking disintegrated. Shit's nuts.
Yeah, on the street tire side of things, if you have exposed steel cords, that's unsafe, kids. Don't do that.
But yeah. No, that's unsafe on a NASCAR track too. It's probably more unsafe on a fucking NASCAR track.
No, it's definitely more safe on a NASCAR track because they have the compensating safety equipment. I don't trust
yeah,
a
I suppose,
3-point fucking seatbelt.
Right. Or
No.
the net guard thing or the roll cage, sure. But they're doing 160 miles an hour around fucking Bristol, so.
I do that around here. Probably shouldn't, but hey.
neither of my cars are unfortunately not capable, are neither of my cars are unfortunately not capable of hitting 160
Yeah, that's
for
me. I
now.
guess I'm not going that fast yet. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to get the R1 or the Hayabusa, but I need a commuter to work.
Yeah, I mean,
Eight-
either one of
80
those will
miles.
definitely get you to 160.
80 miles one way, and my diesel truck is probably a bad idea.
Chat
Mm.
for the YouTube and
So we're going with the bike.
on the other screen.
Nice, thank you.
Don't you save gas with diesel? Well, I don't know. The bike probably saves more gas than your
Well,
truck.
so it's a 350.
Yeah.
I do not need to be commuting 80 miles in a 350. I get about 300 miles to the tank. The gas mileage on it sucks. I'm at like 13.1, and I'm not towing anything.
Oh yeah. Well, okay. I hear you there.
So
Yep,
it
been there.
gotta go.
Been there. Alithod, been a minute since I saw you in the voice chat.
Yeah, I've been around.
Alesto.
Alithot.
No, it's Alithod.
Oh, okay.
More shorts. More shorts. Just silliness, it looks like. Yeah, silliness. Oh, I've already seen this one like 3 times, bro. Unfortunately, you're late to this one.
I can't. I've been looking all weekend, and I can't find it to save my life. The short that of Biden's State of the Union rebuttal.
Oh, where the
His
stupid
rebuttal
they
from
get
who?
the Instagram faces on it. Fucking Trump posted that on Truth Social, dude. That shit was hilarious.
The one he did for Bush.
The one he did for Bush?
Yeah.
I thought you said Biden.
Yes. Biden doing the rebuttal for Bush.
Oh, you're saying there's a short floating around of when Biden did a State of the Union address rebuttal for President Bush?
Yes, and I can't find it now, and it's driving me nuts.
No.
Because
Interesting.
it says a lot. It says a lot. And more people
Very
need to see it,
interesting.
but I think that's why I'm having trouble finding it again.
Right.
My dumbass
Now- yeah,
had to text
now-
it to myself and texted the wrong thing.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Fuck.
Okay. Hang on, I'm gonna...
If we roll back the clock to fucking, 2004, 2000, there's a lot more things I would agree with the fucking Democrats on, frankly. But these days, they have fucking lost their goddamn minds.
I can't believe you just said that shit.
Yeah, that's a very commie thing for you to say.
Well, they weren't commies back then. But,
Yes, they were, bro. They were just hiding it better.
well,
I was gonna say they weren't a bunch of like not closeted pedophiles back then.
I mean, they advocated for strong border security. That's one of the things I would definitely fucking agree with.
Well,
So
only
that-
when it was their
so
party
that is
in
part
I,
of-
I was about to say, yeah, they might have
What, did
advocated
not
for
rebuttal?
it, but their policies have never reflected that. It was all rhetoric to stay in power.
Obama deported more people than Bush did.
Yeah, and I'm still in the process of working out what the end game there was.
Bush was also a rhino.
Yeah, I know. He was a fucking neocon. Okay, I'm not
Yeah.
trying
Yeah,
to
there's no
defend
doubt
Bush.
about that.
I'm not trying to defend Bush. All I'm trying to fucking say is, they used to be more reasonable, and they've completely lost their fucking minds. That's it. So,
Well, yeah, I would agree that they used to at least pretend to be reasonable. Yeah, I would agree with that.
But I mean, isn't that any politician out there?
yeah.
Not any, just most.
Most.
Chase, what are you
Well,
doing?
no, I mean Trump has had a deleterious effect on the Overton window. That's true. It's really accelerated things, frankly. But
I disagree. I don't think he had a deleterious effect on it. I think he had a very positive effect on it. It was a positive expansion.
I was gonna say, if
Okay.
anything, he's exposed them for who they really are. If anything,
right. And now people are waking up to it and vehemently fucking, speaking
going,
out.
oh, hold up, this is
Yeah. But
Nope. He backs for red flag laws. Kiss my ass.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of red flag laws either. Too much potential for abuse.
That
oh,
is
absolutely.
That's why they want it.
I mean, if you're if you know the rules of the game, you can definitely find the loopholes and exploit them.
Right.
I was gonna say, Trump was bad on 2A on a few things, and like at the
And-
time I overlooked it, but looking back on it, that's some bad. I mean, willing to give ground on this kind of stuff is kind of unacceptable,
I do agree. I think that, I say it pretty often. I don't support everything Trump did or said, and his stance on 2A issues is definitely one of the consistent ones where I was like, come on, man, stop fucking me on this.
Yeah, for sure.
He lost my vote.
So who'd you vote for?
I'm talking about this one coming up.
So who you gonna
So
vote for?
What are you gonna vote for?
Myself.
Killing me.
That's a hard stance that I will not budge on.
I mean, you're not
Killing
even gonna throw your money in the hat for the
Oh
libertarian.
shit! It's this guy.
Well, give me a libertarian that's running that's actually decent.
That is so good. Love this man.
Wait, did you just say, get the fuck out of here, kick him?
Why?
He just said he likes Biden.
Yeah,
Said
if
Pastor
Val said that,
Ryan. You
What?
have to be smoking crack, and I would too, to say I like Biden.
okay,
Yeah.
there it is.
I mean, it is St. Patrick's Day, so I mean, I expect there to be at least a fair amount of inebriation, but I don't think anybody could stumble those kind of words.
There isn't enough crack and alcohol in existence, even if I tried to brew it, for me to like Biden.
Exactly. I'm pretty
Fucking
sure that's the
Tylenol.
general consensus around the.
That fucking psychopath just approved a $7 trillion budget.
Yeah.
I
We make
would argue that
2.6
psychopath has-
trillion. That's 300% of your budget. He's out of his fucking mind.
You sound different, Val. You coming off being sick or something?
No, I'm coming off of being angry.
Uh,
Clearly, I haven't recovered.
I don't think any of us are going to financially recover from this.
Damn
Nope.
straight.
I don't think anybody is.
I just want to put it out there. Costco is now selling silver and selling out
How?
because there's that much demand.
Yeah, I think we're all pretty well screwed.
Yep.
Oh, but here's the funny part.
Yep.
They're not selling American silver.
Oh, of course not.
No.
Chinese.
They're
silver,
selling
right?
Canadian silver.
Hooray!
So Americans distrust the American government so badly that they won't buy silver from the American mint. They're buying Canadian silver.
Bold strategy.
So, Mad Max Dystopia Hellscape when?
Well, I just
It-
plowed the initial 2 plats for some cotton. I mean, not cotton, corn. And I've got to do 4 more for oat, barley, wheat, and rye. And then the greenhouse has got 1,500 plants-ish ready to go already. So,
Is anyone streaming?
oh, no,
Yes.
I did the math
Is
wrong.
anyone
Oh, okay.
streaming? Yes. Me.
Okay. I was about to make some jokes. I'm going to just hold on to that thought.
2,000. All right, it's
Oh,
2,000
wow.
plants.
Okay. If
Yeah,
you
sorry,
insist.
none of them are pot. I know. Oh, he planted pot. No. Although that probably would happen to me because if somebody mailed me the seeds, my inner demons of curiosity with a random bag of seeds that I can't identify would overtake me, and I would probably plant all of them just to find out what they are.
Bold strategy. Let's see if it pays off for you.
Yeah. And I'd be like, this new weird lettuce tastes funny.
Mm-hmm.
Are you
And I
kidding
think
me?
I can
EPA would
see
be coming after you
sound.
real quickly.
I can see sound now. It's weird. Yeah, that would probably be me.
I just got this letter from the government subpoenaing me to court for my weird lettuce. What is going on?
No, they'd send me a tax certification requirement with the late fee and penalties first.
Yeah.
What state are you in again? Because they might even send me ATF.
Georgia.
Oh yeah, you're getting the ATF.
It's for my PTSD.
You need all these crops for your PTSD. I have a lot of PTSD.
On the PTSD.
You have
Yeah.
10 acres worth? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I've been thinking about putting down another half acre just to take that last little bit of edge off.
In all honesty, I mean, just given how long it takes me to brew a batch of like mead, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if I needed something that massive. I mean, I've got my grapes, my muscadines, my frescadines, my clear whites, yellows, bronze scuffenongs, and my standard deep red grapes. They're all coming in, and
Nice.
then I've got my raspberries, blueberries, elderberries, loganberries, dewberries,
Ugh, elderberries.
gooseberries,
Those are
white
gross.
and red,
What about
and
blackberry?
blackberries. Yeah, I got blackberries.
Nice. What about boysenberries?
No, haven't found any boysenberries to plant them.
Those are good. I do like them boysenberries.
Nope. But if I do, I'll get my hands on. I've got a little Facebook thing that I found. I think is what it is, and it's like 60 different berries. So I'm gonna find it, watch it. I'm gonna watch it. Well, I gotta find it. I forget where the hell I put it. But I'm gonna watch it, and then I'm gonna go get the missing plants, and then from there, I'm turning all the berries into meads.
Nice. Guess what I got going in my living room right now?
A Bitcoin mining operation is my guess.
I wish. No, I got going. I got 3 apple trees to pop out of their seeds and get their
nice.
starter leaves going. Or no, excuse me, 4 apple trees. And I also have an ephedra bush starter.
What the hell's an ephedra?
Ephedra is the bush that you refine ephedrine from. Do you know what ephedrine is?
I'm Googling it. Ephedrine.
Tell the class what ephedrine is, Valinor.
I don't know.
Well, you're Googling it,
Ephedra.
so...
Wait, why did the U.S. ban it? Hang on a second. The U.S. banned it. So the U.S. banned it, so it's got to be useful. So hang on, let me look up what this is. Ephedrine. Wait, like pseudoephedrine?
No, so ephedrine is used for.
You use this to make
It's a...
meth?
It's a no. You don't use it
Hypertension.
to make meth. It's a powerful stimulant. It's like caffeine's bigger, cooler, older brother.
Okay, I need to get me one of those ephedra plants.
Yeah. I'm growing it right now. I'm gonna once it's big enough, I'll start taking leaves and refining me some ephedrine.
Well,
I was
sign
gonna
me up.
ask, do you just chew up
Give me
the
some
leaves or
seeds.
what?
Give me some seeds, and I will
Um,
definitely plant it and see what it looks like.
If I get seeds, I don't know if this is gonna be a seeding bush or if you'll just have to take clippings to try to get other plants. But yeah, once it's literally a twig right now, so you gotta give me some time.
No, bro, I can definitely help you to propagate. That's too easy. Wow. Yeah, you can make pretty much anything grow on anything if you know how to do it right.
I'm not sure I'd go that far, but sure.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can put 10 and 20 different types of fruits on a single tree.
Oh yeah, I know that.
Wow.
I've heard about people doing that fruit grafting.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah,
a whole
yeah.
art form.
Yeah,
A
you
buddy
can
of
graft
mine
all
did
kinds of
that.
crazy shit. I want to make apples grow out of a cactus because I want to fuck with people.
That would be hilarious.
That would be actually really fucking funny.
No,
Hey, sup, okay life.
no. But yeah, the fruit trees wise, we just picked up a bunch of those from the flea market, and so we picked up multiple types of cherry trees, pomegranates. I want to say, and then a couple other things. I gotta remember. It was the guy that I got my Scuffenong and Muscadine
Will
plant
pomegranate
from.
even grow up there?
I don't know. I mean, I can make anything grow here. It doesn't matter.
I should get some watermelon.
Watermelon's really good. You want to go after. There's a specific watermelon you want to go after because it's super sweet.
Yeah, I like it sweet and crisp.
Yeah, sweet.
It's got to be crispy. I'll even take
it-
slightly less sweet if it is, as long as it's crispy.
Yeah, there's a blue and a purple one that you can get too.
I've heard about
but,
those. I've never had them.
Yeah. Yeah, there's you want to get the I'm looking for it right now. I think it's not the crimson. It's you want the smaller, rounder ones and not the oval ones. The smaller, rounder ones are the sweetest.
Well, like I said,
Yeah.
the texture is a big factor for me too.
I just like it because I like turning to watermelon wine.
So yeah,
Same thing
I
with
prefer
melons.
my watermelon. I deeply love every bit of the experience of eating watermelon. The texture, the taste, spitting seeds at my enemies, it's all wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to have a really good time, what you can do is you can actually turn the watermelon, you can puree that and turn it into gummies, like gummy candy.
Yeah, my wife made me some cranberry, she just pureed cranberry and then made it into Jello, and that was amazing.
Mm-hmm. Well, typically what I find, what the fuck is this? Oh, never mind. Sorry, I'm getting messages back from people. I found some Pokemon cards I wanted to buy. Apparently, I'm gonna have to buy $800 worth of random packs to get the 2 cards that I
What
want.
Pokemon cards?
I'm looking for a first edition Charizard, first edition Venusaur, and a first edition Blastoise.
Ooh.
He's like, I
okay.
need my squares. I need my
Wow.
plastic squares.
I have about
Oh.
6 binders full of them, all Gen 1.
I mean, we could talk. I'll definitely take them.
I gotta see if I got those.
I just want those 3. I just want those 3. I want those 3. You give me a number. And no, you won't ship them. I will drive to come pick them up.
Be driving across the country.
I don't care. That's precious cargo. I'd ship one of my kids before I'd ship those cards.
I can respect this man's hustle.
That's excessive.
Give us a bubble wrap. It'll be fine.
In hindsight, no, it's not. It's not excessive at all.
Well,
I get-
Charizard is like $2,000.
Exactly.
I think that's like mint 6. I don't even. think
No.
that's, like, top mint.
You have to have a mint 10, and that's that whole nonsense about Logan Paul or something paying $1 million for a fucking fake Charizard. Dude, that was all PR. Like, I found autographed Charizards from the artist that are 10s, and they're worth $100,000, and they were certified. And so it's like a regular, just out of the box, unminted, like sitting in a fucking roster sleeve. It's maybe $100 to $1,000 if someone really, really needs it. But like, yeah,
Well, like,
it's
I
fucking
know.
cardboard. Like,
Well, yeah, but it's off of like
yeah,
the mints and who's minting it. Because also there's like someone can mint a 10 and it doesn't mean anything as long as it's like there's like 3 companies that actually hold value.
well, even with that, again, it's they're just minting what is effectively a piece of cardboard. As I continue to try to get people to understand, reasonably, logically, there is no card in this world worth more than $1,000. Even a brand new, fucking perfect condition Baby Ruth baseball card. It's not worth anything more than a handful of dollars. It's fucking cardboard, my guy.
Mm-hmm. Finally, someone's making sense.
And it's fucking cardboard. Like, you want to start talking something that's worth anything? All right, let's talk about some kunzite. Like, you want to talk some money? Let's talk some kunzite.
What the hell is kunzite?
Exactly. Most people don't even know what the fuck it is. It's so hard to get.
Okay, so what is
But
it?
everybody knows
Sounds
what
like a
fucking
rare
diamond is.
earth metal.
It's a rare
It does
earth
sound
gem.
like, yeah, it sounds like a rare
Yeah.
material.
Like,
Exactly.
you want to talk about shit that's like super valuable? It's shit that's really fucking hard to get.
Right.
It's even more rare than the elusive snipe that we would go hunting for as kids.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Here, I'm gonna get you a picture of kunzite so you know what I'm talking about. Here.
That's why I think we should go mine out the asteroids, because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of that there.
Yeah.
Alrighty, gentlemen. I want to begin steering the conversation a little bit more to, political conversation. So,
Political conversation. Fuck yeah, let's go. Let's start with the fact that they're trying to fuck over real estate agents.
People that voted.
oh yeah, I saw that. What
Yeah.
exactly? If you've looked into that and actually know, I have a few questions for you. Do you know the details on that?
Let me get my teas, and I can be more than happy to break that down completely, given the fact that I'm about to finish my license now. Just 1 second.
Okay. All right. We're gonna wait for Fallon to do
What
that.
is it? What's the topic?
So the topic is, so they recently just had a fat-ass lawsuit with the American Association of Realtors, and I only read like some cliff notes / bullet points about it, but basically a huge lawsuit happened with the Real Estate Association of America, and they're trying to completely restructure how realtors get paid. So take it away, Phil.
All right. So let's break down the reality. All right. So first of all, there is a person. Let's get our words. A real estate agent is not the same as a realtor. A real estate agent is a person or persons or agency that is licensed for the practice of real estate.
Mm-hmm.
A realtor is a member of an organization.
Okay.
That's the National Association of Realtors. That association specifically.
Right.
So you could be an agent but not be a realtor.
Okay.
Because you're not a member. You're a non-member. Which,
Okay.
my personal opinion, I'd rather have my own paperwork than use someone else's. It's just me. But what was happening is, if you were a NAR member, part of the NAR membership is you had to use the NAR forms, or you don't have to use them. They provide them. And you were a NAR member. You had to pay your dues. You had to attend your meetings. They got, which were pretty great because honestly, you could get your CUs for your continuing education, and you could use their MLSs and other platforms. Well, in those systems, there are sections where when you go to fill out a section in that MLS, you had to fill in a section that was what was offered to the brokers, the buyer broker. Which, again, another word very important here is when you're doing business with a real estate institution of any kind, there is what is called the agent, there are associate brokers, and then there is the qualified broker. The qualified broker, which there can only be one for every agency, that is the person that's actually in charge. That's the person that's legally responsible for every transaction. That's the person that gets sued if some shit goes sideways. Now, you may also sue the associate broker. You may also sue the relevant agent. But the broker is the one that gets hit the most, the qualified broker. And it's their insurance, their fidelity bond. That's what's on the hook. So they're the person that can actually fire the associate broker and the agent for misgivings, malfeasance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Although the oversight committees and the commissions can revoke their license and other penalties and blah, blah, blah. But with that said, when they had that section, the buyer broker would be given a commission. Now, this is where the fun starts. For starters, the reality is you could put $1 in that section. It required you put something in the section. It didn't specifically stipulate what that percentage had to be. It just said you had to put something. That could be $1. However, it was a section in an application. Applications that have bad coding, like when you go to fill in like an application for like a job prescription, and it's like you have to type in this field of text that's completely useless, but you have to have it, and it has to be something in that field that meets a specific character criteria in order to progress. Same exact shit. Most real estate agents are completely incompetent when it comes to like applications and technology because they're ancient as fuck. Like if we added Because Racer and who's the Twisted? If we added those two ages together, that's the average age of your realtor. They're just fucking ancient, and that's because most people got annihilated in 2008, 2014, and 2020, and so all the young agents are out of the business. They're just gone. Between those three combined together, it's the super fucking ancient people that made crazy amounts of money prior to 2000, and then there's like agents like me that are literally just now coming into the business, and there's no one in between.
Roger. So what I'm hearing is the boomers fucked us again.
No, the boomers didn't fuck it. I mean, technically Biden did, but he's more of like the ancient ones. Boomers would infer that they can still, have a form of cognitive conversation, which is well beyond the capacity of Biden at this point, which even politicians are starting to admit to, which is kind of depressing, but what? That's a different conversation.
How is it depressing that even the politicians are starting to admit that? I'm curious.
Yeah, because the fact that politicians make a career of lying for a living. And even the career liars and
personally, I find it encouraging when something is so true that even the career liars are honest about it.
No. Universally, when the people that lie for a living are telling the truth and say they're even the ones admitting, like, yes, it's pretty fucked up, you have gone so far into the fucked up spectrum, there's no coming back to begin with. That's terrifying shit.
I would agree with that, but yeah. I would honestly rather be in super fucked up territory and have everyone be honest about it than be in kind of fucked up territory but everyone's lying.
Yeah, but the issue is regardless of how far you go, even when everyone's telling the truth about it, one, you're so far beyond the point of where you could have made an impact before, when you could have told the truth before. Like, when you're this far in, it doesn't matter what the fuck you say. And that's why they're not bothered by what the fuck they say, because everybody knows the same thing. It doesn't matter what the fuck you say nowadays, because shit's gone so far bad, you can't come back from it. And that's pretty much universal in everything political in DC, is once something has gone so fucking far bad, people will change their story so that they can say that they were on the right side, because at the end, everyone's just going to see where everybody was at the end. It's like musical chairs. A really fucked up version of musical chairs where it's the taxpayer that loses. But neither here nor there. Don't want to get too far down the rabbit hole with Biden.
It's a political stream. We could literally go on with Biden all night.
Yeah, but this is actually kind of important because this is going to hurt a lot of people, and I've been having arguments about this for the past couple of weeks. And it's kind of funny because people are arguing with somebody who's about to have their license as someone who isn't licensed, and I'm like, there's a reason why you need people like me, and I don't like you in the first place. I don't want to be there in the first place. I'm not even getting my license to be able to fucking sell real estate. I'm getting my license so I can get my lending license and so I can sell businesses. I have very little interest in being a buyer agent. I don't give a fuck about you buying a house. Go pay cash. Or finance with me, but fuck off. But the issue with the situation is this. After the NAR argument, what ended up happening is they're saying, oh, well, as an NAR, you can't mandate that field anymore. Okay, fantastic. And everybody's like, oh my god, we're going to get cheaper house. When in the history of fucking ever have you ever saved money on a fee at a business and not still charge the same fucking price? That is my open door ringer, just punch people straight in the fucking colon, kidney shot, roundhouse kick to your dick. This is the dumbest fucking argument ever. Oh, well, if the buyer doesn't get paid, I'll save money. No, you fucking won't. You abso-fucking-lutely won't save a dime. Because here's what's going to happen. If you get a house for sale for $500,000 and you're not paying the broker's commission, well, guess fucking what? The house still costed $500,000. It's just that one person isn't getting paid according to your delusion. That's the first misnomer. Out the door. Here's the second one. The number one most popular program for the purchase and acquisition of a home is the Federal Housing Authority's FHA loan. 96.5%, 3.5% down requirement with a PIM versus a PMI for something like a conventional loan or, in the instance of VA loan, neither. But, and that's the VA loan, and those are special, and you have to actually have done something useful in your life to actually get that. Unless
Hey,
you're an
I
illegal
have one of
immigrant.
those.
Yeah, unless you're an illegal immigrant, in which case you get a free, completely interest-free loan with a free down payment because, California, which is fucking mind-blowing. They can give, no, I'm not going to go down there. We could talk about that later. Remind me, earmark. But yeah, so most people struggle with the 3.5% down. 78% of Americans are reported through multiple studies as struggling to have $400. When you have a struggle to get to 3.5% in order to be able to finance, which, again, they lowered the standards more recently because people couldn't even do 3.5%. So keep that in mind. And so they eliminated the 3.5% because people were struggling to even do that. If you're struggling to do 3.5% down, how are you going to pay a buyer agent to show you around the houses, to assist you in buying a property? If you struggle to pay 3.5% now, how are you going to pay 3 points more to your buyer agent? The buyer is. Now remember, these are the people that originate the loan. They are the money. This is the first delusion, which is, oh, well, if we require the buyer to pay the fees, then the transaction will be more cost effective for consumers. No, it won't. No, it abso-fucking-lutely won't. Because you have to remember, you have to pay your buyer agent. Your buyer agent exists for a reason. And I had one idiot from, I think it was Amazon. It was either Amazon or Garmin, one of those two stupid companies. We're arguing, I'm blind. And he was like, oh, yeah? Well, without an agent, we could just go and buy on Redfin and Zillow. And my first question is, okay, cool. So you're just going to go put the front door access code to your house on a publicly registered website for 380 million people in this country to see in real time. And you just be totally fine with that. And he's like, and they didn't answer because they realized how fucking stupid that sounds. That's why MLS exists in the first place, by the way. That's why MLS exists. You have public listing sites that are predatory, like Redfin and your Zillows and your Craigslist and your Facebook Marketplace bullshit. They're all the same. They're showing you a house, they're giving you a price, they're putting up pictures that are projecting in the best interests of the seller, representing in the best interests of the asset, and not the actual factual status of the house in real time. What it also doesn't show you is any of your title history. It doesn't show you any repairs that have been done to the house, what the quality of those repairs were. Does the house have a certificate of occupancy? Something so basic. But, those are all, real estate bullshit. Of course, those are things that your agent just doesn't do. It's just fucking fugazi, right? But that completely ignored, assuming the buyer can afford to hire an agent, then they have that fee plus the 3.5. Now, obviously, that puts the buyer in a very bad financial bind. Because if you're a conventional buyer, now you're at 23% plus any repairs. That's 23% of NAHB's $300,000+. So for math numbers, for the mathy people out there, 6.5% is, real quick, $19,500, and 23% is $69,000. That's $69,000 down for the payment. That's to get into your house. Now, that's before the bank is satisfied with your financial means to maintain the property, but that's a completely different discussion altogether, not including repairs, which are typically tens of thousands of dollars, but that's whatever. But assuming you get past that point, here's where the fun starts. Credit backs. Credit backs will opt up to 3% on most standard loans, up to $9,000 returned back to the buyer, which is known as a credit back. That is a credit back from the finance company, not from the seller. Credits are money back from the seller. So the credit back for the buyer will be $9,000. Now, that's on a $300,000 loan. $9,000 won't do fuck all for your financing costs. But what it will do is help to buffer that blast. So you're going to have an increase of anywhere between $9,000 on top of the credit back of an additional $12,500 to give the money back to the buyer for the process of going through the process of buying your house. But wait, there's more. Because initially, what would happen is, let's say this fuckhole named Wolf comes up and says, I want to buy a house. And I'm like, all right, asshole, are you pre-approved to buy a house? How much house can you afford? And he's like, I don't know. Oh, well, great. We get to play the fucking Scooby-Doo with your entire credit history. So let's go and get you pre-approved. So before we can even take Mr. Wolf on the magical fucking time waster known as buying a fucking house, we have to get him qualified. And so that means I have to go and talk to a completely different professional sector, the finance industry, sit down with a broker, give him the lowdown, collect all the financial information for my client, or at least guide them into getting that shit together, and then herding the fucking cat into the officer's office to where he can sit his happy little ass down into a seat and talk to the lending officer about getting pre-approved. Now, once I've herded my cat with his pre-approval letter, now I know what the price range of the houses that he can look at is. Now, of course, that's in a wonderful fucking picturesque world. Of course, what happens is they all want to see the 10 million fucking dollar houses, which is why you have agents to begin with, so that we can buffer you from seeing the fucking house with what is called a proof of funds or pre-approval letter. Guess who gets that letter? The buyer agent! And guess whose time is saved? The fucking sellers. Yes, that's right. We keep people from randomly walking through your fucking house who have absolutely no means of buying it whatsoever. That is literally our job. We are the buffer zone for your happy ass. And that's the first stupidity. Now, the second stupidity is, assuming we get you approved, assuming we could get you approved, which a lot of people will not be approved, which is fucking horrifying, because that means your credit score is below a 640. Now, allegedly, the ye old myth is that you can technically get approved for a 580 if you're a black female. Allegedly! That's the lowest possible score with the lowest demographic in terms of the total barometer of range. It's a 580 to a 640, but realistically, if you're a white male, you should expect to have a 680 to a 720 if you have any fucking snowball's chance of actually being approved. Now, with that in mind, now that we've got you approved, now we just have a price range. Let's say it's $350,000 for convenience. Well, congratulations. Every fucking body qualifies for that price range. Every one of the lottie-dottie fucking everybody, 150 million fucking Americans in the country, plus now 27 million fucking illegal immigrants, all qualify for that fucking criteria. So guess what? We get to enter the bidding war. And now we get to take you through the trudgemill of what is the trenches of house shopping, where we'll go around and we'll be showing you the house. Well, guess what? We have to work with the seller's agent around the other buyer agents just to see the fucking house. And we have to schedule a viewing for every house you want to see. That is why we typically say, you know, you qualify for this range, so we're only going to show you this range. Unless you can show us the money. As in, if you want a $50,000 plus house, so it's $350,000 plus 50, you need to show me 50,000. You need to show me 50 racks. And then I'll show you the houses up to 400, because that's what you're going to pay down. But then you also need to show me the additional funds, which is your earnest money, which is the money required to secure the house for when we actually move forward with buying said house. Now, assuming we show you, you know, nice listing, we go through all the headache of, all right, what house is he looking for? This kind of house. What's the description? Does it like dogs? Fuck the HOA. And we type in there and we scream for about 4 hours, and we've got you about 20 properties. From the 20 properties, we will sit down with the clients and walk you through every single one of those 20 properties until you see one that you quote-unquote like. And then we say, pick 2 or 3 more, because the statistical likelihood of you winning is pretty much fucking non-existent. So, let's get 3 or 4 more additional houses to show you because you're probably going to lose the bid on 3 of them. Then we've got you 4 houses. Now we have to actually get you the 4 appointments with the 4 seller agents for the 4 separate houses. That includes getting the passcode to the 4 separate doors. Now, if we're lucky and the seller isn't a lazy piece of shit, which clearly they are, because they're arguing about something so basic as having to talk to their client about commissions, we can just pull it off the MLS. Which realistically is, we have to call the fucking agent, hope they call us back, and get the 4 passcodes, if we can just show it whenever. Otherwise, we have to schedule an appointment, assuming they don't have an open house. Now, once we move in, we can see everything. We can see the open house, we can see the property, however we get into the door. I show you the house 1, I show you the house 2, I show you the house 3, I show you the house 4. Well, guess what? I have to spend time looking up the history of every single one of those houses. I have to know everything about each house, all of its records, any repairs, any issues. Oopsie, we burned the kitchen 12 years ago and it was fixed. We have to know that.
Ripple, are you calling foul pen? That's not nice.
And then we get all this information together for each of these houses. You see all of these houses that 2 to 4 hours in that one, and that one, and that one. And that. We're at 16 hours, not including the time it takes you to get pre-qualified, the time it takes you to go through all these fucking listings. You're 20 plus 25 hours in. You're 25 hours deep before you pick your first fucking house to bid on. And then 25 fucking hours later, you're like, I like that one. Fantastic. Let's make an offer. Well, I don't know. And here we fucking go again. 8 more hours later, we've convinced you what to say, how to structure it. Well, I don't like the fact that the roof's damaged. Well, how about we ask the seller to fix it? Oh no, what if they reject my offer because I asked them to fix it? Well, then they reject your offer because you asked them to fix it and they're fucking cheap. But do you want a house that's fucking cheap from a person that's fucking cheap? Probably not. This is literally 40% statistically of your net asset worth is that piece of shit that was built in the 80s that if they lied about the paint because it was in storage for 5 years is actually fucking lead paint. But what do I know? I'm just a licensed guy. I'm only tested on that information. But then we get the offer together. We are now at 33 hours of work.
Foul. You've gone for 20 minutes now. How about you wrap it up and give us a TLDR, bro?
We're getting there. It's very important.
No, it's not. You are so in the weeds. Half of the people who could be listening don't even know what the fuck you're on about with half of this shit.
No. Yeah, you have to understand all the work from the buyer's side, right? Because that's what this is about, right? It's about the buyer getting paid for selling the seller's house. So we do all the work. Now remember, this is all the buyer agent. The seller agent is literally just giving you access to the fucking front door, right? Remember? We went through all this information. The seller's just getting you open the front door. They've got the listing. They open the door. And they're the ones bitching about the buyer getting paid. Now, we get the deal through. We're 33 hours in. On a normal process, the buyer would be paid by the seller for selling the seller's house. And they'd be paid the same amount of money as the selling listing agent, even though you can clearly see the buyer does way more work.
All right, I'd like to add something real quick.
Go ahead.
There's too much instructions. Dick got stuck in the blender.
Amen.
I failed.
Oh man, I hate it when my dick gets stuck in the blender.
Dick is stuck in a blender. Yeah, I get it. But yeah, the TLDR is the buyers, in all reality, are the ones getting the buyer ready to buy the house. The seller just has a house to sell. It's just a stick in the fucking mud. The reality is, if the buyer agent has to go through all that bullshit, remember, that's 33 hours of my time per buyer that I represent. I may have 20, 30, 40 buyers. If I'm not getting paid for my work, why would I bring the buyer by? If the money isn't worth it for me, why would I bring the buyer by? If the money's not guaranteed for me, why would I bring the buyer by? Now imagine being the buyer agent in this situation, where I have to walk up to a person that struggled to put 3.5% together. And I tell you, Wolf, you have to go and put $6,000 in escrow before I'll show you any houses or even help you get pre-approved. Because I need to certify that I'm going to get paid. It's just like with your lawyer. Your lawyer will tell you to put money in escrow, and then as they do the work, they'll take money out of the escrow account. Do you think we live in a world currently where a person who struggles to put 3.5% together can put together another 9? Realistically, what do you think is going to happen to the number of buyers? Now, people argue, oh, well, then that means that the housing prices are going to go down. No. You may have a seller that'll list a house and put it on the market for 2 years because they refuse to listen to their agent about bringing the price down and correcting the price because they're adamant about that price because 12 years ago, Miss Susan, 16 blocks down, sold her house for the same price, and it was relatively built in the same time frame. They don't understand comps at all.
So let me ask you if I understand this correctly. So with the changes that are being made, essentially because of the way the back end is going to be reworked so that people are paid what they're owed, the buyer is going to end up having to have more upfront.
An astronomical more upfront. And the sellers...
Why couldn't you just say that and save us 15 fucking minutes?
Because you need to know my pain.
I don't care about your pain.
Well, it's also, in all fairness to it, it reflects that it's not my pain. I don't give a shit, like I said. For me, it's with the situation, the people that are complaining about the deal are the sellers and the seller agents. The reality is it's the buyers and the buyer agents that accept all the risk, assume all the financial responsibility, and pay most of the money. And
well, I mean, if you think about it logically, though, sellers are still going to get a hard time from this, too, because now there will be fewer people trying to buy.
Oh, yeah, astronomically. Yeah. That's the thing. It's like they said that this was good for consumers, and I'm just like, on what world and what level of crack are you smoking? And it's like I said, because...
Share.
Yeah, share, please. God, I'll come and get it. Like, I'll put it right next to Charizard. Me and him can chill and have a good conversation all the way back. Like... And it's going to be fun to watch. It really, truly is. And I am actually really grateful for the situation because I'm coming into the industry specifically in parallel, specifically with the purpose of financing the gap finances, which would be things like your down payment and giving you a loan for that, and then financing other things like the closing costs, the buyer agent fees now, which the buyer agent fees are going to be my single largest source of income. Guaranteed. I'm going to make a fortune on it.
Hold on. So let me get this straight. So you are going to prey on the person that can't afford to do that down payment to then have to do that down payment while paying more because they have to repay the percentage on that one.
No, I'm going to be helping them get their down payment so they don't have to struggle to come up with a down payment and they can just pay me like they pay the bank.
At another percentage.
Yeah, add another percentage. Yeah, of course. I mean, I have to make money.
We're just adding more to what the buyer has to pay overall.
Yeah, but the first thing I'm going to tell them is ask for a credit back off of the seller, which the seller loses money because of the fact that they had to finance through me in the first place instead of the seller just paying the closing fees and making everyone's life easier. So I'm punishing the seller by helping the buyer to give the buyer the information on what they need to say to the other lending officer in order to ensure that they effectively have the money to pay me back immediately.
Sounds like you're taking it out on both parties.
Oh, absolutely. I'm completely capitalizing on the fact that the buyer needs the money now because they've broken the system that worked before. And that system, by the way, this new system, quote unquote, is actually the old way of doing things. And it specifically didn't work and was specifically changed because buyers struggled to buy because it required too much money from them. And so we came up with we as the industry, came up with this quote-unquote new system, which is the old one we're getting rid of now, which was we just had the seller pay for everything because the buyer agent does all the work anyways. And ultimately, it's the
wife's
bank
a
that
real
pays
estate
for it.
agent. I know everything about what you're saying.
Yeah, and
But
it's a
the
fucking
reality
nightmare.
is-
You know, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But anybody
so-
not in real estate has no idea what you're talking
They
about.
have no idea. Yeah, like, the perfect example was, like, I asked them one question. It was like, well, I can just represent myself. And I'm like, cool, just do me a quick favor. Tell me the difference between a lis pendus and a formal notice. And they're like, what the fuck is that? And I'm like, exactly. Well, a lis pendus is typically going to pop up because a subcontractor, 2 years ago when they put concrete and rebar down for your house, didn't get paid. And because he didn't get paid, and he has legally up to 2 years to file his complaint with the court and send his notice of intent to the contractor, he can wait until after the house is sold to file his complaint, which it'll clear title because it's not technically filed yet. File his complaint, put a lien against your property, and force the sale of your property because of the fact that he didn't get paid, and your house will be sold out from under you. They will auction your house off to take the difference, to pay him, and then you'll get what's left over as the owner of the property. And your title insurance won't pay because your title insurance will say, we checked title. Title was clear at the time. That's not our problem. That should have been something your agent checked for. Oh, wait, you represented yourself. I guess that's your fucking problem, because that's who you would sue, by the way, would be your broker for non-performance, which would technically be your agent's broker. But yeah, that's how that works. That's why that works that way, is to protect you from crazy, stupid shit like that you miss because you're not qualified to do the job. But it's fun to watch. Me personally, I'm sitting back and laughing. I probably shouldn't because I'm laughing at other people's extreme misery, but in rare circumstances of where that misery is self-inflicted, I give a lot less fucks for you because you're stabbing yourself in the dick and then screaming, why does it hurt so bad? And so I'm less inclined to care. Yeah. Oh, and that's not to mention the fact that, most buyers will have an agreement with their buyer agent in advance of meeting a seller. And so typically the contract with the buyer agent will be that the seller will pay your commission. And so that's what the most buyer agent representations look currently. And so when you go to sit down with that seller's effectively going to tell you that they're not going to pay you, which means the agent's going to hear, I'm not going to get paid the second they read that listing, and they're just going to keep scrolling. Your house will never sell. Because no agent is going to work for free for 38 hours. It's not going to happen. They'll look at the other 3,000 houses in the area that meet the description, and then they'll submit the other best that they find. Out of 3,000 houses, we'll take 20 and take it to a client, and yours is not going to be in that 20. I guarantee to you. Because no agent is, and no agent can be required to work for free.
Yep.
And so, I don't really know where they think they're sending this, or how they're sending this, or what delusional outcome they think they're going to get from this. But in 0% of circumstances does it work out well for either the seller or the buyer. Both will end up spending and paying far more. And the alternative, which people keep loving to mention, which is the UK version, which is where everyone just represents themselves, well, that's completely delusional because that's just going to flood the real estate courts pretty much until the end of time because of everything from malfeasance to false representations and advertising. A perfect example is wholesalers, which should be regulated according to multiple regulations by themselves because of just the stipulations of controlling real estate with a contract. There is no distinctive difference between controlling real estate with a contract as a wholesaler contract and controlling real estate with a contract through a lease, which you have to have a real estate agent, at least in Georgia, in order to transfer a lease. That is the practice of real estate according to Georgia law. So why that's wholesaler, that's a weird area. Sideline. When you're looking at certain things, like you can see, y'all have probably seen these where it's like on Facebook where it says property is being sold as is. And they think that because they say as is and they include pictures that they've done everything they're supposed to. That, and especially in Georgia, that is absolutely
Appreciate
not
the
the
money.
case.
Thanks for the digital.
Legally in
the
Georgia, you're
digital
required
hail.
to
How
reveal
you doing,
anything that is
Glock?
considered material fact. Anything that could impact the property in a negative way, like cracked foundation, issues with the electrical, asbestos and lead paint. Things like you had a structural fire or an interior fire, you had flood damage, storm damage that was significant in nature that damaged a structural asset. Any of those things would be considered material. And you're required to disclose them. But again, because you're not licensed, they don't know that. So they'll just say as is and think they're good. And that's a great way to get sued. Because when they buy your house, the injured party will be the buyer because you were legally obligated to disclose those material facts, and you in fact did not. So when the material findings are found during the initial review for the case, the buyer's attorney is going to eat you for breakfast. And he's going to end up owning that house and your current one because he's going to sue you into oblivion and win. That's part of the reason why we carry insurance and a fidelity bond, is so that we are held responsible for those things, which is why we as agents both make sure that any material facts or findings are revealed on the property. And the only person that couldn't know that would be a seller, and the sellers are informed through their paperwork when the seller's agent signs them for the listing. They're told that they have to disclose any material facts, and the withholdings of that could result in them getting sued, which in reality is they will get sued. And then with the real estate agent for the seller side, they can say, oh, well, we asked them to give us the material facts. We had them sign the paperwork, and that's why the NAIR paperwork comes in. And they didn't make any disclosings, which means we assume that there are none to be had. So then their broker doesn't get sued, only they do. But again, this is why real estate works the way that it does, is there's multiple checks and balances with licensed people, with bonds and insurance that you can and will and do sue in the instance that something goes wrong. And I cannot stress it enough. It's like having a doctor that doesn't have malpractice insurance. Sure, you can do that. It's guaranteed to go sideways. At some point. And so for me, like I said, I could care less at the end of the day. I'm going to make money on both sides of the transaction, so I really don't care. But for the vast majority of people that are first-time home buyers and, first-time investors, they're going to get completely fucked sideways. But yeah, that's my thoughts on it, Zach.
Okay, moving on. Wolf sent this in a couple like half a fucking hour ago now. I have no idea what it is. Wolf, what is this clip you sent me on Twitter?
So you should definitely watch it.
Okay, we'll all watch it together.
Is that a crown on a stick?
I have no idea what it is, but we're watching it.
The pressure in here in Colombia is for me to not even vote red on the board. Y'all might not know this. A dark money entity that was created on Tuesday, the day after we voted for this, I went home and a attack piece went out in my whole district about the fact that I voted for this. I get that the people in Colombia, that the lobby wants me to either not vote or to vote green on this, but my constituents want me to vote red, and they want their tax money spent on core government functions, on their roads, on their schools. That's what they want their money spent on. So, they don't want us in here trying to play this government planning thing where we in our bureaus can figure out where the jobs should be, who should be employed, how much money should be allocated where in the private sector. It never works. It's socialism. It's never worked anywhere before. So what are we doing trying to do it here?
But would you consider the fact that South Carolina's track record on bringing major projects into this state has a winning record, and therefore, again, commerce should be listened to rather than those people back in your district that may not have ever brokered a deal, may not understand what it means to being a project, may not understand economic incentives. So what you're suggesting is we should listen to the people back home in your district rather than the people at Commerce that have been successful at bringing these mega deals to South Carolina.
Mr. Rutherford, I don't think that you could have espoused a philosophy that disagrees more fundamentally. than me. I completely disagree with you, and I think that you believe what you just said. But no, I 100% am going to listen to the people back home who I represent in this house, and you should listen to the 40,000 people in your area, and not the bureaucrats at Commerce, and not the lobbyists, and not the multi-billion-dollar international corporations. You should listen to your constituents like I am. So yes, I will always fall back on the common sense of the wonderful people from Taylor's and Greenville Eastside, far more than I will ever listen to unelected bureaucrats, other representatives in here who have been here for far too long and have maybe managed a whole lot of these deals, and far more than I will ever listen to any member out there.
So, Mr. Morgan, we don't.
I like him. Is there any more?
Oh, I just realized I was muted.
Give us more, Zach.
Well, that I was asking Wolf, like, is there something in there specific that you're trying to discuss, or is it just the whole thing?
That dude was based as fuck.
Mm.
Like, finally, someone that fucking gets it, you know, that Washington's not fucking controlled by fucking bureaucrats. And...
Well, not supposed to be.
Yeah.
Well, he said it best. It's, I'm here to represent my constituents, and that's what I'm representing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he's not wrong. That is his factual job.
Yeah.
And
right.
so...
And...
Like, this whole mindset of mommy knows best that people have been doing in D.C. for forever that has never worked, which he's totally right about. I mean, I've sat in multiple rooms where we had the best ideas ever, where we're the ones at the table with the billion-dollar budgets, and we're like, why the fuck do we have this kind of money for what we're trying to do? And it's never worked out. It's always been way over budget, which is the other horrifying thing. I don't think I've ever had a DoD project that I've worked on that wasn't at least 200 to 300% over budget by the end. I've never seen a contract finish exactly how much it was supposed to cost in the beginning.
Well, yeah, this is the government. Ever. Bloat is like what they do.
Yeah, ever.
Yeah. There's absolutely zero surprise there.
Yeah, and I just Javier Milei. Oh, I love that man. Oh my God, I wish he'd come here. He should cross the border so he can run in our elections, because apparently they don't check. But what he's doing with his government is so far beyond amazing. He's cut half the fucking bureaucratic processes. He's terminated entire agencies left and right in spades. He's cutting and slashing social programs. And you know what they announced recently? You know what they fucking announced recently? They have the first ever surplus budget. It's fucking wild.
Yeah.
It's almost like if governments don't waste and squander and throw away money wantonly,
that if we don't spend
over.
Money on frivolous shit that we don't need, we can make the balance, the budget in the balance, that the teeter-totter, it'll finally like actually totter and not just be weighed down with a fat kid on one side? You mean that's possible if we just, don't give money to the queers in Palestine? Crazy.
Wait, Zach. I think you're on some kind of drugs, and that I'm going to need you to have to share.
Yeah. I mean, and I think in simplest terms, I think Milei is. I think you could compare Milei to the Dave Ramsey of politicians. If you simply spend less money, you'll have money left over. It's wild.
That is pretty, yeah.
But serious follow-up question to that, though. I mean, they're one place, we're another place. At this point, with the insane amount of debt maintenance we have, and you have to consider too the money printer that is the Federal Reserve, does it even make a difference at this point whether we cut the budget?
Oh, we would have to completely. So this, I war game this out. This is what I do in my spare time because I have no friends. I'm kidding. I have no friends I trust. No. If you bit the bullet and you printed all of the money that has currently been collected with a moderate level of interest for everyone on Social Security and then sent them that money and told them you have a 180-day tax window to either decide to keep the money and keep it in your account, and if you haven't paid taxes on it, you'll be taxed on it at a respective term based on your nationalized average over the lifespan of your liability, not to the current income brackets, but to the historicals at the time. And that'll be added to your next IRS bill. Or you could put it in a 401k of your choice and then just have that money there. Either way, we're canceling Social Security after this. It's just gone. It stops existing. That's hundreds of billions of dollars per year back into the budget. Then you have to cut Medicare and Medicaid completely, which is an unfortunate reality. And then you have to cut the defense budget in half.
Oof.
If you did all of those things, you would collectively have enough money to where the government could successfully service its debt at a reasonable, maintainable, manageable DTI, and over 20 to 40 years could come back out of debt before we get to the doomsday clock, which is 2050, which 2035 forward, all of the unrealized obligations that we have, which are $200+ trillion in aggregate by 2050, most of those start to spring into life at 2035 and forward. And
Why?
so, because that's just how the regulations and the contracts and the purchases and the agreements were drafted. And this is one of the things that I don't like about finance in regards to the government reporting is when the government reports on what it owes, it's basing it based off of what is realized debt at this point and not obligations that they've agreed to pay in the future that are contractually binding but haven't come to fruition yet. Like, oh, in 2032, we're going to build a $400 million building. Okay, cool. So then we owe $400 million. Not until 2032. And then at 2032, we have until 2033 to pay the $400 million. That's how they treat it. Oh,
okay,
that's not debt.
okay. So that's how they treat it. So what
Yeah.
do you think happens between now and then? Because there's no way any of that cutting is going to happen. Even Trump won't be able. I mean, even if Trump had like free reign, basically, he wouldn't do all that cutting. So what happens when we default?
Well, we've already defaulted. We actually defaulted as of last week from a technical perspective. And the classification of a default from a financial perspective, from pure finance, not political, apolitical mindset, from a finance perspective, if you have a financial obligation and you fail to meet that financial obligation for whatever reason you decide, it's irrelevant. You have defaulted on that financial obligation. We did that when we seized $300 billion of treasury assets from Russia and gave it to the European Union.
Say that last part one more time.
We seized, which effectively says is that, oh, well, Russia lent us all this money, and we gave them treasury notes in exchange, and we agreed to pay them the principal plus interest through treasury notes that they bought from us in exchange for us raising money so that we could effectively give it away and throw it at Social Security and hookers and blow in D.C., et cetera, et cetera. But that debt was raised, that debt was created, that debt was generated, and that debt is owed. And we said, we're not going to pay you because you invaded Ukraine. Well, debt doesn't work that way. You have an obligation, even if they're at war with the country and you don't like it, you still have to pay them. And so the U.S. is saying, oh, well, we don't have to do that because you did something we didn't like. Well, what that triggers to everyone else in the world is that if we do something that you don't like, you're not going to pay us back like you are supposed to, regardless of what it is that we did. And that is a huge negative implication to your debt, regardless of what country you are.
No, Glock, it's gross no matter what. It is objectively disgusting.
And so that's where we're at with that from that perspective. And the problem with that is that even if you ignore that completely, which would be dangerous to ignore that at all, by 2032 and 2035, respectively, Social Security is going to have a diminishing and then complete financial failure anyways, because we're currently paying this year, as of 2024, I think it's 54% and rising of our overall national income just to servicing the debt that we already owe. And so We owe so much debt, and we're generating debt at such a dangerous pace. We in the last 90 days, well technically 100 was how they're measuring it. We generated another $1 trillion in debt in 100 days, which means if we stay on pace for that, we're going to generate $3.65 trillion of debt per year, every year, and it's going to continue to grow on top of the 3.65 that we're generating every year. And that's before Biden announced the $7.3, $7.6 trillion budget for next year.
Okay.
And so
all of that is very wonky details on how we've already technically defaulted. You never answered the question. What happens when rubber hits the road, we're actually fully defaulted?
Oh, hyperinflation. That's the easiest answer. Just catastrophic hyperinflation. I'm talking you need a wheelbarrow of money to go buy bread level inflation. And then the other issue with that is given the fact that we have so many trillions of dollars in circulation because we're a world reserve currency, and it's a fiat currency that's not backed by reserves of any kind, it's why everybody is buying gold and stockpiling gold and silver as nations, not just as individual collectors, but as nations. Private financial institutions have started stockpiling gold and silver and have been for the past 25 years.
Right.
And so when you take that into consideration and you start seeing things like I said before, where you're seeing rolls of silver bullion coins being sold at Costco and selling out overnight, that and gold bars. They sell 1 kilogram gold bars too for people interested. Those are also selling out. It's a very concerning situation, but in simplest terms is hyperinflation, and we're totally and utterly fucked financially. The dollar becomes worthless, and if for people who want a historical reference of what that will look like and the experience will be like, I welcome you to look into the past two currencies that we destroyed, which was the Confederate dollars and the Continental. And that was back in the not so late future. Well, I guess not so recent past, but it's going to be our future. Back in the 1800s. And so that actually statistically wasn't that long ago. For a country, that's not long at all. That's fucking nothing. Like, we're a stupid young country. Like, we're what, 270, 280? We'll say 300 for generosity. Years old as a country from our perspective, the American perspective, not the Native American perspective. But when we look at it from that perspective, we've blown up 6 currencies in 300 years. So we average blowing up a new currency every 50 years.
Who'd have thought that the next one would be our own?
Oh, no. Those are our own. We've blown up our own currencies 6 times in 300 years.
Well, I mean, okay. If you count our own currencies plus all the currencies of all the countries that the CIA has gone in and completely destroyed.
That's dozens.
Yeah,
That's
I was
dozens.
about to say it's a lot more. Yeah.
Yeah, we're phenomenally good at blowing up money. Like, I'm actually just speechless to the idea of even remotely thinking our government was competent to manage money when they can't manage money. It's kind of a misnomer. You're trusting the people who historically always go into more debt with the most valuable thing a country has, which is
when
its
he
currency.
says blowing up money, what he means is causing the money
It's
to
kind of
become
staggering,
worthless.
to be honest.
Destroying the currency.
But yeah, that said, that's why I have 2,000 plants planted, and I just tilled up 2 more plats for corn and multiple grains.
Yep.
Yeah, because then I can just make my own bread.
So then, here's the obvious continuing track of that conversation. What happens to the current existing government when that happens? Because, I mean, we're not exactly a country that is afraid to go to war, and there's more and more right-leaning vets in the population every day. And we already have so many reasons to overthrow the existing government. So what do you think happens when it takes a wheelbarrow of dollars to buy bread?
Well, that's a great question, and I've actually thought about that too, because my curiosity was, it's like, we're a warring nation. We make our money and we maintain our existence and our lifestyle at the consequences and catastrophic losses of others. And so, and I'm not one of those left-leaning, crazy tinfoil hats. But that's just the reality. We go to war, we pillage, we plunder. We're Vikings, and we murder people, and we take their shit, and we're richer because of it. That and capitalism. But we said fuck that about in the 60s when we started shipping everything to China. But with our war machine, the wonderful thing about a war machine is you can totally do that as long as you're the biggest big bad in the water. The issue is we're not the biggest big bad in the water anymore. Matter of fact, the Chinese just stole technology from all 6 of our nuclear capabilities, including our neutrino bomb, because we're too stupid to block the Chinese from accessing our networks. Additionally, they have multitudes, in terms of magnitudes, better shipbuilding capacities, which ships have historically always been and continue to be the primary means of projecting force in a global perspective. You need ships and fleets capable of delivering force to foreign and distant lands in order to maintain a sovereign power as the global superpower. And that's how we maintain our status.
So, do you think China is the dragon that needs to be feared? Because I'm not sure their economy's in any better position than ours.
Well, it doesn't matter what condition their economy's in because they rule their country with an iron fist, and they can flip their economy in the snap of a finger by simply going into another country and just
Valinor? Does anyone else hear him? Is it just me or?
No, I can't hear anything.
Okay, I was worried maybe I was worried maybe my internet completely died again.
Oh no, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Stream is good? Okay, good. Alright, well, while Valinor is potentially unfucking himself, I want to check out this.
The latest incarnation of dangerous, radicalizing right-wing propaganda has been identified. And it is, checks notes, 200-year-old paintings of the English countryside. Leave me alone! You think I'm exaggerating, don't you? God, I wish I was. The Fitzwilliam Museum has suggested that paintings of the British countryside evoke dark nationalist feelings. Ooh, scary. The new signage states that pictures of rolling English hills can stir feelings of pride towards a homeland. Oh no, pride towards a homeland. Whatever next, love for your country. I mean, who hasn't gone to an art gallery and stared intently at the serene bucolic beauty of a constable, then immediately gone out and committed a hate crime? They've basically run the entire museum through a woke purity filter and made all the gallery displays inclusive and representative, which in practice means filling the museum with random paintings of black people and nebulous pretentious trash like this. In a gallery displaying a bucolic work by Constable, visitors are informed that there is a darker side to the nationalist feeling evoked by images of the British countryside, namely the implication that only those with a historical tie to the land have a right to belong. They're basically upset that Constable didn't have the foresight to fill the background of his landscapes with high-rises full of Bamalians. Mr. Sison has insisted the shake-up of the museum is not woke or radical chic, saying being inclusive and representative shouldn't be controversial, it should be enriching. Basically, they want old English countryside paintings to be more diverse. So short of defacing or destroying them altogether, they got some Nigerian guy to paint this monstrosity of a piece, showing what presumably they think the average British family looked like 2 centuries ago. Remember, these are the same people who claim that England hundreds of years ago looked like a typical modern television commercial. The same people who claim black people built Stonehenge. The same people who gave us this. And the same people who insist the countryside is racist, basically because a bunch of white people still live there. So it's pretty funny to see how threatened they are, merely by the existence of classic works of art that can't be deracinated by lying about their heritage. If you value what I do and you want...
Yeah. Interesting commentary on anything he just said, guys?
Sorry, my ISP just shit the bed.
Your what just shit the bed?
My ISP, apparently.
Internet service provider, okay.
Anyway, but finishing up what I'm saying is the biggest issue is unlike China, who only has about a couple $1 trillion in debt total, they have the capacity to invade a handful of countries or some very financially well-off ones like Taiwan, and from Taiwan alone to get enough money to effectively fix their economy. We couldn't rob the entire world collectively in aggregate to pay off the debt that we owe. So this is the time that we just get kicked in the teeth. There's no robbing our way out of this one. We've run into our diminishing returns.
Right. So that still leaves us with the question of what happens to the government. Does the current government get completely dissolved and some new country rise from the ashes?
Oh yeah, they're going to get slaughtered to the last man. And the easiest reason to explain why is people will always say, "Oh well, the soldiers will fight and protect." No, they won't. You've destroyed the currency, and they're going to have to choose between fighting for politicians that they don't like that destroyed the country, or protecting their family members. And the natural and obvious outcome is they're going to go home and protect their own. They're not going to let the chaos eat their own.
Right. Yep, I absolutely agree. I think, it's very funny when I hear people like Biden say, you need F-15s and some nukes to fight us. It's like, you're not going to have any men to operate those machines when you're done ruining the country, dumbass.
Yeah. They don't have the men to operate their machines now. They're literally implementing AI controlled fighter jets because they have no men to implement the machines to begin with.
Right.
They felt. I think the last time I looked up recruiting numbers, they got 35,000 people last year, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong, but 35,000.
That's pretty sad.
Out of 2,000 plus counties. Hang on, actually, let me certify that real quick.
Biden justified having recreational nukes for my recreational Ohio class.
Yeah, 3,100.
Oh my God,
so 35,000 recruits in 3,143 counties in the U.S. official. And so that means that they struggled to get 10 people per county. They're not going to be able to sustain a military. And that's before we're at war with any nation of real significance. Because you have to remember, we're not officially at war with Russia yet. We're not officially at war with China. Yet being the key words here. Because NATO is officially moving against Russia, and they've publicly acknowledged that they have NATO troops in the area, in Ukraine, and that they're assisting directly in the warfighter efforts, which we all knew. We've seen the TikTok videos. They're directly assisting the Ukrainians in firing weapon systems which are being used to destroy Russian assets and kill Russian soldiers, which would mean that their troops are actively involved in the war, which means Russia can officially declare war on NATO on that basis and be well within the boundaries of what would typically be a declaration of war standard, which is your soldiers are actively involved in a combat zone with our soldiers, which is a legitimate statement at this point.
Right.
And so China has said that if people attack Russia and go to war with Russia directly, intercede with Russia, conflict with Ukraine, China will intercede on Russia's behalf, which means they will deploy their military, including their naval fleets. We love to brag about how awesome our carriers are, and our carriers, in all fairness, are really fucking badass. If you've ever played a bullet hell game, that's pretty much what it's going to be like for the aircraft carriers. It doesn't matter how awesome our ships are. If they throw ships at 20 and 30 and 40 to 1 ratios at our fleets, it doesn't matter how great our sailors are. It doesn't matter how awesome our technology is. It doesn't matter how vastly superior our capabilities are. Overwhelming numbers and overwhelming odds will beat any military inevitably, because you'll eventually run out of bullets, if nothing else. And that's the problem that we're currently looking down the barrel of a gun at if we go head-to-head with China conflict. Even if they never come back to continental U.S., they don't have to. They can wipe out the areas that are geographically localized to them and simply take over the trade routes. And by doing that, they've demonstrated that we are no longer the military superpower and they can intercede at any time and project force as an alternative institution. And when that happens, our dollar goes to shit
Blizza,
anyways.
by all means, come into the chat and prove him wrong if you can remain civil.
Because our entire basis in regards to us being the world reserve currency is our ability to protect trade, which the Houthis have demonstrated quite a few times that we do not have the capacity to do by sinking repeatedly multiple trade ships, including the one most recently that, I mean, in all fairness, was kind of dumb to send unescorted. But yeah, they sank that one. And they did threaten to blow up our caffeine supply, which I think was a mistake. But that remains
our
to be
caffeine
seen.
supply?
Yeah, they said they were going to sink all the ships transporting caffeine. That would be that would be a mistake.
That's essentially how you get. I mean, that's half of the military's diet. Like literally every service member lives on a
cigarettes and
diet
caffeine
of caffeine and hatred.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
that
mothers
would
and
be a
fathers
mistake.
with little kids.
Some of them opt for nicotine, but I don't.
So I'm curious, Val. I'm curious. Do you think if we end up in a global shit firing match, pissing contest, whatever you want to call it, do you think NATO backs us up, or do you think it crumbles under the pressure?
NATO's going to crumble under the pressure of just Russia walking over and turning off the gas valve. Between Russia and China, they get, I'm going to say 40 to 60% of their energy from Russia alone. If they just turn off the gas valve, NATO dies. NATO legitimately dies because they don't have the ability to survive their winters without Russia. They already tried that. And when they initially got those embargoes in place and put those in place, Russia just walked over and turned off all of the gas. And they almost froze to death, to the point to where they loosened up all of the embargoes simply so they could buy Russian gas anyway. NATO has been continuing to buy Russian gas through Russian refineries to this day. They still do because they have to. They don't have a choice. They've been on this kick about green fucking energy, and they've shut down their nuclear plants. They've turned off their coal fire plants. They don't have the means of heating their country if they wanted to.
Right.
And now it's kicking them in the nuts because the country they buy the gas from is on the other side of the gun. And it's they don't win this war. They could turn off the gas and the fuel and the basic manufacturing supplies, and their people will riot and try to murder them long before anything else happens. Because you have to deal with your constituents having bare shelves for extensive periods of time because every fucking thing and their mom is manufactured by a BRICS country. Because just between India and China alone, the vast majority of outsourcing for manufacturing is done.
Right.
That's the number one destination, and number two destinations for both Europe and the US for outsourced manufacturing is India and China. And for the record, India hates both the UK and ergo, as an extent, NATO, and the US because of the horrible, horrible things that we've done to them for hundreds of years.
Okay, accessory question, related question. All of this pops off. What if we're able to protect Taiwan? Because without, correct me if I'm wrong, without the chip manufacturing in Taiwan, China would not be able to infinitely expand its military like you described.
That's not correct. China doesn't need the tier 2 and tier 3 computer chips that they get from TSMC because they don't get them from TSMC.
Okay.
And that's the company that you're referencing, is, for the record, is TSMC. And TSMC is the world's best producer of tier 2 and tier 3 chipsets. China's very, very, very good at making tier 1 chipsets, which are cheap little shits like things that you'll find in like a Connect 4 handheld video game, or like a Game Boy Advance, or, you know,
right,
like
basic
your
chips,
DS. Yeah, your basic chip bullshit. But like the high-end shit that you super need to make really cool stuff like smart bombs like we need, that's in Taiwan. That's why we're building a port right now in the Philippines pointed directly at Taiwan, because initially we thought, oh, well, with the CHIPS Act, we'll just build a giant fucking fort here, and with that fort, we'll put a big power plant, and then we'll build this producing plant, and we'll make the chips here. And Intel can come in, and TSMC will be brought in, and AMD will be brought in, and we'll make everything here.
Okay,
it was
where's
a
the
great
but?
idea in
Where's
theory.
the but?
But that's super fucking hard to do. And that would mean that we would have to bring all of their engineers from there and bring them here, because our education system is fucking shit. And our engineers are too dumb to make tier 2 and tier 3 chip sets, much less the machines required to make those tier 2 and tier 3 chipsets. And so we realized, after we spent billions of dollars trying to rebuild that factory, one, we're not going to finish that factory in time. Two, we are not going to finish that factory under budget, which would never have happened anyways. And three, even if we did, we can't staff it because we don't have the engineering capabilities, because we didn't give a shit about our education system until it was way too fucking late. And the other problem is, the people that we could get to come here don't want to come here because of the shit show that we've turned our country into. They don't want to leave a safe, structured culture that they have in Taiwan to come to the uncultured shit show that is meth on the streets in the U.S., which reasonably so. And so the engineers that we need to come from TSMC and that we need to come from the TSMC manufacturing plants, they're not willing to come. And so because of all those things, the Pentagon just recently announced that they're withdrawing from the CHIPS Act participation and instead have opted to build a port in the Philippines pointed directly at Taiwan. So when Taiwan gets invaded, which, by the way, the only reason to build a port pointed at a country is you are directly expecting that country to be invaded at a given point in time.
Right.
Which, if you assess the time frame required to build a port and add maybe 6 months to 2 years to that, that is the intel that the Pentagon likely has as to when Taiwan will be invaded by China.
Unless we're already way behind schedule.
Yeah, unless we're already way behind schedule and the intel's bad and they've actually been planning it for a long time, almost as if like they knew that our smart bombs are made in China. Sorry, Taiwan. My apologies. Because technically it's, according to the Taiwanese, it's an independent nation, and according to China, it's their property.
Right.
But you know, to the victor, the spoils.
Let me ask you something from chat. Emerald wants to know, what if the U.S. sends supplies to NATO, or would that not be possible in terms of whether or not NATO would collapse?
Even if we sent supplies to NATO, how the issue is, you remember that whole pipeline that everybody was bitching about that we were going to build from Canada to here?
Yeah.
And we were all like, oh, that's going to be bad for the blah, blah, blah. Well, it wasn't, for starters. Those pipelines are more secure than, you know, a virgin's asshole. Yeah. Those pipelines exist because the astronomical costs of moving liquids and gases from point A to point B are so crippling in nature that by the time you ship them through trucks and through trains from point A to point B, and you get them to the end point, which would be the consumer, the cost per gallon and per square cubic foot would be so outrageously expensive that the consumer couldn't afford the good anymore. And so unless it was government subsidized through astronomical tax dollars, which is, again, you're just robbing Peter to pay Paul at that point, you're calling it taxes when really it's you're paying your gas bill on a subsidized means.
Right.
It wouldn't work financially. And that's why those gas pipes exist. That's why Gazprom is so important to Europe. That's why they were so upset when someone blew up one of the pipes.
Nord Stream.
Which it was us. Yeah, it was us.
It was us.
Everyone knows it was us.
Everyone knows it was us, and I was saying it was probably us months before we finally got the confirmation. It was like, that was one of the things I called, and I was absolutely right. It's like, dude, it was fucking obviously us. We're really the only ones who have the military tech to do that.
It was so obvious too that it was one of those, oh well, we'll go fuck them up by cutting off their ability to make money. And Germany was literally like, our people will factually die if you shoot 2 more of those. We will all die. And that's why they stopped exploding. That is the only reason why they stopped exploding. Is because they were like, oh fuck, we'll kill all of Germany if we blow these up. Which was the hindsight after Germany was like, if we don't have this pipe, we freeze to death in the winter. Because that is how ignorant that we are strategically from a think tank perspective as a defense institution on a global perspective. We don't even know that our allies need our enemies to stay alive, which is terrifying.
Listen to me. I've read the research. Yeah. I've looked at these briefs I'm talking about. Okay, I've looked at the pipeline bombing, and I've looked at the NATO position in Russia, and I'm telling you, I know what the problem is. They're putting chemicals in the water that are turning the intelligentsia gay.
It's gay. It's turning the
No, the intelligentsia. They're making them gay.
Intelligentsia.
They're putting chemicals in the politicians.
They're putting chemicals in the politicians. Hopefully.
Literally, they are.
Only hope.
Literally, they are with Biden.
Only hope. Like, but the outcome is in this is how I see it playing out. NATO is a very weak institution. That we've always been their muscle. We are the gorilla in the room, and that has always been the case. We pay for everything because we're the behemoth. Texas is like 12 NATO nations by itself. California was NATO combined in terms of economic powerhouse, and it was just disgusting how much money we produce. And that's why we have a defense budget of our next 28 allies combined. And that's okay. We're the gorilla in the room. It's what we do. But you have to remember, China and Russia's defense budgets are close to ours. And that means that they spend what equates to the next 28 of our allies combined in defense spending, which means they are each one of us. And so when you take us out of the picture, you say there are 2 gorillas in a room full of naked high school students. This only ends one way. They are landlocked with those motherfuckers. We are an ocean the fuck away. And that has ultimately always been our major defense, which is, if you can fucking get here, is the first conversation. If you can make it here, then you got to get by every blade of grass another gun. And the fucking mountain ranges. Just to get where you need to go. Not including the fact that we have a fuckload of military bases all over the country. That's why we never get invaded. That's why we'll never get invaded. They don't need to invade. They just need to take over a handful of positions. The first one being the one that's already contested already, which is the Suez Canal, 18% of global trade. They need to take over the China Sea, which China's already taken over, which has caused issues for our APAC region. And then they need to do something about shipments to Australia, which China already dominates. And then you have to be able to do something about Africa, which, if you have been watching the news, Niger just effectively expelled all U.S. presence.
Yeah, I heard something about that.
Yeah, so that's Africa for the Belt Road Initiative. That's Europe, which it's already in place. You've got landlocking with Russia, who has more weapons and bodies to throw at the wall than the Zerg. And they have absolutely zero inclinations to do anything otherwise, apparently. And then you have China, who hasn't even activated their military yet, or any of their spending, for that matter. And then you've got Iran, who fucking hates us and has sponsored 3 separate nation-state-sponsored terrorist organizations to torture us and engage us on pretty much every plane on 20-plus countries. You've got North Korea, who has fucking hated us for forever, who could turn all of South Korea into a parking lot on a whim, which they've openly said that they would do multiple times. And if we go to war, that is the first thing that they're going to do, is turn South Korea into a parking lot. And then China's going to deploy forces across NATO. Russia's already in NATO, effectively, because NATO came up to them, which is what started this entire pissing contest to begin with. And then you've got India, who's probably going to be the first country to stab us in the back because of all the bad things that we've done to India for a very long time. India's on incredibly good terms with Russia and China, by the way, relative to us. They may have a history with China.
I don't know if I would agree with you that they're on good terms with China compared to us.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'll swallow that one from you, bro.
Yeah. I would say so.
How do you figure? How do you figure? There's
starters,
active conflict at the border.
There's active posturing at the border, which they've always done. It's just both powers effectively cucking at each other. It's like watching two male elk, like face down, but they never do anything. It's like or dogs. I actually liken it to dogs barking at each other through like a chain link fence, and when you open the fence, neither of them do anything. They've never done anything, and they'll never do anything because they're next door neighbors with nukes. They can't do anything. They're too geographically close to one another. You can't even respond to a nuclear attack in that time frame. You're just going to get hit. And they both have nukes. They both know that. There's no winning if they go to war. And they both know it. But what they also know is that India and China both have a special hatred for the UK. And that's because of Taiwan. Well, China's beef with the UK is the Taiwan situation. And then India's beef with the UK is the Ottoman Empire's enslavement over 150 plus years. And the brutal treatment of their people that entire time frame. Which, by the way, is why they're in the current state that they are. And so, if nothing else, they'll agree to blow up the UK and then settle their beef afterwards. Okay. If nothing else, because the enemy of my enemy is my friend mindset.
Now let me ask you this. Where do you think North Korea factors in here anywhere except for artillerying the fuck out of South Korea?
Artillerying the fuck out of South Korea. That'll probably be the extent of their beef. They might move forces beyond the North Korea-South Korea area, but my expectation is this. They're going to obliterate all of South Korea, which is the open, understood military doctrine and practice for Korea. The expectation is you have 30 seconds until you're dead for sure. And in that 30 seconds, you're supposed to communicate the fact back to the U.S. military to the fact that North Korea has started the invasion and then just get completely and utterly vaporized by the super artillery cannons. And they're expecting them to take the vast majority all the way down to the southern tips of South Korea. And then we're expecting to do beach landings at the southern tips and push all the way back in. That's the current delusion. The reality will be North Korea will obliterate South Korea and use extreme violence and just obliterate South Korea. There will be no invasion because we can't fight North Korea in South Korea and in China, in Taiwan, and simultaneously take on the Russians in Ukraine while also fighting Yemenis, the Houthis in Israel, while also simultaneously fighting in Pakistan, while also dealing with all the crazy shit going on in Africa from Niger. We can't be in every place at the same time. We physically don't have the body count.
Right.
We don't have enough men. We just don't have enough men. We don't have enough ships.
So,
and we don't have the
going
support
back
of the
to North Korea, I'm curious. What has you convinced that all of that artillery is still functional? Because remember, they've been failing to feed their people for like 50 years. That country literally doesn't have lights on at night. Why do you think their massive arsenal is still entirely functional?
Because it's propaganda. The first thing you ask yourself this, you just said it, it's a perfect example. Is North Korea's population growing?
I don't know.
Here, let's look it up.
Hey, Jeremy. What are these roll things I'm looking at?
They're pork and cheese.
Nice.
So, according to Google, according to the World Bank, North Korea's growth rate is 0.4%. South Korea's growth rate is negative 0.2%. Russia's growth rate is negative 0.4%. So North Korea is maintaining their population. If they were factually starving to death, that number would be negative because that would mean they're starving to death.
Okay, whoa, no, okay, bullshit. I'm going to call bullshit on that one, and here's why. Okay. Humanity, for most of its history prior to the Industrial Revolution, every fucking country had a peasant class that was half starved to death all the time. That does not mean that you cannot expand your population. People can be absolutely fucking starving and they will still fuck like rabbits, and Africa is unequivocal proof of that.
Yes, but then you also look at the life expectancy charts. And so when you look at the life expectancy charts for, like, say, for instance, let's look at one of the poverty areas that you're talking about, like Chad and Nigeria. Their population's, like, life expectancy is 59. When you look at North Korea is 77.45. Ours is 83, to give you a comparison. So they're living almost as long as we are. In Australia is 87 because they don't poison themselves. Russia is 78. So they're living almost as long as Russians and almost as long as the Chinese. So when you start to compare that to other places, they're actually not doing that bad in terms of life expectancy. If they were truly living a life of severe malnutrition, their life expectancy would match that of areas like Chad and Niger, where it's 59. But it's not.
You underestimate how long you can keep someone alive malnourished.
I'm not saying you can't keep them alive, but when you start to get old, if you're malnourished and you're old, you're going to die. There's just no two ways about that. Your body doesn't have the capacity to survive any type of shock type event, whether it's an illness, a surprise injury, anything of that nature. It doesn't have the energy to heal itself if it suffers through severe malnutrition for an extensive period of time. It doesn't have the energy reserves to be able to conduct the genesis processes required to do repairs. It physically lacks the caloric capacity to conduct work. And so you're going to die. And again, that's why areas like Chad have a substantially lower life expectancy than other countries, because they are severely malnourished as an overall population.
I'm not entirely convinced of what you're saying. I think I understand your argument, and it's a good argument. But I disagree with it because there's other factors that are mitigating to the extent of making up the difference. One, Chad has an IQ problem. That country's average IQ is below room temperature. North Korea does not have the same problem. That spirals into many, many fields of life preservation, among them medicine and medical capacity. And again, if you have even remotely decent first world or even first world 50 years ago medicine, it becomes much easier to extend someone's life even if they're not in optimal health. You can keep someone alive in extremely poor health for 20 years with modern medicine.
But listen to your argument. Listen to your argument for a second. I'm sorry to interrupt. Apologies for that. Not being disrespectful or anything.
Go ahead.
Listen to your argument. You're structuring an argument of they're starving their people, but they're going to give them advanced medical care.
I didn't say advanced medical care. I said first world. I said first world from 50 years ago. And you have to remember all the aid they get from the U.S. that is designed specifically to ward off the population collapse. Bro, if North Korea wasn't getting all the aid that they do get from us, their population would be collapsing.
Well, to the best of my knowledge, North Korea's primary source of aid is actually China. They're the largest donor, according to BBC
primary.
too. Yeah, according to BBC.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But that's like the last shipment they sent was in like 2012.
They're getting all this aid from various countries, and their population still isn't above 0.04.
Yeah, but the same thing can be said for Chad and Nigeria, and their life expectancy is still 59.
Well, and then we come back to the IQ thing, don't we? And the instability thing. Chad has civil uprisings and gang violence at par for the course. North Korea does not have that problem.
North Korea has uprisings. They just get crushed. Violently. Holy shit, it's 75? Wow.
Plate or something? No.
Oh my god, that is so bad.
What's 75?
IQ. Oh, Nigeria is 67. I wonder if there's a direct. Oh yeah, stupid people die. Yeah. Nigeria's is 67.
Yes. The entire African continent has a huge IQ problem.
Chad is 75. What's Niger? $97. Damn, that is so low. Well, so what's the quotient for mental retardation in the U.S.?
I think anything below like 76, 75 is considered low grade or high functioning mental retardation.
Wow. Oh, that's Canada. Sorry. Yeah, 70. You're right. Wait, hang on. Here's a better way to put that. Minimum IQ to serve in U.S. military.
It's
92.
86. Oh,
92
is it?
according
92
to this.
now?
Yeah.
Okay, they updated it. It used to be 86, if I remember correctly.
That's citing the ASVAB. Let me check somewhere else. Yeah, 103 for a soldier, which means they're slightly smarter than persons. Oh, 93. So it's 93 to prohibition below 81. So preference is above 93, prohibition is below 81. So 82 is the standard. So the average person in Nigeria and Chad legally can't serve in the U.S. military because their IQ is too low.
Yep.
That is wild.
Isn't it? Yeah, when you start looking into some of the facts like that, it kind of explains a lot of things, in my opinion. I think
but
people
then you
underestimate.
Look at Australia. But look at Australia. I know IQ of Australia.
Australia's IQ is actually pretty good. I think
it's 99.
Yeah.
But they've got to be fucking retarded. Look where they live. Bro,
oh my God,
the world's top 10 deadliest everythings by every fucking category is their continent. It's their fucking continent. It's like all the deadly shit moved to the corner of Pangea, and when it just floated the fuck off, the Australians were like, wait, hold the boat, and jumped on the fucking island, and then it just sailed the fuck off. Like, and they stay there.
You're ridiculous, bro.
Bro, they stay there. Like, and have you seen their political... Their whole fucking continent, for the most part, is a fucking desert.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Where's Sam Kinison when we need him?
And the top deadliest every fucking category is there. So if the wildlife doesn't fucking kill you, the flora doesn't kill you, the fucking land doesn't kill you, you have to deal with the other fucking Aussies. It's just, I don't get it.
These are really good. Really, really good.
What about the hang on. Oh,
it's
I
like
gotta
a
check
barbecue
that.
hot pocket, but without the AIDS.
Yeah.
Without the AIDS, absolutely. 98. They're smarter than us. What? Oh. Oh, feminists aren't gonna like that.
Why do you want to know, Nada Moshi?
Well, I mean, to be fair, they had to get smart to live with all the top 10 deadliest bullshits in the fucking rest of the world.
Right. Exactly.
I mean, in all fairness, they probably got eaten. All the dumb people probably got eaten.
All the dumb people got edified and poisonified.
Yep. But yeah, according to this, the average male in the U.S. is 99 IQ and the average female is 97.
So what we're just waiting on is the social media challenge, Darwin Awards, to speed up the process, so that way the average IQ of the United States can go back up. Is what we're saying, right?
Well, according to this statistic,
not sure what you're saying makes sense. Gun to my head, I'd pick Israel.
Fuck it. According to this statistic, the average IQ of African Americans is 85. Read verbatim. I wonder what next.
That emoji. Welcome to the adventure. Hope you enjoy your stay.
Chinese. 104. Holy shit. Indiana is 76.
Ooh.
What the fuck?
He said, "What the fuck?"
Bro, that's 20. That's 23 points below the national average. What the fuck happened to them?
Nothing good.
What's the average IQ of New Jersey?
Oh god. Non-existent. Negative. They won't even tell me.
I mean, bro, you should have known I was. Did you not see my
trying
Twitch
to
tags?
protect my feelings.
You should have known I was pro-Trump just by
Okay,
looking
not
at my
mine.
tags down there.
Fucking hurt my feelings. New Jersey. Let me find it on the map. There it is. Well, I guess on the tile. It's not. That's not useful. Give me the information, asshole. According to New Hampshire, it's 103. So the smartest people in the country are in fucking New Hampshire, which doesn't surprise me. Why they're trying to get the fuck out. Yeah. Although I will say this, the world's smartest
Peace out,
girl,
Emerald.
yeah, is a 6-year-old with an IQ of 137, so she's probably dragging up New Jersey's averages. Oh, I deleted that word.
Come in and ask him yourself, Blizzo.
102. 102 is New Jersey. $102 for Minnesota too, which I don't doubt because that's where all the bankers are. What was Blizz's question?
Oh God. All right, fine. Ask Foul Lie Nor, what is the overall average IQ?
What, he called me Foul Lie Nor?
He called you Foul Lie Nor. He claims you lie about things.
Oh, then he can just go fuck himself then. He can look it up in damn stuff. You're gonna throw insults around, then you can go fuck yourself.
Yeah, that's why I told him to come in here and ask him.
Yeah.
Ask himself.
You know what? No, I'm gonna be the better man. As I just very fucking recently said, the average for males is 99. The average for females is 97. That would make the median 98. Because if you add 99 and 97 and divide by 2, it's 90 fucking 8. He must be from Indiana. You see what I did there?
Oh yeah, that's right. You're from Indiana, aren't you, Maru?
But we still love you, Maru.
We do. We love Maru. Him and his boneyard, no homo.
But yeah. No, man, I think the whole thing's about to go to hell in a handbasket.
I mean, yeah, you kind of made that explicitly clear.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest red flag for me is when companies like Costco are selling silver.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the biggest, because you're literally commercializing one of the most fundamental and boring investment grade assets in existence, which is bullion, and you're making it publicly available at a wholesaler, and that just is a huge indicator that something's just terribly, terribly wrong with the economy, especially if people are struggling to buy food, and yet they have money to buy silver rounds. Which means they're far more worried about the long-term stability, and this is why I'm concerned about it. What it tells me is people are struggling to buy food for their families. That's a given. And yet they have the money, or they are making a budget specifically for the ability to buy the silver.
Yep.
That's what concerns me. And the fact that companies like Costco, who specialize in wholesale of SKUs, which is why they don't have a lot, are constantly selling out of both the gold and the silver. That's what concerns me. Because it's in a fight, and this is why I get back to saying why I said a long time ago is, like, even though I have a lot of friends in the Ukraine and I speak there actively, Ukraine's not going to win the fight. Ukraine will lose this war. That's 100% certain.
100%.
And the reason why isn't even because of the military. It's not because of the military.
People who aren't struggling aren't buying their
we had a
bullion
vastly
at Costco,
superior
Vivian.
fighting force to the Afghani people when we invaded, and we lost that fight. We 1,000% lost that fight, and we lost it because they never lost hope.
Oh,
regardless
Liza,
of how vastly
keep it up
superior
and you'll cop
the
a
fighting force
timeout for
was
the
that
rest
they
of
were
the night.
facing,
Just saying.
they never gave up. They fought us every single day for 25 fucking years until they won, until they forced us out. We were the invaders, and they did everything in their power to get rid of us. It is common knowledge that the Ukrainian male population is actively fleeing the country to avoid being drafted.
Yep.
They are factually leaving, quitting the battlefield, deserting the military. They are leaving. The women have already abandoned the country. They're all over the globe right now, and they're actively partying and living their new best life in other countries, and they have zero intentions of going back. They're not coming back to the Ukraine. The women have left. And so the men have also fled. A large portion of them, to the point where they're actively enlisting people in their 50s and 60s and even 70s in some rare cases to fight in this war. The people have given up hope. That is why they will lose. It has
literally
nothing to do.
Down syndrome patients.
Yeah. Like, it's when a people has given up hope, or when you have destroyed hope, that is when you win as a military strategist. It has nothing to do with winning the actual battle. If I can cripple your hope, if I can cripple your morale, your soldiers will not have the capacity and tenacity to fight the battle at their best efficiencies and their greatest capabilities, because they've already been given into despair. They've already been beaten by the despair, by the fear, by the sorrow, and that's why they're going to lose. And it sucks, because I have a lot of great friends there. But as far as I'm concerned, whether they want to acknowledge it or not, they're Russians now, because Russia will win. And it's because they quit. And there's nothing we can do about it. It's why nobody's sending troops, which, in all fairness, I agree with. And the simple argument is if you won't fight for your own country, why should our people fight for yours? That's a fair argument.
Hello?
Who that?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So, what are you guys talking about? I didn't know
Panda.
you started a Discord server. Why do you guys start a new Discord server?
Why did I start a new Discord server? To host these conversations.
I know, but there was a voice channel on the other one, right?
Panda, I don't want to let certain people into my old server. The old server is a haven from stupid people. I'll let anyone in here.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Ouch.
Ouch. So what are you guys talking about right now?
Right now, we're talking about the Ukraine-Russia thing and how Ukraine is fucked.
Listen, I don't know much about the Ukraine-Russia situation, so basically I think the bottom line is that most Ukrainians would rather not be part of Russia unless they're in like parts of eastern Ukraine. And
No, because
so long
they're
as
heads of other countries right now, because they don't give a shit about their own country.
Yeah, they quit the field and fled their own country. They don't give a shit about what country they are, as long as they're not going to war to fight for their own.
Yeah, Ukraine experiment failed.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
And now you've been caught up on pretty much the rest of the conversation.
Well, honestly, it's a perfect example of what's going to happen to our country. They have similar mindsets behaviorally as we do. And so when our younger people are faced with having to go to war to fight for their country, they're not going to. They're going to flee. They're going to run.
One of the problems with younger people is that like they just get caught up in so much bullshit.
What?
They don't want to fight.
It's not that we don't care about the country per se. It's, well, we kind of don't care. It's
we don't
it's
care about
complicated. We don't give a shit.
It's not that we don't care about the country, it's that we don't care for the country.
We care about the country, but we don't care about what
you don't care about the country's wars. You don't care about the country's wars. You don't care about the country's conflicts. You care about being an American from the perspective of what historically has always been being an American, which is you love your freedoms, you love your liberties, you love
No,
country.
We just modern America.
Yeah. You love your country. You don't give a shit about other countries, and that's been our historical stance for a very long time. After we beat the British,
back to Monroe Doctrine.
Yeah, after we beat the British, our business was that our policy of our business is our business, and we don't give a fuck about yours, as long as you don't give a fuck about ours. And that's what we maintained as a policy. And we stayed out of everybody's bullshit, and we minded our own damn business. And that was the country that was successful. That was the country that was prosperous. That was the country that was well structured. That was the country that had a strong currency. That was the country that had good morality, that had a strong vision. It had good development strategies. It had great leadership. It didn't have a shitload of social programs, and everyone was gainfully fucking employed to the nines. And houses back then would cost you about 2, maybe 3 years of salary for a great home.
Yeah.
And that's including the car on a single income with, 3 to 4 kids.
Man, things were great back when America wasn't always up the ass of another nation for the whole, 50 years. That
back
was the
when
case.
back when we weren't playing Mommy to the Universe. Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, speaking of Mommy to the Universe, Papa Russia just vaporized an entire helicopter field of the Ukraines. Speaking of the Ukraines. Yep.
No
They
surprise.
played mommy with Ukraine's borrowed toys and turned them all into piles of plastic and metal. Yeah, probably that whole thing about them bombing, one of Russia's oil fields. Probably retaliation for that.
Well, I mean, it's also just a war. It could just be,
Yeah, it's really, they're killing each other. It's kind of a thing.
Yeah, it's kind of how
they're
that's all
doing
done.
it. Except they're doing it at the expense of our tax dollars, and that's the part that.
Technically, Poland gave them a handful of hand-me-downs. So did the UK.
They gave them a handful of hand jobs.
All right. Germany gave them some busted-ass tanks. And I think, what the fuck was it?
To summarize the war, we've been bankrolling it so 2 idiots can kill each other. And meanwhile, Europe has been grandstanding and taking all the women.
Yeah, pretty much. They've been, and one thing I will say about Ukraine is it's absolutely flooded with highly attractive women. And so it kind of does suck the fact that they got all that. Because,
Zach, you're right. We are Europe's pay pig.
Yeah, we are Europe's pay pig. Yeah. We are Europe's pay pig. And, yeah.
I feel like one of the reasons why we're so financially involved in this conflict is because both parties involved that are actually doing the fighting have enough shit to blackmail our own fucking president.
Well, if you remember correctly,
No shit.
The involvements of the Ukraine are heavily circled around, from a political perspective, a lot of the involvements of a lot of the funny business that we do as a country. We do a lot of our funny business everywhere else but here.
Mm-hmm.
And Ukraine is one of the most popular destinations of said funny business. Everything from our biological labs for weapons development, which we totally said that we didn't have when we absolutely did. The paperwork was just mind-boggling, and I was kind of flabbergasted that we would be dumb enough to try to lie about that in the first place. Because I was just like, it's common conversation at the Pentagon about the fact that we have bioweapons labs in Ukraine. The logic is actually pretty sound, which is if something were to happen at a most catastrophic level and something were to get out, it would get out in the Ukraine and not here, which is bad, but it's not that bad for us. I mean, it's bad. We'd have to isolate that region, but it's not in our backyard, it's in someone else's. And that's the logic.
It's bad since Ukraine's pretty much the breadbasket of Europe and was one of the most populated areas of Europe.
Yeah, but again, it's not that bad for us because we are our own breadbasket. It would suck for them, but it won't kill us.
I thought Poland had more people than Ukraine.
We just created our own problem,
they
but
do
we
now.
gave it to somebody else, so it's not...
Yeah, exactly. We created our own problem, and we made it in someone else's backyard. And then that's pretty much what we've historically done for the past probably 100 years, is we make our own problems somewhere else. But that's pretty much sums up a lot of the things in the Ukraine. There's a lot of shady dealings that are done there. It's just like all the crazy shady shit that we do with the UK. I mean, we have a ton of interactions with the UK and UK agencies because the things that they can do, like spying on American citizens, is totally legal, and we can't. And they can't spy on their own people, but we totally can. And so we just do shady fucking shit for each other, and therefore we're not breaking our own laws because we didn't do it, someone else did. It's
and Vivian, fair on us on World War, post World War I. That's Europe's fault for asking us to lend them a shit ton of money.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we lent a lot of people a lot of money.
Over, and it got worse.
Well, Europe, honestly, Europe's fault, it lies solely in what happened in Britain. Britain was one of the, and still is, one of the strongest financial institutions in the world. Because they have that old money. I'm talking like ancient money, like from the Ottoman Empire.
Old money families.
Yeah, and through the old money families and through the maintenance of old monies. And they've maintained that status because one thing that they are phenomenally good at is managing their finances. And that's for a handful of people. But the problem is that they've created so many social programs because of immigration that they ended up crippling their entire country, and it put them in a position of destitution, which is ultimately what led to Brexit to begin with. And now that they're out of Brexit, well, no, the old money families are managing their own money. They're not taking somebody else's. They have their own money.
Like which families?
Oh, I mean, you've got tons of families. I mean, you could start with the royal family, who owns over 50% of all the land by mass. You've got like the Rockefellers through their historical wealth management funds, plural. Real property funds, plural. Who are some other good ones?
I guess Rothschilds.
Yeah, Rothschilds we already mentioned though. I think it's the good ones. I don't want to say that fucking
Zach,
old asshole.
Is Zach trying to speak?
Am I trying to speak? No. Not right now.
He's bleeping in and out.
The Percy family. Then you've got the Atkin family, the Ansley family. Technically you've got Soros, but I fucking hate that asshole.
Soros was Hungarian.
No, Soros is our asshole.
Yeah, but he has a lot of presence in Britain because of the fact that he fucking bankrupted him.
Yeah.
By the way, that's how he made his money. He blew up the currency.
You need to have stabler currency, and you need to not peg it against other people.
Yeah, the Cadogan family, the Reuben family. I mean, there's just a handful of old money families. But then there's like the ancient families, like the Rothschilds, where the letter goes from a B to a T, and then it's just a whole different ball game of fuck you. Like fuck you money is like I can go, and I'll go buy your house, burn that bitch down, piss in the ashes, and then build a statue of me fucking your mom where your house used to be.
Yeah, I actually heard, and I don't know if this is a conspiracy theory or conspiracy fact, that the Rothschilds were actually parting up with the Pope
over America.
With the what?
A lot of the Vivian. Honestly, the French are more a cause of America being the guard fire it is right now than the British. A lot of the socialist shit that got shipped over to America didn't come from Russia. It started in France that separated itself from the Russian socialists.
Well, it came from Yugoslavia.
It came up with brilliant things like social justice. Literally comes from fucking France.
Well, no, it came from Yugoslavia because in the collapse of the USSR, the Socialist Party, technically it was the Communist Party of Yugoslavia, rebranded itself as the Socialist Party of Yugoslavia because socialists weren't being slaughtered and communists were, and so if they simply changed their name to socialist, they didn't get murdered. And then a lot of those people, old money, because the area was falling apart and deteriorating, they fled to places like France and Britain and a couple other areas, Germany, and they reestablished themselves, and then they propagated from there to other places like eastern coast, western coast of the U.S., as, France started to experience similar issues. But yeah. That's where socialism comes from. It's Yugoslavic communism.
Well, I was just saying that I heard something that the Rothschilds were actually trying to collaborate with the Pope to create something called inclusive capitalism or something like that.
I've never heard of that.
And maybe Zach can pull it up on stream, but yeah, I heard that. So it's the Pope and the Rothschilds. So the Catholic tradition Rothschilds were trying to do a inclusive capitalism initiative or something like
No
that.
idea. Well, what I can tell you is the Pope definitely doesn't have the coin to swing that, because they would have gone bankrupt without the donations from Mother Teresa, because of terrible mismanagement of financial resources by the Vatican as a whole. But as for inclusive capitalism, it almost sounds like they're trying to leverage a means of distribution of loans and assets as a
like some ESG stuff. But Zach, did you hear anything about that?
Yeah. The Council of Inclusive Capitalism. Who are the members?
Yeah, that's. Wait, I think I see it.
You got
It's a
Bainoff
group.
from Salesforce. Yeah, this just seems like a bunch of people that aren't actually going to contribute anything, because these are all executives and their assets from everybody I've seen, like Tata. You've got Merck, the president of Merck. All these guys have their money. Yeah. All these guys have their money. Estee Lauder. Yeah, they're all stock based people, so it's all fluff piece. It's all fucking fluff piece. Yeah. They'd have to sell their positions in their companies to generate the capital to actually do anything meaningful.
Yeah, I think it's like, but the weird thing with ESG is like it's sort of destructive, but I don't even know why they do ESG, because consumers don't really like it, and it doesn't really help their profit.
Yeah. And to be honest, I'm looking at their capitalization right now. They don't have enough capital to do anything meaningful.
Like I don't get what incentive there is to do ESG, because even on a profit level, it doesn't really make much more.
It doesn't, and it's actually been proven that ESG-based anythings and DEI-based fundings severely underperform people that are matched genders. So like male with male companies and female with female companies, they outperform male with female companies, and the female with females underperform the male with females and the male with males, and minorities, specifically funded minorities, are the lowest performing of all brackets. And so if you're investing for DEI purposes,
not all minorities are the same. I mean, Asians do really well, but blacks don't.
I mean, you're not talking U.S. anymore. Now you're talking JPAC, and I 100% agree with that. A perfect example is less than 50% of American companies are profitable. 85% of Japanese companies are profitable. And so if you're looking for a minority to invest in, get your happy ass out the fuck of the U.S. and go to Japan, because 85% is a mind-shattering statistic.
Or Taiwan or Hong Kong. I mean, just East Asian countries.
I wouldn't go to Taiwan, because you're just gonna end up as a Chinese company in 10 to 15 years. I would go to Japan.
Hong Kong's already getting fucked over.
Yeah, I would go to. I wouldn't go to Hong Kong, because the Chinese already control Hong Kong. I would go to Japan. Right. I would go to Japan, and I would go to the Middle East. If you really wanted a strong investment area.
I know, like the Arab states are a failed state.
Would not go to Israel. I would not agree with that at all. I would say that areas like
the Arab world has just been failing.
Now, Abu Dhabi has been voted again as the world's safest city 5 years in a row. Like it's one of it's. I challenge you to find me anyone. I challenge you and anyone else. The what?
Where's Abu Dhabi? What country is that?
Abu Dhabi?
Yeah.
It's in UAE.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that explains it.
Yeah.
Well, there are some people,
that
very rich
it.
people who have like a city
There's
in UAE.
a difference between the Arabs and the expats that they have in there working. I don't think they actually count the expats in that statistic, because those workers get fucked over hard, and I don't actually think they count that as a statistic, because if they did, it would not be a safe city.
Well, I would disagree with that. They don't get fucked over hard. You got to look at the conditions they're coming from, like living where you currently are.
Look at the conditions that they're in.
What they're in versus what they get there. Look at the conditions of what they're in versus what they get there. A perfect example is what a friend gave to me, which was the quote-unquote poorest person that they've seen in Abu Dhabi was considered a servant, because they only made $85,000 a year and they only drove a Mercedes C-Class. You take that back to Palestine or somewhere like India where they sourced from, and you put someone there making 86,000 driving a Mercedes C-Class, and you have effectively created what they consider the rich man.
Well, in India, they have a lot more inequality in India than a lot of other countries, my understanding is.
Well, you're looking at it from a perspective of a population size that's dramatically larger than every other population center. You start looking at the average European nation, there are 5 to 10 million people. India's got over 1 billion. And so that's, 100 of those European countries smashed into one. So of course they're going to have a massive population that are poor. They're going to have a massive population that's middle class, and they're also going to have a massive population that's wealthy comparatively to the other nations.
If you're poor in India and you're rich in India, the rich person is going to be much more rich relative to the poor person, whereas you go to Europe, the rich person and the poor person are obviously going to be unequal, but they're going to be slightly close.
I would say that a 10% differential is going to be dramatically different, just like in the U.S. I mean, if you look at the top 10% most attractive people in, say, Sweden versus the top 10% most attractive people in, say, China, there are so many more people that it's dramatically harder to make it into that top 10%. But the quality that you're going to have in that top 10%, it's just like with engineers. It sounds impressive. Oh, it's an 85.15 versus an 85.14. It sounds impressive until you realize there's 100,000 people in the graduating class. It's not that surprising because you have that many fucking people. You throw enough numbers at the wall, you're going to get every number on the way down because mathematically you can. And so it's the same exact situation. It's when you start talking the top 0.1 percentile in China versus the top 0.1 percentile in the US, there's going to be a dramatic difference in performance because of the fact there are so many more people to compete against there versus here.
But it also, the other thing to consider is sort of the social conditionings and the existing infrastructure in the country. So in America, we have the Ivy League schools, which are the global best schools, right? Harvard and Stanford. You get the point.
They're perceived as superior schools in regards to name brand.
But your average person globally would much rather go to MIT than almost any university in China. Or
they're paying for the brand. Most people would rather have a Gucci bag than a homemade, genuine handmade leather bag from a master craftsman. Because people know the name Gucci, they don't know the master craftsman. But the quality of the bag will be superior from the master craftsman hand making the bag for you versus buying something.
Not necessarily because the American schools, not just Stanford, Harvard, MIT, Columbia, you get the they are building on an existing societal infrastructure, which since its inception, America has always placed emphasis on I'm going to earn it for myself through higher education, through the liberal arts. In China, they have some history, but before the modern era, they really were poor and deserted, and the only time they really grew was after the Communist Revolution, which wasn't that great compared to say the 200-300 years of higher education America has.
Yeah, but you also have to take into consideration what you consider higher education. When you start considering something like, we'll say the education system of, we'll pick a good university. We'll pick UT. No, we'll pick UTD because it's a universal school that people can apply to universally and want to go to. MIT is on the other side of the country, and most people are going to Texas and Caltech and Berkeley, where all the tech places are, engineering. That's UC where the actual trades are. Yeah, UC Berkeley. Yeah, so when you start talking about schools that people recognize and people value, it's relative to the areas that their immediate employers that are hiring from are. I mean, you've got people coming out of Stanford Business School who can't get a job to save their lives, and people from Wharton who think the average American makes $800,000 a year, which clearly shows that they don't have a fucking clue. But that's neither here nor there. When you start looking at functional schools and actual performance, you start talking schools like Edinburgh. You start talking schools like Oxford. You start talking schools like Tokyo U. You're not talking U.S. schools when they're making incredible leaps and developments in technology, because we don't do that anymore. We have government programs, absolutely, that are attached to universities where they'll pull specific PhD candidates out of, and then they will ship them to places like Argonne National Labs APL. They'll
Well,
ship them to places like
I do think Oxford
JPL.
and some of the. I do think Oxford is particularly good too. I would put Oxford on a scale of like Harvard.
I don't know. Like it would be hard to compare them in terms of the performance of their students. Their employment rates are much better, for sure. Absolutely, for sure. In regards to engineers, though, if there was any school that I could teach at, I've looked at RIT, I've looked at MIT, I've looked at Tokyo U. If you told me I had to pick one of those three, I'm jumping on a plane and flying to JPAC. Like, it's not a question in my mind. And I've already passed up on teaching at RIT. I would much rather teach in Japan. They have a much better attitude towards education, which me personally, I think is what's wrong with this country as a whole. Is we don't value hard work, we don't value education, we don't value performance to the extremes that these countries currently do versus what we historically did.
Where do you think
And the
stereotype of
slippage.
the demanding Asian parents comes from? It doesn't come from
Yeah.
nowhere.
Yeah, they're demanding. They have expectations, and I think that's one of the most important things to begin with.
And
Is
I agree that doesn't
they
exist
have
in
expectations.
America, but
Yeah.
I think that problem in America, it's not necessarily the parents, because the parents aren't necessarily the ones teaching their kids. It's the public schools. Because if you're a parent and you go to work.
You broke it.
No, I didn't break it. I just realized I was fucking muted on stream for a good minute there. God damn it.
My only point is, I think.
Hang on. Let me restate what I was saying for stream. Stream. I was just saying that if we want to talk about the U.S. leaving meritocracy and falling into the absolute, miserable state of mediocrity or even outright decay that we have to go back and talk about the history of liberalism. And I'm not talking about like new age liberalism. I'm talking about the foundations of liberalism as it is in Western philosophy. And then there's a whole conversation that has to take place about the natural evolution of liberalism as a philosophy and what it leads to.
My only point was that, like, it's not about the parents when they teach. They're not the ones teaching their kids not to be meritocracies. It's more the public schools, because if you're a parent and you work 9 to 5, or even if you work 10 to 4, at the end of the day, you're going to want to send your kid to basically daycare. Right now, a lot of public schools are just daycare for parents who otherwise would prefer to send their kids homeschooled.
Right.
And basically.
But you're still only describing a symptom that is, this is just a more recent symptom of a much more ancient disease as far as what the problem is. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, I would say that the real issues, like the actual factual decay in terms of education, we would probably need to roll back to the 40s and 50s time frame forward.
Right, if you wanted to trace that route directly.
Weird decay in education. It started back then because we used to be one of the world leaders in mathletes, in chess players in that time frame. We were the number one. We used to compete and win the Math Olympics, and now we don't compete anymore because we can't place. We literally stopped competing because we stopped winning, to the point where we couldn't even qualify anymore, and that's just depressing. We're in. I think last time I checked, we are in the bottom 25th percentile of first world countries. And some second world countries are outperforming us in education, which is depressing.
It is depressing. It's pathetic.
Yeah.
Do you know who Jonathan Haidt is?
The name's familiar, but I'm not I'm not intimately familiar.
Real quick, if you can look it up on stream, look up Jonathan Haidt, The Righteous Mind. Not The Righteous Mind, sorry. Jonathan Haidt, The Coddling of the American Mind.
The American Psyche guy?
Jonathan Haidt,
Jonathan,
what now?
H-A-I-D-T.
Yeah, the American Psyche guy. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, The Coddling of the American Mind.
Yeah.
And what was the book?
The Coddling of the American
The
Mind.
Coddling. You really need to get the marbles out of your mouth.
Yeah.
Lukanoff and Haidt argue that many problems on campus have their origins in three great untruths that have become prominent in education. What doesn't kill you makes you weaker. Always trust your feelings. And life is a battle between good people and evil people. I mean, that last one is true, though. Always trust. Yeah, you do not always trust your feelings. Life is a battle between good and evil, fundamentally. But what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and that is definitely not what the American education system teaches.
Yeah. Well, my first beef with the American education system is we don't do what places like Japan will, which is if you continue to disrupt class, if you continue to be an issue, if you continue to be a problem, if you continue to refuse to cooperate, they don't have a conversation with you multiple times. They don't have a parent-teacher conference left and right. They just simply kick you out of school.
Right.
And you're done. And you can go work the rice fields as far as they're concerned. Right. And the people who want to be in the education system, who want to learn, who want to grow, who want to develop, they are there. And they are the ones that progress. And the ones that don't compete to be a better version of themselves, they don't. And it's that simple. You can decide where your education ends in Japan as an individual. And either through your performance or by your choice, you do.
Also, Zach, I don't think the modern cultural Marxist movement necessarily has its roots in what we call like old school liberalism.
Okay, here's why that's wrong. at least wrong in a spiritual sense, if you can follow what I mean by that. I would definitely not say that Marxism is a liberal ideology. But the reason that a liberal ideology inevitably leads to things like Marxism is because under a liberal philosophy where anything is open for discussion, where you are completely open to at least looking at new ideas, you are inherently creating a pathway for mimetic warfare to occur. And Marxism is mimetic warfare. It is an idea, it is a belief structure that is inherently designed to destroy and pervert and destroy other belief structures. And liberalism, as a part of its philosophy, opens the door to that. And it has no inherent defense against things like Marxism. Liberalism has no immune system to defend against Marxism. For that, you need ideologies like Stoicism, like Christianity, and so on and so forth.
But first of all, I'm not a liberal. I'm a conservative. But I don't think you understand old school liberalism, because old school liberalism, like John Locke era liberalism, wasn't based off of what you might think of as modern liberalism. It was based off of principles like Stoicism and like Aristotelian virtue. You know, the Golden Rule. Have you ever heard of that? Aristotle's Golden Rule.
The Golden Rule is treat others like you would expect to be treated.
Oh, sorry. The Aristotle's Golden Mean is basically like you don't go to extremes of personality, but basically what we'd consider like Aristotle's virtue ethics. That is what old school liberalism was based off. It just said that basically your virtue ethics should be, you should have some freedom to pursue it as an individual, but it certainly wasn't what we think of as a modern, nothing is real. What's true for you isn't true for me.
Yeah, I'm not talking about modern liberalism. I specifically stated that for the purpose of what I was just saying, I'm referring to classic Western liberalism.
No, I don't think that applies to classic Western liberalism. I think it applies more to modern.
Well, then we fundamentally disagree on that.
Well, I would say more simplistically, Marxism and liberalism and capitalism as a collective whole don't mix to any degree or extent, because Marxism's idea is if your ideology conflicts with mine whatsoever, you're part of the opposing party and should be destroyed or depowered and silenced.
Right.
And it fundamentally, there is no protection from that other than to destroy it in totality, because if you allow it to take root and continue to spread, it will continue to spread by its nature, because of the fact that it will cause the failure of capitalism by its natural design, which will in turn cause school systems to fail because they are fundamentally funded by capitalism from a literal sense, which is driven by property values. They're a percentage basis of property values and net incomes from proceeds from capitalism. And by defunding the schools, by effectively destroying or disrupting them, you disrupt the means to finance education, and there in turn increase the likelihood of persons turning to Marxism because of the lack of capitalism, because of the inability to generate jobs, because of lack of education, and it becomes a self-defeating loop.
But I have to disagree with you there, because you don't need a failing in the system for Marxism to take hold. Because there will always be people who have less than some other people, and a percentage of those people will always be bitter, and people who are bitter turn to Marxism.
Yeah, but the issue is that even if the system's not failing, it inevitably immediately will start to, because you're going to start attacking the people who have the most, and that's going to naturally repel them from that system, as we've witnessed in the U.S. as thousands and tens of thousands. This year, last year, and the year before that were rolling record-breaking flights of capital, with more and more millionaires and billionaires permanently leaving the country and surrendering their citizenship. To the point where another perfect example was California creating the exit tax because they lost so much capital. And they're now currently operating in a perpetual deficit where they initially had a perpetual surplus. And the issue with that is people with resources have the means to leave a region, which is why they have resources. If you continue to pressure the people with the resources to leave, they will leave naturally. And now that you're no longer the top dog because you're now gone, that makes somebody else the top dog, and now they are the target, and that cycle repeats itself very, very rapidly until there are no more top dogs from any sense of the word. There will always be someone, as you said, Zach, with less than you, but the reality is when you go from having billionaires and trillionaires to billionaires to millionaires and middle class to just middle class, eventually you have no one with wealth or money of any kind, and economies roll on the ability to capacitate lending. And lending exists on the basis of having capital and having means in a reserve centralized system to begin with. Otherwise, you cause hyperinflation. And that's what countries like Venezuela and El Salvador and other places of that nature have experienced, is when you run the people off with the resources to make a difference, then you end up creating a system to where you're stealing from the poor to give to the more poor, which only creates a self-perpetuating system of failure.
Well,
you need
in the case
capital
of El Salvador, recently they elected a really good guy, Bukake, who has done a lot of good stuff to fight the cartel.
Yeah, the first thing he did was he obliterated the cartels by incarcerating effectively all of them that he could get his claws on, and he just crushed it with an iron fist. And the changing of that system where you're forcing people from sorry, I saw something really funny. Where you crush them and you force them from going to a life of crime, which is easy and effort-free, to being forced to actually working in the economy or going to jail in the worst conditions possible. You're going to start to drive the economy, which again, given the opportunity to choose between crime and choose between gainful employment, most people reasonably, if the effort isn't substantial, will choose the legal route because there's less resistance and less risk. People prefer safety over significant ease of prosperity. They will pick the easier option versus the better option, which is demonstrated in people that are addicted to socialism and socialist programs. Because it's easier to get less money that's guaranteed from a strong military-backed source than it is to go out and create that value yourself, which is why a lot of them refuse to leave the social programs behind by going out and getting gainful employment. And that's part of the problem with the system is designed to punish you if you do that, which I don't agree with. I think that if you qualify for those programs, you should be on those programs while working until you can build yourself up. And those programs will further financially back you until you're well established beyond a substantial means into the middle class sector would be my preference. And then you are slowly weaned off of those programs instead of, oh, well, you went and got a minimum wage job, so we're going to cut your food stamps in half and immediately put you in a situation to where you either have to quit your job or watch your family starve.
Hey,
and
Biscuit,
that defeats the purpose of the program. The program is to set you up for success.
More
And this is what makes me very angry about the things that I do pay for.
More conversation than debate, but yeah.
I don't mind paying for programs that are effective. I do mind paying for $3,000 toilet seats.
Right.
I would agree with that. But Zach, just could you look up Aristotle's golden mean or something like that?
Are you saying golden mean or meme?
MEAN.
The golden mean or golden middle way is the desirable middle between two extremes, one of excess and the other of deficiency. It appeared in Greek through at least as early as the Delphic maxim, nothing in excess, which was discussed in Plato's Philebus. Is a principle of moderation intended to serve the best interest of one's stakeholders and publics, rather than a tactic of negotiation. Adherents of the golden mean are not expected to do what another individual or organization wants simply to pacify them, but would choose to take a moderate path rather than acting on extremes. Golden mean is a tool to gauge where virtue falls between two vices. Excess and deviancy describes ethical virtue as disposition, a tendency induced by it to...
Well, basically the point of it is that I think with classical...
Okay, so yeah, what point are you making by citing this?
Well, I think classical liberalism, so John Locke era liberalism, or founding father stuff, and I still have the ideological disagreements with it for other reasons, that it was trying to basically achieve a golden mean where they're trying to balance having a community, but that community would be made up of virtuous people. But the difference between classical liberalism and what we call conservatism is that although individuals in it are virtuous, there is more autonomy for the individual to change society in a virtuous manner. But the difference between that classical liberalism and modern cultural Marxism is that it still recognizes the importance of community. It's just unlike more traditional conservatism.
Kid, slow down and enunciate a little bit better. I'm having a lot of trouble understanding you.
Okay, is this better?
Yes.
He's reading something. Let him read.
Basically, I would propose that old school classical liberalism, unlike modern cultural Marxist type thinking, was based on the golden mean between the individual pursuing their values and their values being virtuous enough to serve the community. Whereas cultural Marxism is all about basically, individual overcoming oppression and not at all about community. But classical liberalism was still different from conservatism because conservatism ultimately believes traditions make the individual as opposed to individuals make the traditions. But I still think it's fundamentally a different modus operandum than modern liberalism or cultural Marxism.
I don't inherently disagree with anything that you just said. I do think there's I think you're failing to understand the whole point I'm making by saying that Marxism infiltrates liberalism as a natural consequence of liberalism's structure as a philosophy. But that's, I mean, are you contesting my point there with what you're saying?
No, it depends what type of liberalism. I think that's more of a modern liberalism problem than a classical.
Well, so no, it's not a modern liberalism problem. That is a classical liberalism problem. Because classical liberalism is open to all debate. as a main tenet of the philosophy. John Locke would have a conversation with anyone. That's one of the things that characterized the birth of this nation, was anyone had a seat at the table as long as they weren't a piece of shit and owned land and could read and write.
Well, my thoughts on the golden mean from a holistic perspective applied to modern practice would be, we are somewhere between the golden mean and eccentric living, and we're not actually at, as a median, as a society, at the golden mean anymore. Because historically, if you look at something like from a standard of living, a perfect example is a standard of living, and standards of living should improve over time historically as technology improves and the means to do things are developed further, obviously within a reasonable expectation.
Right.
However,
a poor
if you
person today lives like a king 1,000 years ago. Yes.
Exactly. But that's 1,000 years ago. If you look at the difference in America from the 1970s to today, the average house back then was 1,200 to 1,600 square feet. The average square footage for a house today is between 2,000 and 2,600 square feet.
Yeah.
And so a lot of the things that you see in the news where it's like, oh, well, the average house has gone up a bajillion %. Yeah, but the average house was also a bedroom back then. I mean, your living room, your average living room is about a 20 by 20, 20 by 30 square foot space. You're talking about half of the house that you would historically have is just where you put your TVs now. TVs being the plural sense. Your kitchens were dramatically nicer now than they were before. Your average was some kind of linoleum type countertop that was made of wood or some kind of LVP type material. Now it's granite countertops galore. I mean, you're talking about a house of luxury and eccentricity.
I understand what you're saying, and I think you have something there, but I do not think that improvement in houses or cars or consumer goods, none of that fully makes up for the difference in inflation. And if you look hang on, I'm not done with my point. And if you look at the buying power versus inflation and wage stagnation, it is objectively true that right now Americans are living in a worse economy than the Great Depression.
And I don't disagree with that, but you're also comparing the Great Depression against the golden age of our nation's history. And so when you look at the value of the dollar, this is why it's very important to be educated on finance. The 150-year value of the dollar, our dollar's gone down 99%. Well, 97 to 99, depending on who you talk to, of its original value from 150 years ago. And so when you compare the 1929 dollar to the current modern-day dollar, the dollars aren't the same. And so I would argue that it's actually dramatically worse now than what you're comparing it to then, because the amount of dollars relative to the cost basis, relative to the value of the dollar, is dramatically different. But it's more so not because of an inflationary basis, but a devaluing basis, not from an inflationary as in cost of increase of goods, relative to in cost of increase of goods because of an increase in the cost of goods, but because of the decrease of the value of the dollar.
Okay, and why do you think that devaluation happened in general?
Because of excessive spending and bad management of money from the government, from a government perspective.
Hang on. I have to interrupt. Hang on. Shut the fuck up. I have to interrupt both of you. We have to take a brief break to look at these delicious treats prepared by Jeremy Wife and ask her, what the fuck is this?
Okay, well, there were marshmallows in there, but they melted.
Okay.
Well, we can't see it. Hang on. We can't see the thing. We can't see the thing.
Sweet, and I took the leftover egg roll wrappers that I had, and I put marshmallows inside them. And rolled them up and put them in the air fryer and dusted them in cinnamon and sugar, and I made chocolate pudding.
So this is marshmallow, cinnamon, sugar rolls with chocolate dip.
Yep.
Why are you trying to kill me?
You see, this is why women back in the day didn't have an issue finding a husband. You just pull something like that out and you just fucking throw it in a cage, and we're just like, we'll crawl in and eat it. And then all of a sudden we wake up in a house, like
with kids and shit.
Yeah, and they're like, you live here now.
You live here now. Feed my babies.
It's like, You don't get one. You don't get a link.
Yeah, you're not gonna come in here, Paul. Like you're not welcome here.
Who's Paul?
Rampage Paul.
This guy likes to take pot shots at pregnant ladies after their husband gets up and goes in the other room.
Retard.
Oh, what was that?
Substandard retard.
What, Paul?
Yeah.
Highly substandard. Highly.
Well, my biggest issue is that if you have to take personal shots at people rather than attack their or at least attempt to attack or defend your own personal ideologies, I think the issue is you as a person of character and not the person that you're attacking. I never listen to people's attacks against a person, because if you have to attack a person versus attacking their ideology and foundation, then you don't have a basis for your argument to begin with. And anybody can throw a spear.
We're changing history to say that he went after us first. When did I even say a word to him when he got there?
No.
Like, what the fuck are you talking? I'm changing history.
No.
I didn't say anything to or much about you.
It's just narcissism things.
Yeah, it's just narcissism things.
I don't know. I can't speak to it, but again, I stand by what I said before. People who attack people for the basis of attacking people, I don't want to be around them. It's just a waste of my oxygen.
It really is.
Look, I don't know the situation. I'm not saying I do know the situation, but if you're making a judgment call, Zach, I respect that.
Who's dumber, Rampage Paul?
I'm 100% making a judgment call, and the whole point of me making the new server was to have conversations with people I disagree with. Like, I really don't like Vivian, but if Vivian was like, I really want to come in and have a conversation about the thing you're talking about right now, I would probably still allow Vivian to come in here, because at least Vivian's willing to hear the other side speak.
Well, Vivian won't attack people. Vivian will attack your idea and eviscerate it, which I've watched Vivian do countless times to people, or at least attempt to. But Vivian will attack the idea. They won't attack the person.
Well, Zach, do you really like me?
And do I like you?
Like, for some reason, even after I've gotten better, you still don't, let me talk in your normal Discord server.
You smell like a communist to me, but I'll tolerate you.
Is there a reason you won't let me in your normal VC?
Well, you've been pretty well behaved tonight, so that you might have ingratiated yourself enough tonight to change that. I'll have to think about it.
I just want to cordially remind everyone I have more than enough dogs to eat you.
Okay, that's a random thing to say.
I now have 26 huskies. My AWU force will destroy you.
Nice.
Zach, who would you rather fuck? Rochelle Wells or Sarah Silverman?
24, sorry, I missed math. Two of them died.
Yeah, Rampage. You called me a person who's in an echo chamber, and then I asked you to tell me what one of my policy positions was, and you got it egregiously wrong. And if the other people who had been in the chat had allowed me to continue questioning you, you would have fell on your face issue after issue after issue, because you actually have no idea what my thoughts are and what my actual positions are. You've just put me in the Trump-tard box, and that's all you think of me.
You didn't answer my question.
Did you ask me a question? If you did, I missed it.
Yeah, I said, who would you rather fuck? Rochelle Welsh or Sarah Silverman?
I can't understand what you're saying.
He said, who would you fuck? I heard Silverman.
One at a time. One at a time.
Okay. Sarah Silverman or Rochelle Welsh?
Who Welsh?
ROQUEL.
Don't spell it. Don't spell it. Just take the marbles out of your mouth and say her whole name.
Raquel
Welch. It's hard to pronounce.
Raquel
Welch.
Yes.
Like Welch is grape.
ROQUEL.
I actually have no idea who that is.
Are we talking the 1960s version, or are we talking the 2023?
Right.
How do you spell that, Kate?
RAQUEL.
Yeah, because either way, I'm pounding. I'm going after teen drunkage Welsh, or I'm going after Grandma Welsh, because I would rather set myself on fire than touch Silverman because of her politics. Because in the extremely unlikely likelihood that I end up getting her pregnant, I'd have to deal with her for the rest of my life, and I would much rather just swim in a pool of snakes.
Or, crawl over broken glass and douse yourself in alcohol.
Yeah, and then set myself on fire. It would be less painful. So I'll go with Grandma. Like, hook me up with Grandma Welsh.
Which I think it's really funny. Did you realize the reference you just followed me into?
Maybe. It depends on which movie.
It's
I don't know. There's something.
Weird Al.
This gal's definitely good looking.
Yeah, look at her now though. Look at her current pictures.
But is she
Grandma.
as hot or hotter than Silverman?
I mean, technically she's dead, so.
Oh yeah, are you talking about the work she got done?
Yeah, I could have swore I saw that she died in February, but yeah, she died in February of 23. Yeah.
Okay.
So you're still cracking up a cold one, but yeah, I'll still take the cold one. Yeah.
Okay, now hang on.
Necrophilia has never been more of a right answer than right now.
Yeah, you're talking about Silverman. I would rather set myself on fire than deal. I would rather set
Well, you don't
myself
have to
on
get her
fire
pregnant.
than.
You can use a condom.
Yeah, I would rather go with
be,
Raquel.
I would rather
I'd
be
go
in
with
the
Raquel.
room
Silverman
on fire.
is a good-looking gal.
But she's a
kind of a
horrible
droopy nose,
person.
but-
Yeah, she
She's
is
an
a pretty
absolutely
foul
horrible
individual.
person. Yeah,
I agree.
Again, it's like my concern would be getting her pregnant and having to deal with her, even if it's just from a child support perspective.
You can use a condom and birth control.
Or you can, if you have to really consider all these things, you can also consider just not hitting it at all.
I would rather take the suicide capsule.
I mean, you are forgetting, Falinor, that staircases do exist.
Yeah, soak me in nitrogen. I'd rather, because then I'd still have to deal with the self conflict of killing the child, because the child isn't Silverman. The child is just a byproduct from a good person and the piece of shit that she is.
Okay. Let me change the stakes here for you. Womb scooped out of Silverman. Now tell me what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I'd still rather the dance on the glass. Yeah, because she's still who she is as a person, and that would mean that I would still have to be able to find her sexually attractive enough to sleep with her, and then that would mean I would have to I would have to temporarily abandon my ideologies and beliefs to tolerate her for the 30 to 40 minutes that I would be with her in a bedroom. And that would include a date, because I don't just jump into bed with people. I have to actually go on a dinner date with them or something first, or have spent significant amount of time.
Yeah, but you don't have to talk about politics.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter what we talk about. I'd still have to tolerate her for an hour of civil discourse before I slept with her, regardless of whether I agreed with her. I don't want to. I don't want to be in the same room as her. I don't want to be on the same continent as her. I wish she would get on a plane and fucking leave like she keeps promising. That would be phenomenal.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
I will send her the money to her OnlyFans or Venmo or whatever foreign bullshit that she has, to her agent, express certified mail. You pick the poison, I will send the check, get the fuck on the plane, and please get the fuck out of here. Like, the IQ of this country will go up by her leaving. The quality of this country will go up by her leaving.
Zach, who's the hottest chick with the dick?
That is the most contrary statement you could have ever said.
Why do you ask me gay shit like that? And Blair White.
The answer, according to even the NCAA, is no.
No, I'm not saying that any of them are hot. I'm just saying relatively speaking.
Yeah. So here's a much better question. Have y'all seen what's going on with all the trophies? From
what trophies?
The Pro-Palestine?
Yeah. No. The trophies being transferred from what's his face to the girl, the Riley girl.
Yeah, Billy Thomas losing all his trophies. Yes, I'm super happy to hear that.
Yeah. The NCAA has finally come to their senses and realized that the astronomical amount of drop off in not just swimming but every other sport that their contagion has started has been so catastrophic for their sports that they had to give the trophies back. But here's my thing. If I was Dylan, I would sue.
What do you mean if you were Dylan?
By the way,
because I won those.
Who's Dylan in this equation? Dylan who?
Hang on, sorry, my brain. Give me a second. Riley.
Who's that trans person that the Doritos company hired that raped that 12-year-old?
I think I'm getting my people mixed up. Leah Thompson. Sorry, my bad. I'm getting
William. Don't use their assumed name on my stream.
Is that
William
what it is?
Thompson.
I don't know what it is. Is it William? I've never looked. Okay, so William, legal name, I guess. I don't know. Don't care. If I was William, I would sue. I would 1,000% sue. And here's why. You legally let me compete during that time frame in that swim event, even though you knew my medical history. I was allowed to swim. I validly won those races. Those are my trophies. Now, you can change the future policies, but the person has to be forced to suffer through the humiliation of knowing that they were forced to swim against a biological male and naturally lost because of those very reasons. And then Riley should be able to sue the NCAA not only for the financial losses, but the emotional damages and duress that she experienced from the loss of her placement, and then every single other swimmer all the way down the entire tournament bracket, all the way down to the qualifiers, should be able to also sue for the exact same reasons, because they have all suffered losses and damages because they were offset by -1.
Also, I think the young lady who was on the swim team who was a victim of aggravated sexual assault, I think she should...
You should prosecute.
Yeah, she should find a way to prosecute because the college told her, suck it up.
Well, here's my other thing.
Hang on. She wasn't a victim of aggravated sexual assault from Billy.
No, not from Billy. But she went to the authorities of the college and said, I can't change in the same room as a dude with a dick.
Yeah.
Well, here's my other thing. But they are still... Yeah, they are still minors to the best of my knowledge, right?
No, they're in college.
They were in college.
Oh, they're in college. Okay, sorry, never mind. Oh, for the high school competitors, competitors, sorry. I definitely agree that they should charge all of the high school programs, like with that basketball team, the one where the girls walked off the court rather than play and they forfeited the tournament game. I think for the team, for the girls, for the team where the biological male is on that team, the entire staff for that school and all of the sitting board members for that collegiate and or high school tournament should be prosecuted for child pornography because they have exposed children to a nude male. And if you look at how the law reads, if you expose a minor to a penis, you have committed a variety of felonious natures, all related to sex-related crimes. Perfect example of this was when a boy sent a girl a picture of his dick because teenage boys are stupid and teenage girls are equally as dumb because she shared it with people. And she ended up getting prosecuted for distribution of child pornography.
But neither of them should have really gotten prosecuted because...
And he, who had naked pictures of girls... No. Possession of child pornography is possession of child pornography. Doesn't matter about context.
No,
the law does not care.
The problem with the feminist Me Too movement is that, like, what's considered okay to do to someone else in a personal context changes by generation. You can only judge a person by the culture they're grown up with. When someone's grown up with
it sounds like you're talking to us through a pillow. Like, I don't know what your deal is, but
I hear what he's saying. And what he's saying doesn't matter because it doesn't matter what you think. It matters what the law says. It matters what the law is.
You should judge people by their cultural context.
No. If you possess child pornography by state and federal mandates and federal guidelines and federal laws and federal policies and federal practices and prosecutorial practices, you are going to prison and you are going to get an express ticket to a bad time.
And that's fine, but what I'm saying is extenuating circumstances can change the sentence. If someone grew up in a culture where they didn't understand what was acceptable and what wasn't, they should have that as an extenuating circumstance.
Show me a teenager who doesn't know that child pornography is illegal.
How old was this?
I'll wait.
How old
They're
was
16 plus. They've all been 16 plus.
So
they're all 16 to 18.
Texting private parts. What I would say to that is that although it's not proper to distribute them, at the end of the day, because they didn't they figure we're just teenagers and we're texting each other, and we don't understand. And there's some states where 16 is the age of consent. Maybe you can prosecute that, but I'm saying there has to be extenuating circumstances for the sentence because they might not have understood the context. I'm just saying.
So hang on.
Everything in an individual case by case manner.
So I'm gonna pick up your logic and I'm gonna run with it, right? So by your own logic, if there's a high school teacher, and we'll say she's 22, and there's a high school athlete, we'll say he's 17. The distance in terms of the numbers and the Romeo and Juliet laws in certain states would expressly allow that in terms of the numbers, except for the fact that they're teachers involved with a student. Your stipulation is that an adult can have sex with a minor.
I didn't say they can't. I'm saying it's an extenuating circumstance.
What's extenuating about an adult and a minor?
The sentence should be relative to the crime. So, for example, if I go up to, let's say I go up to a woman, let's just pretend I'm an adult, and I, catcall her, then
Are you? Hang on. Big stretch of the imagination
let me stop
there,
bud.
real
quick. Did you say that we're gonna pretend like you're an adult? Are you not 18?
No.
How old are you?
16.
16. So you are a minor.
Hey.
Okay. Why did you, Falinor? Why the fuck did you just ask him what his age was?
On stream.
Why does it matter?
Yes.
Like toss.
Why?
It's toss, motherfucker. You don't know that?
What? No. What?
You can't dude, you cannot ask minors their age and disclose it on stream.
I didn't disclose his age. He disclosed it.
You asked the question, and
I'm
because of the question,
is,
he disclosed
something shouldn't be legal, but I'm saying that can be an extenuating circumstance.
Hang on. Let's pause this conversation real quick so I can look this up. Seriously? Hang on.
That's my understanding.
Yep.
I don't disagree with you. It should be illegal. I don't disagree with you at all.
Holy shit!
No, it's probably fine. I'm just, I don't think we're gonna get.
According to this, it says it's not against TOS.
Okay, what does it say? Read me what it says.
Yeah, it says it's some channels have a rule against it, but it's not against policy. Now, I'm still looking for the official Twitch. That's according to other streamers. But it just seems like the general consensus is that it's not that you can't talk about age, it's that people under the age of 13 can't use the platform, and if they talk about their age and it's disclosed that they're over the age of 13, that person will be kicked from Twitch.
Oh, okay. Then I had a misunderstanding of the policy. Okay.
But I'm gonna keep looking, and I'll also call somebody that I know that works at Twitch, because I met a bunch of them at one of the conferences I was just at. So
Nice.
I'll ask them what their official policy is.
Paul, did you miss the part where I invited her on the stream? You blind son of a bitch.
But the bottom line is what I was saying is that I agree with you. Something can still be illegal. What I'm saying is when a court issues a sentence, they take into account extenuating circumstance. So, for example, let's say I grew up back in the day, and back in the day it was acceptable to touch a woman in a intimate area, but if you don't go under her clothes, and you think she's looking at you, that you can still say that should be illegal. But to call that a sexual assault is inherently sexist against men, because it doesn't take into account this was their cultural programming, and now we have different cultural programming. So we're going to take that as an extenuating circumstance and lessen the sentence, not make it legal, but maybe lessen the sentence or lessen the damages.
So I just want to iterate that is a very bad misgiving and a bad take. I'll forgive you because of extenuating circumstances relative to who you are as a person, and you haven't experienced life. Historically, going back, we'll say to the 1000 AD, women were treated like property, right? But that was within the confines of the family. From what was viewed as civilized society, it was very much so frowned upon, to the point to where people would kill each other by challenging them to a duel because you have dishonored their family by physically touching a woman inappropriately. It was an extreme egregious offense.
It was like in this, like for example, if someone grew up during the era of Playboy, and that it was more culturally acceptable. Yeah, you can still say, "I'm going to sue you," or even I can bring charges if they actually like grope under the dress. But the sentence or the damages should be proportional to the cultural content.
Again, I want to reiterate is going back to the 60s, 70s, and 80s, for instance, if you touched my wife, it was considered reasonable and socially acceptable for me to beat the holy living hell out of you in broad daylight.
By that culture context. I'm just saying this.
As far as, hang on, let me finish. As far as society was concerned, I do. You're trying to leverage a stipulation of the acceptance of cultural behavior as acceptable behavior when it's not.
You should take it as an extenuating circumstance.
I wouldn't even take it as an extenuating circumstance. A perfect example is the Haitians that are about to cross the border. They are more than happy to rape women in broad daylight, and no one do anything about it.
But
they
they're
actually
immigrants,
join
they're not
in.
Citizens. We should treat our own citizens better than we treat immigrants. Because
no, that's culture. Because if people come into our country, they are bringing their culture with them, and this is again.
But I'm saying we shouldn't let them in our country to begin with.
Well, then you're pushing against the culture, because the current culture by liberal ideas is to allow people to come
want to spend our money on our own people. We don't want to be forced to accommodate others.
Yes, but there's multiple cultures within the country that have vying opinions on that idea. Some people in the country are dumb enough to believe that letting extremely violent cultures into the country is a good idea.
But they don't get to impose that on the rest of society, is what I'm saying. We live in a,
they
classically
factually
liberal...
are. That's why we have the Texas National Guard currently deployed under a state of an emergency, enforcing what they considered the invasion doctrine at the U.S. border, because the President of the United States of America, along with the Secretary of Defense, as well as the active military, have been actively attempting to do the complete opposite, which is to keep those people out of the country when they're coming here illegally and they are known dangerous actors. And that's part of the problem with people coming into the country illegally, especially from bad places and dangerous cultures. And, you know, Chinese immigrants that are of, you know, war age, and Haitians that are coming from a country where they're eating people.
I don't listen. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Sure. Cool.
But like,
who's here?
Is there any circumstance where you would understand my point about culture, about education being?
I understand your point. I'm not missing your point. I'm disagreeing with it to the most fundamental.
I'm asking.
From a cultural perspective, no. I do not think that culture should drive law. I have never thought that way.
But
I will never think that way.
Any extenuating circumstance in a criminal?
For the most part, no. Not unless it's the enforcement of a moral perspective. Like, say, for instance, in Texas is a good example. A gentleman raped a man's daughter, and he walked up on that situation as it was occurring. And he, very reasonably so, had a lapse of human judgment and went into a blind rage and beat the man to death. And when he was prosecuted for the man's murder, he was found not guilty. My argument more fundamentally is he should never been arrested in the first place, but technically he did kill that person, but he, again, under the statutes of law, he killed that person in the defense of another, which is articles of self-defense. And, you know, given the fact that he found a man raping his daughter...
The culture, yeah, that's an example of the culture being taken into account.
But that's again, my point, which is a culture collided with another culture, which is a culture of someone finding it socially acceptable to rape someone's daughter, and someone responding with, it's okay to kill someone who raped my daughter. And those two cultures collided, and the issue with colliding cultures is people end up dead, just like in that exact instance.
Okay, so you don't think the law can be deferential to culture?
No, I think law should be completely separate from culture, because cultures
completely
collide.
Separate?
Yes, cultures collide.
Fair enough. And I'm not saying I don't understand. I really would have to think about this. Because on one hand, I agree with you in general, but on the other hand, I can understand if someone is educated a certain way.
Sugar. Can you get out of here so it stops?
Although they have the free will to do or not do something, that free will is sort of limited by what they're raised to do. So I really have to think about this. To be honest, you really.
Yeah. free will is wonderful, and I love the fact that people have free will. I also love the fact that people have freedom. I think that the best thing in this world is a free people, as has been demonstrated in the most successful societies of all time throughout all of known and recorded human history, and the fact that we're here to begin with, to have recorded history, demonstrates that a free people is the most successful people. My argument against having freedom relative to culture is a perfect example is the Aztecs and Mayans, where they sacrificed 86,000 people in a single day. That means that they killed 86,000 people, and the bodies piled up extremely high. Culture doesn't necessarily, but that was legal there, and that's why culture should be separate from law, because what you believe and what you feel shouldn't dictate what is enforced as a policy, because what you can believe in and what you can feel could very much so be abject to known good morality. If you're a culture that believes in stealing and murder, that's what you're gonna do.
I agree with you, but so the innocent to proven guilty doctrine, like, you assume somebody is innocent until they're proven guilty, and when you prove them guilty of a crime,
then they're guilty.
You also have to assess the motive, because, for example, if I kill someone in manslaughter, that's different than killing someone like accidentally. That's different than killing them intentionally.
But we have laws for manslaughter versus first, second, and third degree murder.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's an example where intentions can be an extenuating circumstance.
Yes, which is, again, that's not a culture, that's an intent. It's if you decided to murder someone, you have chosen to murder someone, you as an individual. Now, if everybody believes that they have a right to murder someone, that's cultural issue. If you individually have decided to murder someone, that's selective choice. There's a distinctive difference. You understand? Visualize it this way. There's 1 million of you in one city, and you all believe you can kill the bully. Well, then that's a cultural belief that you can kill bullies. But if you decide to kill your bully, you committed murder, because not everyone believes that you can just kill someone because they're a bully. Although I definitely agree you should be able to beat the shit out of them and schools not do anything about it, because that's what led up to the issue to begin with.
What I'm proposing is, if somebody comes from a culture where it's acceptable to kill a bully, and almost everyone believes it's acceptable to kill a bully, and they come to our culture where it's not acceptable to kill a bully, and they do kill a bully, well, I guess I would be proposing, yes, lock them up for murder, definitely, but maybe a year off, compared to how a person from our culture who murdered a bully.
No. If it's our laws and you came to our place, it's our laws and it's our way. It's the same reason why I say what I say where I say it. It's, I believe in freedom of speech in America. I do not believe in freedom of speech in China. Why? Because their way is not our way. And that's where sovereignty becomes extremely important.
Fair enough. Then I guess you're right. I guess you shouldn't take into people's kind of culture, because, our court system, our legal doctrines have sovereignty here, even if someone might not have been raised in that time period.
It's also why I adamantly disagree about the fact that we try to enforce our sovereignty upon other countries. The reason why that I severely disagree about the overstep of European courts and European nations attempting to apply their sovereignty to companies here, and vice versa across the globe. It's just like I think with China. I think China's attempts to infringe upon the Australian people's sovereignty by demanding that all Australian companies turn over their encryption keys in order to be able to do business in China is a violation of the Australian people's rights and sovereignty. You shouldn't do things like that. If you want people to communicate in China, then you can demand that they use certain applications for communication with people in China and in China, and then they can go back to using their own devices and their own means in their own country or anywhere else. Violating people's sovereignty is what puts us in a state to fight and have wars in the first place. Again, if people stayed out of other people's business, we wouldn't have the problems as a species, not just as a people, that we do today. And that is part of the problem, is the constant need and necessitation and desire to project our beliefs and our ways on other people. That is why we keep going to war as a species. That is why we keep killing each other in the hundreds of millions in count by year, every year, since the Stone Ages. And, well, not the Stone Ages. I mean, there weren't that many people back then. But you get the idea. By a percentage basis, we're constantly murdering each other over the same fucking concept, which is, I believe in the stone god, you believe in the water god, you're going to believe in the stone god, or I'm going to hit you with enough rocks until you either believe in my god or no god. And I arrange a meeting for you and your god. And then that's just the way people have been. And again, trying to enforce your ideologies upon somebody else under threat of maiming and murder is part of the reason why I don't agree with the Islamic faith. They have a projection of their belief, which is either you're going to do what we tell you to do, you're going to believe what we tell you to believe, you're going to pray the way we tell you to pray, or we're going to kill you. That's why I don't believe and I don't like and I don't accept the Islamic faith from that principle. Now, I tolerate it because I believe in freedom of speech and freedom of expression. And if you want to be a Muslim, feel free to be a Muslim. I'm more than happy to fight for your right to be a Muslim. I'm more than happy to fight for the preservation of your right to be a Muslim and pray how you want to pray, when you want to pray, the way you want to pray. What I will not fight for is your desire to enforce your faith on somebody else in this country. If you want to do that, you can go back to where the fuck you came from, and you can do that there. But you will not do that here.
Okay. And I guess this sort of segues to Islamic faith. What do you guys think about what America's reaction to the Hamas war should be?
Well, I don't believe in the mass murder of civilians, and so that's my standing point on it. What we demonstrated throughout Afghanistan and Iraq is you can wage war.
Do you believe Israel has mass murdered Palestinian civilians?
Absolutely. They've turned the entire place into a parking lot.
Well,
they bombed refugee camps.
Let's just say America ended all aid to Israel. Would you say what Israel's done is fine then?
No. What Israel's with or without U.S. aid? They're killing civilians.
No, because the thing is, when you're dealing with an enemy like Hamas, you have to understand. Sometimes civilians die during war, and to say civilians aren't going to die in any war.
No, that is absolutely not an acceptable argument. What you're saying is okay, I've got 3 war targets in a city, so I'm going to kill 100,000 people so I can kill 3 people. That is what Israel is doing. They're killing hundreds of thousands of people, injuring hundreds of thousands of people to kill a handful of people.
But you also have to remember that many average, quote-unquote, innocent Arabs globally will support Hamas when polled.
Yeah, of course. It's their belief, their culture colliding with another culture. Of course they're going to... That would be like me saying I can support capitalism, and capitalists are going to go, as the form of America, into Russia and kill Russians, or I can support communism. Of course I'm going to support capitalism because I believe in capitalism. Do I agree with what they're doing and how they're doing it? No. But I'm always going to support my fellow brethren Christians. Why? Because they're my brethren Christians. Am I going to scold them for what they're doing and how they're doing it and why they're doing it? Abso-fucking-lutely I am. It's just like with the 14,000 Marines in Israel right now. They're not stopping them from killing civilians. And so I absolutely disavow them because they are actively supporting by an active participant by being present and inactive in what is they're witnessing as a massacre of civilians.
Ever since the 1967 war, the Yom Kippur War, basically the Arabs have not accepted the Israeli state's right to exist. There was the Camp David, there's the Oslo Accords and there's the Camp David Accords with Egypt. So Egypt, some Arab states there, as well as the Oslo Accords with Arafat in the PLO, they tried to negotiate. We're going to accept the Palestinian sovereign, not Hamas, but PLO, which is secular and nationalistic, and they're going to recognize Israel's right to exist. But basically that ended, and ever since then, Hamas has basically dominated the Gaza Strip, and Islamic Jihad has dominated the West Bank, and groups in the PLO, have become even more relatively radical.
Yes,
so the idea that somehow Palestinians
I don't disagree with that. But if you look at 1967 to 1948, when the Ottoman Empire officially signed over the country through the annexation of Palestine being the key word here.
I'm talking about modern. We can't go.
Yeah.
We're not going back.
1948 is modern. 1948 is extremely modern.
Ever since I'm talking like Yom Kippur War and afterwards, which is
so what you're wanting to do is you're wanting to select a specific period in time that is relevant to the benefit of a specific argument.
The Arab states, Egypt and Syria and Lebanon, launched a war against the nation Israel. The Jews basically won, And practically speaking, if you launch a war, you have forfeited your right.
Hang on. Prior to 1948, the nation of Israel didn't exist.
Yeah, but
that's the first. If they went into
when Israel was formed, the Arabs launched a war. It's not like
if they went into, and let's just correct the language here. Let's one step at a time. If they went into any region that was in that region prior to 1948, the fight was not against them. It was against the British Ottoman Empire. So let's keep our language correct here, because that was who owned that territory prior to 1948. From 1948 to 1967, that area belonged to the Palestinians, which was part of the annexation of Palestine. So back in the 60s, when Ford was still a major company and our country was still building up, that was Palestine. That's how recent we're talking here. We're talking 60 years. We still hadn't gotten rid of slavery. I mean, technically, we still have modern slavery in the form of salary, but still, we hadn't even fully gotten rid of slavery yet. Like, that's Martin Luther King and Kennedy were talking about going to the moon.
Man, I felt that
during that time frame. Like, that's how modern we're talking here. We have, like, the ancient systems of computers, but still computers at that time. Like, the internet was being formed as an idea during that time frame. We're not talking some way back in the day, like the 1200s. We're talking about what equates from a country's perspective as being fucking yesterday. Now, that said, I want to go ahead and hang on.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah, hang on. I'm going to go ahead and interject this first, too. From my perspective, no species on the planet has the right to eradicate another species. This has always been my stance. This will always be my stance. Whether it's a species of Homo sapien eradicating the platypus, or it's humans killing humans as a subspecies issue. I do not believe the Palestinians should be killing Israelis. I do not believe Israelis should be killing Palestinians. I don't agree with what happened with October 7, and I don't agree with what happened with the 5-Day War. I don't think anybody should be killing each other over land. And definitely shouldn't be killing each other because your god isn't the stone god and my god's the water god. Therefore, you can either become the water god or join the water god underwater. Like, no, you shouldn't be killing each other because of colliding ideas and cultures.
Are you listening?
Yeah.
So, you said a lot of things that I'm not going to explicitly disagree with right now, but the bottom line here is this. When the modern state of Israel was formed, it was a subsect of the British Empire. And at the time, about 20% of the land was owned by Jews, about 80% of the land was owned by Arabs. And basically, this was a time when, first of all, it's a biblical homeland and other things, but that's besides the point. The UN and the international community, so not just the British Empire, but all countries really were originally supportive of, Israel as a state forming. And then after 1948, about 50% of the land went to Jews and about 50% went to the Arabs, and they were offered a state. Now, some of it involved expelling. You also have to remember, not all the expelling was the government annexing it. Some of it was private people buying up land, like capitalism, right? I have a property right because I purchased this, and now I'm going to evict the Arab farmers, but, it's my property. I have the right to exclusion. That's capitalism. And, after that, the Arabs were like, well, even if you legally bought this up, and even if the overwhelming international community agrees with this, we are going to launch this war because we figure this is a decolonial act. The Soviet Union provided aid to Egypt and to other countries. And then afterwards,
I'm not.
Yeah.
Really
No, he's covering history. He's covering history, and that's fine.
The Nakba happened.
Yes, Nakba happened.
It's an Arabic word for.
I'm not sure it is fine because I'm bored to tears. Also, Bisky, what do you think about all that?
Exactly. You haven't said a word since you got in here.
Lodi Dima, welcome to the adventure. Thank you for the follow. Hang on, Bisky. I want the thing to be done playing before you start talking again. Okay, go ahead.
There you go.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Bisky. I'm really nervous.
Sounds exactly like as I imagined, yeah.
Yep. That's a good thing.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know what the conversation was about.
We're right now discussing Israel-Palestine.
It somehow turned into autistic 20 questions. Because it started with who would you rather fuck?
It started in high school and it's graduated to senior
Well,
college.
if you want to be technical, this conversation started with a real estate lawsuit.
Yeah, I mean, technically.
Well, yeah, that too, but, I mean...
Yeah.
Well, but do you understand my point? Like finance, that
No, I understand. Yeah. What you're arguing is that the Israelis conquered the space during the 6-Day War, and so by right of conquest, which was abolished when colonialism was abolished by global...
Let me explain. But the 6-Day War, that was the 1948 war?
1967. The 6-Day
War
War
was
in
the
1967.
I'm saying, ever since the Nakba, the Arab world has rejected the Jews having a state, but they...
Yes.
But I'm saying that's not acceptable.
Let me ask you a quick question. Do you understand why the Arab world rejects Israel because of the Nakba?
Because they believe that was colonialism.
Well, and for you to understand what it is it was. They drove out 80% of all Palestinians.
And colonialism at the time was not only socially acceptable, it was legally recognized globally, and they bought some of it in capitalism. And we're not going back. I don't believe in land back. Unless you want to give all the land to the Native Americans.
I do. I do believe in giving the land back to the Native Americans. It was stolen land. Just like I believe in the U.S. government being forced to release the land where we built a military base in the U.K., where we stole that land from Aboriginal citizens because the U.K. government couldn't seize it because it was politically ill-advised and illegal. And so we went in and did it. We should give that land back because we did steal it from the Aboriginals and we forced them to leave.
Land. It was
no, the Israelis stole most of the land that they bought.
Hang
on. Yeah, go ahead.
The whole entire concept of land back is ideologically incoherent and completely unserviceable on a practical level. Because if you want to go giving land back to the people that originally owned it throughout history, we literally have no idea who would have what, because the history is too convoluted once you get past a certain age. The ethnic groups, some of them simply don't exist anymore, have either been exterminated by war or bred out of existence. And some pieces of land that are currently inhabited were not inhabited by a prior group. So land back as a policy position or even a pipe dream is insane. I'm sorry, that is just an absolute
I know that.
Thing to
I didn't say
espouse.
it's logistically reasonable, but it's what I believe in. You asked me what do I believe in. I believe that if you steal something from someone, it should be taken from you and given back to the person it was stolen from.
Didn't steal it. What I'm saying is
they did steal it.
Bought,
no, the Israelis bought some land, and they hang on. Let me correct your language.
I want my turn to speak.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
So before 1948, there was a Zionist movement where you have wealthy Jews who, at the time, dominated the finance industry. You know, we don't want to get into conspiracy theories there, but yes, they generally were a pretty wealthy group, and they funded Jewish settlement over the land to the extent that there was a sizable Jewish population, and the Arabs also taxed them much higher, called the jizya, which is an Islamic tax
the
that the
Jews
and the Christians played. And basically, the Zionist movement in 1948, with the acceptance of the international community, not the British Empire. In fact, the British Empire was actually anti-Zionist at the time, and they certainly, but the international community said, you can have this land, and many Jews said, we're going to buy this land. So this whole idea, it's like, 20% of land was like stolen, or 30% of land, or even 80%. Some people say this anti-Zionist claim that the Jews just took the land by government force is false. A lot of it was private landowners buying it and then evicting Arab tenant farmers. And even if you disagree with that, that's capitalism. And if you actually believe in free markets, that's how it works. Because Ottoman law respected property rights. Now that the state of Israel's formed, they have done conquering and expansion, and certainly have done colonialism, not just privately, but through government force. But that has only been because of Arab aggression, be it 1967, be it 1948, or be it now with October 7th. Every single case of retaliation where Israel has annexed Arab land has been after the Arabs launched a terrorist attack, have been unrepentant, and have not, in the majority, accepted the right of Israel to exist. And at that point, I don't feel bad for them. I'm sorry.
Well, let me correct a couple of things, because there's several facts in there that are actually incorrect. We'll start with the Rothschilds family. They were the ones that bought the land. It wasn't the British government. They bought it, and they did have a right to purchase it. That is correct. The land that was given to Jewish settlers, the initial settling colonies, were established by the Rothschilds. That's a known historically
and they have
published.
a right to do that.
They have a right to occupy their land. They can live on their land. They do not have a right to establish a government. They have a right to occupy. If I go to Lithuania, hang on. Let me. No. That is not how it works. That is not how it works. If I go to Lithuania, I have the financial resources right now to go and buy more than enough of the land in Lithuania to where I could make the same argument and saying, well, because I bought enough land in Lithuania, this country belongs to me now, and it is now the country of me.
But
I can do whatever I want.
were also offered a proportionally
No. What they were offered was what they were ordered by the UN General Assembly.
They were offered half the land. They were offered half.
It doesn't matter. If I own my land, it's my land. No. See, look, again, look, let me finish because I let you finish. What you are arguing is another institution, another government owns land, and you are saying that a foreign country can come into my country and say, we have decided, the UN General Assembly did this, that you are going to split your country in half because we think it's the best recommendation to make for your country. That would be like the UN saying, we believe that the best thing for the U.S. to do is to cut the U.S. in half and give everything east of the Mississippi to the Russians, and Americans can keep the East Coast. That is what you are saying, and that is what the air is. No. Let me keep going. Let me keep going. No, let me keep going. No, it's not an analogy. These are facts. That was called the partitioning of Palestine into 2 states. That was the initial thing that they said. And the Arabs reasonably rejected that idea, saying, this is our country. Our people are here. We are the government for this region. It is ours. And the Jewish settlers said, no, we reject that. We are going to be a 2-nation state. And that is when the Civil War started. That is when the independence for the state of Israel was declared in May of... Hang on, I'm about to finish. In the actual May of 1948, after the termination of the British Mandate. Now, that is when they got invaded initially. That is when the Arab states said, you know what? The British are backed out. There's chaos going on over here. This is a nation of Palestine according to the annexation of Palestine. And now these people, these random people called Jews, these Israelis have stated that they're going to build their own country now in this existing country without the defense of another nation because this nation is too young and hasn't had a chance to defend itself yet or build itself up or establish itself. So we're going to come in, we're going to stabilize it, we're going to structure it, we're going to allow their government to establish themselves, and that is when the first invasion occurred. And that was because of what the Jews did in that area while they declared a state of independence in May of 1948. And then that is when the war kicked off. And that's when 700,000 Palestinians, 80% of the population, were driven out of their own legally established properties. And that's when they got pushed out. And that's when the Aliyah started after that in the late 1940s and continuing into the next decade where 850,000 Jews from all over the world migrated into what they had declared, they, not Palestine, but they, Israel, had declared as their own country, what was known as the Aliyah, and migrated into Israel, which would have been an illegal immigration and an invasion by all textbook definitions according to current legal standards that existed, both current today and in the 60s.
Okay, but can I explain the flaw in some of what you said?
Okay, go ahead. Let's hear the flaw.
Hang on. Before Panda's thing, I want to step in here and ask you, Falinor, I have a question. Do you take all of your held beliefs that you have espoused to their logical conclusion? Are you the kind of man that will accept taking every principle you hold to its natural logical conclusion?
Yes.
Okay. Then the Jews get Israel because the historical land belonged to the Jews as the oldest occupying group that still exists at a biological level. The Jews went in there during biblical times, exterminated or fucked out of existence everyone who was on that tract of land, and they took it, and the previous owners don't exist anymore, so it's the Jews, because you believe in land back.
Well, according to you, land back can't be given, and if they went in and murdered the natural...
But it's your belief!
Hang on. No. Hang on. So we can argue that out. So if we really want to go back to the very, very beginning, for the Canaanites that were exterminated, which is who that was, the Canaanites still exist. They were dispersed all across the globe globally. And so by your argument, if we want to explore land back, we would have to track down the remaining Canaanites, which we can genealogically do through DNA, and we can identify through DNA relations from dug up bodies from Canaanites that existed back then. We can identify legally who those descendants would be, and we can land back that land to those Canaanites and remove the Israelis from the area entirely, sending them back to their historical, genealogically ancestral land where they originated from as a people initially. And that I'm okay with. If we're going to put people back where they came from, everybody, not just any particular people, but all people back where they came from, that's land back. That's why I believe in it as a principle, but not as a practice.
That's why land back is stupid. So why are you advocating for land back?
Oh, it is stupid. No, I advocate in giving back things that you steal from people. I absolutely. Just like all the artifacts in the US and UK.
You can't believe in something as a principle, but not as a practice. That's ideologically incoherent.
No, it's not. It's some things are impossible to do without causing catastrophic harm. But I do agree with the principle.
You agree with it in the case of Palestine, in fact.
I agree. No. I agree that Palestine has a right to exist as a country. And if Palestine wants to exist as a country, as its own country, as it was legally declared as, after colonialism was abolished, they should have the legal right to do so.
But Palestine never was a country, first of all.
But it was a country. They couldn't have an annexation of Palestine if it wasn't a country.
Because there was no Palestine. That was an Ottoman Empire.
Yes, and prior to the Ottoman Empire taking over the country of Palestine, it was the country of Palestine before it was conquered.
Exactly.
By the British Ottoman Empire, correct. And the British Ottoman Empire released it through the annexation of Palestine. That was the British Ottoman Empire declaring Palestine as its own sovereign government again.
No, Bisky, say that out loud.
Guys, I love this conversation, but I think it would be great, like, if we could hear, like, other people's opinions. Maybe, like, I don't know. Oh, that sounds so mean. That sounds so mean. I'm sorry, guys.
The absolute marshmallow that is Biscuit.
No, I welcome other opinions. Please.
I find it incredibly difficult to chastise a very adorable smiling cookie avatar.
Exactly. He's adorable, right? Yeah. Yeah, my to wrap up on my perspective, what I would love to see is this. One, the destruction of Hamas. Complete and utter destruction of Hamas.
Good.
Hamas is the reason why Palestine can't develop.
The way for Hamas to be defeated is for Israel, and maybe if they want to, with the consent of their citizens, America could intervene. But that's beside the point. We'll just say, no America, no Europe, it's just Israel's responsibility. Israel launches rockets in Hamas-affiliated areas. They have to kill a lot of Palestinians, including family members of Hamas, because, you know, they support Hamas in the majority, and they didn't know. You fuck around, you find out. You support Hamas, and Hamas bombs Israel on the daily, and Hamas killed 1,200 Israelis on October 7th. You fuck around, you find out, rockets. That's what I believe.
This is exactly why Hamas is in the finding out process of the equation.
And I don't disagree with that.
They're
terrorists.
Essentially, and because Hamas was voted in, I'm honestly, like, in any other circumstance, I would be against killing his civilians, but they elected him into power.
But that's the same thing as Saddam Hussein and Kim Jong-un being elected. Are you really seriously making that argument right now?
Hang on, Falnor.
Those are dictators. That's a little bit different.
Hang on.
And Hamas isn't?
Hamas is not actually, at this point, a dictator. They were originally when they took power in the region.
Political party.
But then they purged all dissidents. There is no one left in Palestine that opposes them, which means the people are complicit. And therefore, they are also guilty of the crimes of Hamas.
No, they're subdued and subjected because of the fact that they have military might advantage. It's the same thing that happened with the Nazi party.
The Palestinian citizens outnumber Hamas at least 10-1. They do not get to use the excuse, oh, they have guns. If someone was shooting into a crowd indiscriminately, and I was there with nothing but my cargo shorts and my shirt, I would still try to stop them. There is a cowardice and a lack of virtue problem among the Palestinian citizenry. They have allowed Hamas to be evil pieces of shit on their watch for decades. They are not innocent civilians.
Well, they got elected in 2016, but yeah, I agree. In regards to being afraid of Hamas,
almost
absolutely.
A decade.
Well,
it's
the same thing with the Nazi Party. The same reason why the Germans didn't overthrow the Nazis was because they literally killed everyone, factually. If you resist, you die. That's the mindset.
Some things
are worth fighting
preferable.
For. Absolutely.
Like
absolutely.
Some things
and that's the American ideology. That's the American ideology.
That's also the Christian. That's also Falinor
of a Christian.
As my brother in Christ. That's the Christian ideology.
Yes. And that is our belief. That is our faith. That is our way. We have the hope, the fiercity, and the fire to fight that.
Belief.
They don't. They're not Christians. They don't have American freedom. They haven't tasted what it's like to be free. Most of these people, they don't live to old age. These are young people. And the only life that they've known is the current life.
Actually, the Palestinian population since 2000 has actually massively increased their population statistics. You can look that up, Zach, but actually the trends show before 2023, the proportion of Palestinian population to the land area has increased, if you actually want to look at it.
And that's until 2016. That's not after. Hamas controls the Ministry of Health. You can't trust any data that comes out of the Ministry of Health from Hamas. You can trust the UN, but you can't trust Hamas.
You cannot trust the UN.
I mean, you can trust them with the data because they're always trying to use the numbers to fluff things, and they can't fluff the data because too many researchers will snitch.
Yeah, no, I don't buy that for a second. Yeah. The researchers they have in-house are ideologically aligned. Their house.
Oh yeah, the in-house. I'm not talking about the in-houses. I'm talking about the indies.
The first casualty of war is the truth. So regardless of where you're getting your information from, it's going to be skewed one way or another.
Yeah. Well, what you could typically do is you can look at the lie from one party and the lie from the other party, and that's the truth from both.
Well, I guess the bottom line here is the Palestinian people as a collective, and particularly the Gazan people, but even the West Bank, when surveyed, overwhelmingly say we support what happened on October 7th to Jews, and they also have anti-Semitism. And they also overwhelmingly reject Israel as a state right to exist. They also overwhelmingly support violence.
Yeah.
So the bottom line here is that Israel's military action should be disproportionate to the extent that Palestinians suffer. And once they suffer, they will realize this is not okay to resist. Israel's right to exist, and it's not okay to support Hamas anymore. And if they continue supporting Hamas, in my opinion, they have collectively forfeited their right as a nation to have sovereignty or independence, and they should be annexed.
Okay, so let me ask you this. They shot one of our ships a few years ago. Should we just go in and kill everyone in Israel until we get all of the Mossad people?
Who did?
Israel did. Israel shot one of our ships and tried to blame it on a foreign power.
Yeah,
and they got caught lying about it.
Don't overwhelmingly see Americans or reject America as a state.
Yes, they do. They literally have a policy of spitting on Christians. That is a cultural practice for them.
Yep.
You poll Israelis, they don't overwhelmingly say we don't believe America should exist, like Palestinians say we don't believe Israel should exist. It's simply not an apt comparison.
They will spit on you simply for existing. How is that not a clear context to their cultural ideology of what they believe in?
I'm saying
hang on, let me ask you this. Does any Christian group in the U.S., does any Christian organization in the U.S. believe that we should just walk around spitting on Jews as a cultural belief and practice?
I'm sure the KKK believes that. I'm sure.
No, because they would cry that it would be anti-Semitic.
Well, I'm sure the KKK believes that.
The same logic and reasoning applied against the Israelis doesn't fly with people, which is why the logic is flawed. Because if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander, and we have the bigger gun.
Know too much.
Palestinians reject Israel's right to exist. Israelis don't reject America's right to exist. That's just the bottom line.
Because they can't. They don't like us. They wish we were dead, but they can't. Half of them really do want us dead. That's why one of the largest sources of cyber attacks and intellectual property theft is from Israel.
You have polling?
I agree with you, Dima.
Because it seems like you're just pulling this out of your ass, to be honest.
No, that's statistical data.
Pull it up. Can you send it into this
yeah, absolutely. The third largest, I think it's the third or fourth largest source of cyber attacks. It's China, Russia, North Korea, and then Israel.
Sources and links.
Hang on. Sources of U.S. cyber attacks.
Also, cyber attacks aren't the same as bombs on the daily, but
Ugh.
Yeah, CFR.
I love that we're talking about foreign wars, and I decided to wear the same shirt from last night.
Yeah, and by the way, the reason why Israel doesn't bomb us anymore, aside from the one ship they've already shot with missiles, is because we would turn them into a parking lot, like every other country that we've done.
We absolutely should turn them into a parking lot, but I love waterboarding children.
Oh, nice. I love your shirt.
Nice.
I fucking love you. Yeah.
What are you twisting?
Oh, fucking great. Yeah, you fucking psychopath. But yeah, no, I believe.
Okay, hold on. Here's the more psychopathic reason why I bought the shirt. It's not because I like waterboarding children. Fuck the kids. I'd rather not fucking touch them in the first place. No, I bought it to wear to Walmart so motherfuckers would leave me alone and not like fucking try and engage in a random ass conversation with me. Like, cause we have like a big problem with these motherfuckers. They'd be like, "Hey, who do you pay? Who's your electric bill paid to?" And I'm like, "Fuck off! I don't want to talk to you. I'm gonna go waterboard children now."
Hey, where are you getting your data, Falinor? That Israel.
A variety of sources, everything from CISA, back when I was active with multiple agencies.
Please put it in the Discord.
I'm trying to find a public source. Hang on.
But also, I'm busting out the red wine, barrel aged Pentuple. Yes,
nice. Sounds really good.
Is it sweet?
Very pinky out kind of beer.
Is it sweet?
Yeah.
I have heard before that Israel is high on the list for cyber attacks, but Grok doesn't know about it. So
here's your top 4 so far, from what I can find from public sources that y'all have access to. That's again, it's China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, obviously attacking us because they fucking hate us, for reasons that we've given them.
Race car, is that beer sweet or bitter?
What? No, it's very it's not like a super sweet wine because the base beer is a Belgian triple. But I'm getting like semi-sweet, not like a full dry red wine
well, that's
taste
good.
from that.
I really don't.
No, it's incredibly good. It's so good. But I shouldn't be encouraging underage children to drink alcohol.
But I'm not gonna drink. I'm just asking.
I could go for a drink. Right
You were kind of insinuating, but about.
I have drunk in the past with parental consent, but I have not. I will not do it.
I've never drank.
How old are you, Bisky?
20.
I mean, you can up there. Why haven't you?
I just don't want to.
Up there? What's up there?
Canada.
Up there.
Canada.
Oh, you're up there in Canada, eh? Where it's colder than -fuck in the wintertime nearby.
Thanks for that.
My God, that's good.
I can't wait for fucking June, dude. I'm gonna be in Toronto, fucking tearing it up. I got new fucking Canadian war boots coming. Ooh.
Nice.
We went up there for a hockey tournament and we dominated and won the whole thing, and we get an automatic bid to come back. I would like to do it again. It was fun.
Well, Valador, do you believe Israel as a state should be dismantled?
No, I believe as a state they should exist. I just think that they should have the consent of the party that they've occupied the space in to exist.
Well, that's like saying, but let me explain. That's like saying that America, if you polled Native Americans and said, we don't want America to exist, or even if you polled black people who are enslaved, and they say they don't want America should exist, should America not exist?
No, because the Native Americans, when we had a completely different ideology of land ownership, we did, by our contractual obligations, by agreement, agree to sell the Native Americans, from the Native Americans to sell our land to the settlers. And they legally acquired it through valid trade. Consideration from a legal perspective was given. Now, that was also with consideration to the fact that there has to be what is considered meeting of the minds. That is Oxford law, which is Old English law, which from the U.S.'s perspective, our interpretations when it was established was there was a meeting of the minds because we explained to them from our language and concepts that we would buy your land from you and we would legally occupy it and we would have our own government and our own people here and we would conduct trade with you. No, because Israel came in and said, we are going to build a country here, and then they proceeded to do so. Now, there's a distinctive difference between buying land and establishing a country. I can't just go to Texas, into Texas, and buy a huge swath of land. I mean, I can, but I can't legally go into Texas and buy a huge swath of land, which that's legal part, and then commit the illegal part of declaring that land as a state of independence and establishing my own country without the consent of Texas, and then independently again, the consent of the United States.
You could if you were cool enough.
If I had enough guns, I could, but I ain't got enough guns, baby. Buddy, I love me some guns, but I ain't got enough. I can't swing it against Uncle Sam.
Let's say you and 100,000 other people all bought up land, and then the entire international community agreed you can have as much land.
It wouldn't fucking matter what the international community had to
And
say.
100,000 people.
It's open panel tonight if you want to hop in here, Groupus. You just go underneath the stream and click the Discord thingy, and you'll get the invite link.
It's not what the international committee has to say. Again, getting back to the argument of sovereignty. It's a matter of sovereignty.
Who bought the land
doesn't matter.
It's a matter. Okay, listen, frankly, it's a matter of sovereignty, okay? We have to respect people's sovereignty, folks. And listen, I went up in there and I said, look, if you don't respect your sovereignty, you're going to respect this dick and I'll nuke you. And so they backed off. They backed off real quick. And so I felt pretty good about that. It was a quick negotiation, an effective negotiation. But yeah, we had a great time over there.
Calm down, Trump.
I'm not going to keep I have my side.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, your argument is the same as saying that if I go into fucking Panda's house and then, like, I somehow buy out his fucking bathroom and then I establish that as mine and form my own government in his bathroom, like,
You could
to
take
make
his
it
whole
a
house.
little exactly.
4-year-old government and his mom.
Yeah, and the answer is
we really
you have
need two
hang on.
pandas,
This is kind of funny. Race car, you make a hilarious and very accurate point. Unfortunately, because of squatters' rights, you might actually end up owning the house.
Oh my god! Get fucked, Panda! I'm taking over your bathroom.
All of your mother belong to me now, Panda.
Yeah. Sadly, that's precedence in the U.S. in multiple states. That's why I don't believe. That's why there's several things that I don't believe in regards to. Again, it's in terms of land back. That's one of the reasons why I don't believe in land back. Because if somebody comes into your house illegally and they're occupying your house illegally and they're staying in your house beyond what you agreed to let them stay in, and they stay there long enough, they can take your house from you. And I don't agree with that. They're stealing your home from you, and they can do that legally. Through legal means, through nefarious means, through involuntary processes. A perfect example was one person who rented a house. It was a woman who rented a multi-million-dollar property as an Airbnb, and then she turned around and said, oh, well, you didn't get a certificate of occupancy, so I'm going to stay in this house permanently. And she did, and she eventually left. But he tried to kick her out, and he couldn't. So she stole a multi-million-dollar property from him, from a control perspective, by leveraging and abusing a legal system. And again, that's why I don't believe in the ability for you to just show up somewhere, walk into someone's home,
we understand your position.
and take it. Yeah. And again, it's
I
like...
guess the bottom line is I don't disagree with you in general. Israel as a state currently exists, and Palestinians don't believe Israel as a state has the right to exist. I believe their refusal to accept Israel's legitimacy after 75 to 76 years of existence, and Israel consistently, being a free society, and the Arab world is not a free society.
They're not a free society. But don't call Israel a free society. They're an apartheid state. They are not a free society.
Zach, I mean, this is who your fan base is.
Did you really, Panda, after all the shit you've pulled, You don't have the right to say shit like that.
Israel is an apartheid state that's been certified by over 100 government bodies.
I can't believe he just said that shit to me. This is who you're
Can you bail me out on my argument?
And no, sir, you get to stand on the fundamental basis of your own beliefs, and you can die on your own sword, or I could run you through with it. Like I said, I come with data and facts.
It was a joke,
the only thing I care about.
That's the point.
It was funny though. I'll give you points on the funny. The comedy was good. Yeah.
So
you elicited a response from Zach. That's points.
So do you not think if you could choose, would you rather live in Israel or any Arab country?
I would live in Abu Dhabi, the safest country in the world.
You would rather live in the UAE where they behead you if you smoke marijuana, rather than live in Israel.
That's the law. If you break the law, you have to suffer the consequences of the sovereign nation of that law.
The bottom line
if he's got enough money to live in Abu Dhabi, he can go to other fucking places where it's
Falinor, remind me, what
weed.
game is your avatar from, Fal?
If I'm not mistaken, Mass Effect?
No, it's not Mass Effect. That is from it's from that online game. Warframe. That is a Warframe, bro.
No, hang on. Mass Effect Andromeda bad guy. It's supposed to be the mass. No. This is the Archon. Yeah. It's the bad guy from Andromeda. Mass Effect Andromeda.
Oh, I didn't play Andromeda. Okay.
Yeah.
That explains why I didn't recognize it. I swore that was a Warframe.
Yeah. One day I needed an icon because I made my account and I just needed a fucking picture, so I just Googled like cool picture and that's what popped up.
Okay.
Zach, what do you think
swore
of the
that was a
game
Warframe.
Cookie Clicker?
Yeah.
What?
What do you think of the game Cookie Clicker?
Cookie Clicker?
Have you ever played
Zach, do you not know that game?
Is that some kind of a weird game where I touch virtual boxes or something?
Turn into autistic 20 questions again.
Yeah.
Well, it's much funner than going down this stupid rabbit hole and not getting anywhere. So.
Yeah. Well,
anyways.
if you want to get somewhere, let me summarize for you what I believe should happen. Personally, would like to happen is this: one, the complete eradication of Hamas. Just the destruction of Hamas. I don't like terrorists of any kind. They kill people. They torture people. People live in fear. That's not democracy. It's not freedom. Two, the Palestinians, now that Hamas has been eliminated, can set up a peaceful agreement with the Israelis where they can have a dual two-state party system, an official permanent country condition, where they work together to build the Ben Ghalid Canal that they've been secretly planning to build for the several years now, which will replace the Suez Canal, bringing 18% of total trade through the Gaza Strip, making the Palestinians one of the most prosperous people in the world. I absolutely would love that idea because it would make them prosperous and it would bring them from a place of violence, and it would also redistribute power in regards to influence over trade from the Middle East to where it's centralized across the Middle Eastern powers, as well as also U.S. NATO powers. And that would stabilize trade for the globe, making it a lot safer and a lot easier and a lot more viable. And it would bring peace for Israel, which they do deserve as a people. They've suffered greatly from many, many, many decades, definitely the past century. And they deserve peace. They've suffered for millennia. Both people have. And it's time that the area and the region finds peace. However, it requires the acknowledgements of both parties for things that were broken, things that were done, and that peace be made by accepting that, yes, you did this, I did that, we both agree both things were bad, Hamas very bad, kill the bad, get rid of the bad, and create a stable region where people can live in prosperity and start with the rebuilding of the entire Gaza Strip, which has been turned into the Gaza parking lot.
Okay.
So you want a utopia?
I'm just going to summarize my proposal. I believe Israel should bomb Gaza and the West Bank until, as long as Palestinians overwhelmingly support what happened on October 7th. If the Palestinians' leadership continues to reject Israel's legitimacy to exist and they continue to operate as an Islamic dictatorship,
that's going to continue to happen because Palestinians' leadership is Hamas.
Right.
Yeah. You have to kill Hamas.
So essentially, you have to eradicate Hamas.
Yeah. Once you get rid of
problem,
we can all agree that we should surgically neutralize Hamas.
Yeah, yes. and that's my thing. That's my only disagreement here is when we went into Afghanistan and Iraq, we didn't kill civilians. We went through the trouble and the loss of life, which was horrible and heartbreaking, in order to prevent as much as humanly possible collateral damage. We didn't wantonly bomb wherever we had to or felt necessary. We killed the bad people in a most effective way of killing the bad people, which is my disappointment in the Israelis to begin with. Mossad is the best intelligence agency in existence, in my personal opinion.
You gave your opinion, now can I give mine?
Yes, but because of the way that we did things in Afghanistan, that allowed fucking the Taliban to not be surgically removed from existence altogether.
Well, that's because we played nice with kid gloves. The Israelis do not. The Israelis will kill 100% of their membership. We want to play nice with people and buy them because we think we can buy friends, and that's a stupid philosophy.
It really is. Moving on, I want to address something from the chat. Captain Cold 120.
I'm from our supporters.
I see the Christian and Trump 2024 attack. I don't know what you mean by attack.
You mean tags?
Yeah, maybe he means tags. I want to ask you a question. Do you think the Republican Party represents Christians better than Democrats do? I know for a fact the Republican Party is a slightly better representation of the Christian religion than Democrats.
Slightly.
Not by much. Not by much. Because Republicans, as an establishment, are pieces of shit who would rather stab their constituency in the back and self-enrich through backdoor deals than actually do the thing they were elected to do. But on the other side of the aisle, you have literal Baal worshippers. So my side is clear.
I agree with you.
Factual Baal. That is for those who don't know.
What does the Republican establishment do that certainly is more...
Panda, shut up and let Palinor say what he was saying.
Yeah, that is, for those who aren't aware, that is a factual statement. They built a literal shrine to Baal in a... what state was it? It was...
Idaho, wasn't it?
It was Oregon.
Massachusetts.
Yeah, it was one of those. Probably multiple.
Was it
but
Oregon?
an actual... It was an
Idaho State House.
No, I'll look it up.
Yeah,
Thank you.
But it was an actual altar to Baal.
I'm
Like
certain
a
it was
factual altar to Baal.
Massachusetts. Yeah. But Zach...
There might be more than one. I'm not surprised.
Okay, what, Panda?
What I was going to ask is, what aspects of the Republican establishment do you think push policies that are anti-Christian doctrine?
Oh, so the neocon establishment, specifically the old guard, it's just... Okay.
Who's the neocon
Christianity prescribes ethical capitalism, which, of course, the lefty would say doesn't exist, but it does. Christianity would prescribe ethical capitalism, whereas the crony establishment Republican Party is all too concerned with corporatism and giving their friends deals and nepotism in all of its flavors. And then there's the doing deals with your enemies. You know, Christ said, turn the other cheek as it relates to insults. He didn't say, spread the cheeks of your constituency so that your enemies can fuck them. The Republican Party is more than willing to turn a blind eye to corruption at every level as long as they get their piece. They are rife with cowardice at a fundamental level. I mean, those are the main complaints.
Can I ask a specific policy you can point to that a major Republican president has done that reflects that? Or a major Republican governor?
How about Mitch McConnell perpetually hamstringing legislation in Congress because he wants to work with the other side for his entire political career?
So I have tactical disagreements with McConnell on some issues. But for example, Mitch McConnell is the guy who got thousands of federal conservative judges, including to 6-3 conservative SCOTUS, leaning we got. He held up our RBG's seat. He held up, he prevented Stephen, I believe the current AG, from getting on. He's the reason we have the 6-3 conservative Supreme Court, dozens of DC courts and local courts.
Okay, Panda, let me ask you something. If you ran a business and you had an employee that did his job, not even an outstanding job, just did his job 51% of the time, and the other 49 I'm sorry, and the other 49 shut up, and the other 49% of the time he was literally selling my business's secrets to my competition, would you keep that person employed?
No.
I don't think that's...
Boom! Thank you.
Oh,
I don't think that's even.
I have a much easier example. In
Thank
regards
you.
to
Go ahead.
backstabbers,
Temple of Baal was
Nixon, without a shadow of a doubt, Nixon. When he delinked the U.S. dollar from the gold standard, he caused a crippling, crushing, rolling primary, secondary, and tertiary effect on the entirety of money and value in regards to the country as a whole, and screwed everybody. Not just in this country, but everyone else in the world. Because he destroyed and debased the value of the dollar.
I believe we should have kept it from gold standard. Actually, probably it might have been better if we transitioned to like a silver standard. A silver standard is generally more flexible than gold standard.
Well, a standard is a standard. He delinked us from any standard and began to get 100% pure fiat.
Disagree. I think I understand where it's coming from because at the time there was an international trade, like what was it called, the something deal, like the treaty. There's some international like where we pegged our currency to other people's currency, but I forgot the name.
Pegged.
I was about to say the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
You fucking beat me to it.
Like I do believe we should have a sovereign currency, so I don't believe, for example,
Very
like,
serious intellectuals.
Absolutely.
I forgot the name of the tree. I'm looking it up right now.
That's okay. I'd rather watch this cartoon.
Yeah.
Sir!
Hang on, I can't see it.
Should be...
Well, click on the thing in Discord then.
2010.
I'm watching it.
It worked! You have to listen to me. I don't have much time before my return window closes. I'm from the future!
What's going on?
We've got a time traveler.
Oh boy.
No, listen to me. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm not insane. I've come back to warn you.
Uh-huh. Of what?
In my time, a genocide is happening!
Who's responsible?
J.K. Rowling!
The children's author?
Yes! J.K. Rowling is committing a genocide!
You know, hang on.
Oh, you're gonna
I
feel
would
like
agree
such
with this.
idiots! Don't believe
Because they're
me?
remaking
Look,
Harry Potter.
I have proof!
They're murdering our
looking at here?
dreams and childhood.
It says she doesn't like being
sound like- you
called
sound like
menstruator. I don't understand. Ah! Shh! You can't talk like that! Gay teenagers are going to kill themselves! They're killing themselves! They're killing themselves! Yes, film this! Everyone of this era, hear my warning! In 2024, J.K. Rowling becomes genocidal and makes transgender children kill themselves with her Twitter account! Transgender children?
Like people will ever make kids trans.
Not if we don't do something about it! There's an entire movement of people. They're trying to stop
Is that supposed to be
10-year-olds from
Bosch?
going on puberty blockers so they can have easier sex
No.
changes when they're
Bosch-
older.
I don't think
Can't
Bosch
you
has ever
see
had
it's
a,
genocide?
mustache.
Puberty blockers.
Wait,
But
you
don't
think
you-
Has he?
not sterilizing children is genocidal?
Come on, guys, we're just dunking on a mentally ill guy at this
So has-
point.
has-
No!
has Bosch
You're
ever-
progressive! You should be on my
Has Bosch
side!
ever been a moderate?
What?
He's wearing an Obama shirt. He might as
Yeah.
well be Bosch.
Yes.
But he brings up a funny point though, because I think it's the EU has now banned puberty blockers because they found that it was sterilizing children, causing like major osteoporosis and cancers.
You mean all the things that people like me were
People
telling
were
people that
warning
was going
people
to happen
about?
like
Yeah.
way long ago?
Yeah.
Because I have a
And-
basic understanding of human biology?
And they
Yeah.
were finding
The
that it
EU.
actually
It's
makes
like-
it more
it's
difficult
like
to
the
transition
science.
later.
Science.
You know.
Science.
Why? How do I communicate with pro-trans people then?
I think,
Sorry, what?
I'm asking when I'm talking to someone who's pro-trans, how do I communicate to them why I disagree with them without them just like verbally abusing me and just not understanding anything?
You can't.
You just
You can't.
You just
You
don't
can't.
engage
You
with
just-
them at all because
Yeah.
they're on a completely different kind of intellectual level
they've been,
than
yeah.
the
They're-
rest of us who.
They're not on an intellectual level. Their entire ideology. Here's what you
I
have to
don't mean
understand
a
about the
radical, I mean a
trans radical
normal.
movement. What?
I mean a normal. I mean like a normal person who's like, I don't know about it, but I just say live, keep the kids out of it. But like, if you're an adult and you decide to get trans surgery, it doesn't matter.
Okay,
Like, how do I
okay, yeah.
communicate with
If you're talking to a normie who's willing to listen, then you have to very carefully and very methodically and make it as emotional as possible so that you can marry your facts that you're giving them to emotional realities. So tell them all of the visceral facts about what this does to kids and use as much
No, just
emotional
about
language
adults.
as you
Let's say
can.
they're-
What?
Let's say they're against it for kids, but for it for adults.
Okay.
Well,
then
adult's an adult.
Then you begin talking about the suicide rate after transition, how it increases.
Yeah.
You begin
500%.
talking about how psychiatric medication use increases after transition. You begin talking about the effects that it has on society at large, and you can give them a little bit of history lesson about how every single large empire like ours that fell into this kind of degeneracy right before everything went tits up. And again, tie it to as much emotional reality in their life as you possibly can.
And I agree with that 100%. I think it's a great take. You could also take my more prerogative, which is I don't give a shit what you do or don't believe in the privacy of your own home and what your personally held beliefs are. But I absolutely refuse to comply with your projection of forced and compelled speech and beliefs upon me and my family and my culture and my religion and my way of life. I respect you enough to where I will respectfully disagree with you and your beliefs, but you will not tell me that my way of life is wrong, that my beliefs are wrong, that my desires are wrong, that my religion is wrong, that my speech will be what you tell me it is, because I will absolutely refuse to comply.
I agree with that. And what I explain to somebody who says, well, I don't know much about it, but the bottom line is if they're a consenting adult and this identity makes them feel better, why do you care?
Yeah. Logically incoherent. So if you take an adult who is significantly traumatized to the point where they are incapable of any logical decision, and if that trauma is from any source that is not related to a political ideology, so a wife having the shit beat out of her by her husband for years and now she's a babbling nutcase, or a woman who has multiple kids die and now she's all over the place. A man who went to war and he's now completely incoherent.
PTSD.
All of these forms of mental illness.
Why you gotta bring me up?
Shut up. All of these forms of mental illness render you legally unable to consent to buying alcohol, let alone to mutilating yourself with the permission of a doctor, not to mention the moral reality that it does not fucking matter whether I give you consent to cut my arm off. It's still wrong for you to cut my arm off.
And on a political level, I agree with you on this. But what if the Norman would argue that basically if they identify more with woman as a gender or man as a gender, they have the right to change it because it makes them feel more comfortable. And
they don't have a right. They don't. That's
them feel better. How do I
that's
argue
the key issue. They don't have a right. If they're a minor, now if they're an adult, that's a different conversation.
If they're an adult,
he's asking about adults.
You're not listening. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Zach. So please do not interrupt me. If somebody says that trans people feel better after transition, and if they're consenting adults and they feel better from it, why do you care? Why not treat them like the gender they mostly present as? I mean, Blair White looks like a woman. Then why not do that? Because they don't care
about Pen, I understand what you're asking me. First of all, again, hit them with the statistical reality. We have the data. The best studies we have show that these people are not happier long term. The thing where I transition, now I'm so much happier, that is a transitory phenomenon. It exists. They're happier typically somewhere between 1 and up to 10 years. And after that time period, the transitory state of being happy with their decision begins to wear off, and that's where drug use increases, suicidality increases, prescription medication increases, all these bad metrics increase. And even if none of that was true, again, we have to look at the reality of what these things do to society. And you do not want to live in a society where doctors have the right to mutilate people and give them cancer-causing extra super physiological doses of hormone and hormone blockers because that person consented. You do not want to live in a society that allows doctors to go Frankenstein mode because the person consented. This is what you tell people who argue that you should let adults do what they want.
That being medically beneficial is what they would argue, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I agree with you. I'm just saying they might not understand why, in the long term, they would say no if Blair White, when they transition, actually feels more comfortable.
Yeah, Panda, I understand what you're saying, and you're just repeating yourself at this point. All the sources are in the Discord. Yeah. I have done all the research. You're just repeating the question.
Okay.
Also,
yes, Bisky, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I'm just gonna comment. Like, I think, like, in my personal opinion, there needs to be more like research done. Like, I think we're all like really concerned about like a suicide rate and all that. Like, we're all concerned about that. Like, we need to understand the factors that kind of contribute to that. So, I think there's a lot more discussion that needs to be taking place and a lot more studies that need to be done. Like,
discussion.
I don't think anyone is opposed to more research into the phenomenon. I'm certainly not.
I don't think there's any study which will show that living a lie will ever make someone happy. I think that's sort of epistemologically impossible.
I would agree with that.
Also, being that it's still a fairly new kind of nuance kind of thing, we're still collecting data. There's still not a whole lot out there yet.
Hang on, I wanted to. Grumple just said something. This is endemic to the Republican conversation right now. Grumple, I profoundly disagree with you, and here's why. There's much bigger fish to fry thing. When you have a fracture in culture, it didn't start as this massive great divide. It started over small things. And the small thing had a wedge drove in it and became a slightly bigger thing, and then a slightly bigger thing, and then a slightly bigger thing. And that's how we went from being a fairly united culture in the 40s to where we are now. Okay? And so we need to reverse that process in exactly the same way it happened in the opposite order to try to unify. So we have to have these conversations, and we have to get back to a point where we agree on basic truths. And until that happens, there can be no reunification. There can be no healing without the truth. So I disagree, Grumple. There are not bigger fish to fry. There is no fish more important than fundamental truth.
Yeah. I think a perfect example would be what just recently happened, where you had a biological male go into the women's locker room because they identified as LGBT, and a woman that was in that locker room felt extremely uncomfortable and confronted the person who was in the nude in that locker room that had not been post-surgery. There was a penis floating around in the women's locker room, and she naturally confronted that person about, "You're not supposed to be in here." And they said, "I'm going to be in here." That woman, by the way, ended up getting expelled from Planet Fitness. But she brought up a valid point. One, my wife ever decides to go to the gym,
judge-free zone.
I don't want a penis floating around in the male's locker room. Additionally, if I'm in the gym, I don't want a naked woman or someone that is biologically a naked woman in my locker room.
I mean, I could live with that.
Well, I can't. As a hardcore conservative Christian, I belong to my wife. And if there is a naked woman in front of me, that is a direct affront to my core personal beliefs. You haven't just accosted me, you've accosted my faith, because you are naked in front of me as a woman. Whether you identify as a woman or not is irrelevant.
I would also like to add that a lot of hybrid individualists hyper-focus on one person and forget that everyone else in the group is are also individuals.
In this Vosh, he kind of looks like he has a porn mustache, to be honest.
He does. It does.
Zach, to what extent do you think social media is a cause of a lot of polarization nowadays?
Yes, and social media is banned in a lot of countries.
Did you hang on? Did you ask me if I think social media is a cause of division?
To what extent? Like, what percentage of modern day polarization, if you could give a rough percentage, 0 to 100%, of polarization is caused by social media and young people going to echo chambers?
85%.
That's a hard one to quantify, and here's why. So we know through things like the fall of Rome and more recently Nazi Germany and other such
Soviet
instances.
Union?
Any country that has had a huge ideological split in the population, we know that these things can happen in the absence of technology. But this time it happened with the technology. And so
faster.
it's hard to quantify a set amount of blame to ascribe to the social media. Agreed. Whoever, I don't know who said it, I think it was Groofus, but yeah, what we know for sure is the social media accelerated it by a factor of 10.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why a lot of countries are banning certain social media platforms.
Down.
What do you think of the TikTok ban?
What do I think of the TikTok ban? Man, I think the TikTok ban should have happened a long time ago.
Like,
I agree.
personally, I don't think it's... Sorry.
It is. Go ahead. All y'all go ahead.
Bisky?
Okay, no, I was just gonna say, like, I don't think the TikTok ban is, like, a good thing at all. Because, like, if we're, like...
I
personally,
understand.
like,
I
if we're
disagree,
gonna
but
go...
I understand.
Let her talk.
Well,
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, if we're thinking about, like, freedom of speech and allowing people to kind of state their opinions, like, I don't think we should ban TikTok.
But you don't need TikTok to have freedom of speech.
Well,
No, I agree with...
Go ahead.
Sorry.
You're good.
I agree with what you're saying. It's just that it just seems like there's a certain narrative that people are trying to kind of cover up, in my opinion. So it just feels really forced and weird to me, like that TikTok is like the only social media that they're kind of targeting.
Do you know
Alright,
why?
That's a
do you know
super
why
unexpected
they are
take.
targeting? I mean,
So
Zach, what I would
Go ahead.
say is that
Go ahead.
in
Go ahead.
general, I'm for free trade with most countries. Like, I believe we should have. I'm against protectionism. I think protectionism is silly. I think having free trade with most countries is a good thing because it means, we can use their workers. And yes, we'll have some unemployment in our country, but those workers will not have money, and those workers in foreign countries will be able to buy our products. So it's a win-win relationship. But when it comes to foreign adversaries like China, I'm more for protectionism because we're not trying to end it for economic reasons. Like, economically, I'm against protectionism, but geopolitically, if you're dealing with an enemy like China, I don't think you can have free trade, like, because their government is just going to blackmail us. Like, they don't have free trade; they have corporate.
Okay, Panda. So, do you think we should ban TikTok or not?
Yes, because that's an example of protectionism I would support.
Okay, then yeah, I agree for the same reason.
My turn.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't think we should ban it.
Really?
However, it violates multiple regulations on illegal spying and surveillance. That should be changed. It is actively participating in foreign-sponsored nation-state PSYOPs campaigns, which is in violation of multiple U.S. laws and regulations. That should be changed. It is actively participating in illegal trade practices, which should also be changed. And it is actively manipulating certain population groups and targeting population groups with certain sets of information, while other population groups and demographics are being targeted with separate sets of information, i.e., kids are being taught in the U.S. about twerking and shaking your ass and doing drugs and getting drunk, and Chinese kids are learning about highly educationally focused things, good achievements, positive reinforcements of behavioral characteristics and morale, and so that should also be changed. However, I do agree with Bisky that free trade and free speech should always be enforced in a free country. And if you do anything otherwise, you're violating the tenets of that free country. However, at the same time, the things that are not freedom-focused and that are not binding to our regulations and our laws, you're in our country, our sovereignty, our rules and regulations. I don't give a shit what the CCP says you can do in China. You're not in China the second you cross that fucking cable. You're in America, so you play by America's rules. And so for that reason, I think they should be forced to establish a separate U.S. headquarters, and they should maintain the technology here from that perspective in the U.S. Or if they're not willing to do that, they can still own it, but they have to comply to U.S. laws U.S. policies, U.S. procedures, U.S. regulations, U.S. free trade practices, and if they don't, they can either sell it or get the fuck out.
Okay, that's reasonable at least. I'm not sure I totally agree, but it's reasonable.
I basically agree with finance, except I do want it to be banned for one reason only. Because if Biden signs a bill, which sounds like he will if it gets to his desk, he's gonna lose in November. No ifs, ands, or buts. There's no chance he's gonna vote for him. No chance he's gonna vote for him.
I'm beating him in the polls.
Well, yeah, but this will just solidify it. Trump would
It's
just.
kind of already solidified, to be honest.
This is politics. Anything can change within a week.
There's truth to that.
And the one thing, that I got from the wording of the bill that I actually don't like about
they can ban any app.
The bill itself is worded it would actually ban VPNs and everything else too, and
would they actually ban them?
You're
yeah, if you think about it.
If you ban TikTok, you're also banning VPNs and all those other things like that. And which is absolutely a detriment to having privacy on the internet, which would do more. This bill will do more harm than good.
Well,
I absolutely agree with you, Valinor, about we should have.
How the fuck you say that? Welcome to the adventure.
Side of TikTok that's based here in the U.S. to comply with U.S.
laws.
regulations.
Just like they do in China.
So we're not just
sending,
so
you
we're
have
not
a
just
Chinese
sending our
company.
fucking phone data over to fucking China.
Well, and that's my thing. It's like you have a Chinese-based compliance, you have an EU-based compliance. Why the fuck don't you have a US-based compliance? You could do it in the EU, you could do it in China, you could do it here, and that's not a problem.
Because our government doesn't force them to do so.
Yeah, our government doesn't force them to do so, and that is a fair point. Is they don't force them to do so, and that's because we are America and we don't force people to do things. However, at the same time, part of my issue.
Wait, America forces people to do things all the time. What are you talking about?
We don't make you do anything.
We've been trying to spoon feed fucking freedom down the Middle East throat.
We give
for the
you
last 30
options.
years.
We give them options. You have choices. You can have freedom by the foot, or you can have freedom by the meter. It's your choice. Yeah. But getting back to my point, it's part of my issue with TikTok at a core perspective is TikTok is problematic in the nature that it's caused a ruckus to the point where politicians are getting involved. More specifically, if we look at Teapot calling the kettle black, Twitter has been an issue, Instagram's been an issue, MySpace was an issue, going way back in the day, AOL was an issue, going way, way back in the day, showing my age there, back when the phones and the computer did before anything else. But the way this law is worded, and my problem with it is this law gives them, the government, Congress specifically, the stipulation to decide what apps are problematic. Not to any generically defined stipulation of check sheets, but just, we think that app is problematic, therefore we can ban it.
Where does it do that? Because we read the wording of the law, and we read the entire bill last night, and I didn't hear it in there.
Hang on, let me pull it up for you.
Okay.
TikTok.
While you're pulling that up, I want to finish this video.
I've literally come from the future to prove to everyone that you're right!
It's true.
My time window's closing! Farewell, everyone! I know you can do this! Did it work? Did I stop the trans genocide?
What trans genocide?
Yes!
Oh my gosh, wait, you're the guy from that video.
I see my warning had an impact.
That one that inspired Americans to finally invest in properly funding mental health care.
Huh? You should be on my side! I've literally come from the future to prove to everyone that you're right!
It's true.
My time window's closing! Farewell, everyone! I know you can do this!
I know what he's saying sounds nuts, but the truth is, I've never felt more validated. I've been telling you people for years, this country needs to invest in mental health care. We're gonna end up with lunatics like him everywhere if we don't figure out a solution.
What?
He's right. We need to come together, left and right, to help these sick people.
If
No,
only.
what about the trans kids? Are they able to get puberty blockers? Surgery?
Sex changes? For kids? Are you insane?
Justice.
Well played.
I'm going for free trade, but Daldor, do you believe that protectionism has done good for America historically? Like before free trade was popularized.
I can go ahead and answer your question. The answer is no.
No to what? Free trade's good or protectionism?
Protectionism has not worked for the U.S.
No.
A perfect example is if I wanted to establish a company in the U.S. as a U.S. or Chinese company, I just establish a company, file for my EIN, register as a foreign agency. If I'm Chinese, I register as a local citizen with my social security number or ITIN if I'm a U.S. citizen, and then I go through my respective state. I file with my state. I get my state business license from my respective county, and then I open for business. In China, I have to pay an intermediary company where I am required to, by law, give them a percentage of my gross profit in exchange for being able to do business in China. And they are my company as an intermediary. I am just a business that does business through them. I am required to do business through them. And if I don't, I can't do business in China, period. And that's why I've openly advocated for the open ban of all Chinese businesses on the U.S. stock market and requiring all Chinese businesses to be forced to use U.S. business intermediaries as a direct and equal proportional response to Chinese businesses and how we're treated in America, and Chinese businesses in America versus how U.S. businesses are treated in China.
I would agree, but when it comes to white working class people in like the Midwest who had their jobs displaced, what do you think the solution there is? Because I don't believe protectionism is generally a solution, especially for allied countries. But certainly it's an issue, and you don't want to see these 60-year-old white guys who generally can't get jobs because they don't have training to go to the tech industry. Like, what do you think the solution's there?
Well, the outsourcing is outsourcing. It's always going to happen. That's a question of labor, not a question of countries and allies.
What do you think should happen with displaced, I'm asking? Like, what government programs or no government
Displaced?
programs?
There's already programs. There's literally billions, tens of billions, and I have this conversation all the time. If people tell me no, and I will willingly drive to wherever you physically are, and I will put you in my car, and I will personally drive you to your local workforce development center, because I guarantee you there is not a county in this country, all 3,143 of them, who do not have one, either directly or have been assigned one by their state Department of Labor. Every county has a workforce development program and guaranteed state and federal funding for your personal career development. You are guaranteed that money. It has been pre-funded into infinitum. It is a program nobody will touch because they will be unilaterally annihilated if they even breathe in that direction. There is not a political party or entity in existence that can touch the Department of Labor's workforce development training budget without being completely annihilated by both parties unilaterally.
The answer is, what program do you support? Do you support that program, or do you support
workforce development? Absolutely, because they will literally pay you to go get a job. Then they will take it a step further by paying the company to hire you and to maintain you as an employee for a period of time until that program expires. And that is years for you as the individual developing and years for the company as the employer employing you. They will literally subsidize your payroll to take a person that they have paid to train.
I think I would agree with that, but I would...
Best fucking deal ever. You can't beat it.
The slight modification I would make is, I think probably lower corporate taxes or tax credits might be better instead of just giving them money. Like, tax credits might, letting them keep their own money, but as a deduction might be better than just printing them. But I think I would agree with something like that. But the problem is, especially with AI, I don't think AI is a bad thing, but like, when you have displaced people, and it's clear sort of white working class people are not transitioning to the tech industry, you need to have some sort of social programs for that, but I'm against socialism, so I'm just thinking about... I'm contemplating the solution to this problem, but do you think AI will have a big effect in displacing people?
AI is going to annihilate
she asked
jobs.
if I wanted something to watch. I thought she meant like she had a friend she was going to invite to the stream.
Sorry, my childish nature came out. Apologies. To address your last statement, universally we agree to an extent. I do not agree with tax credits because of the fact that you have to employ that person for an entire year before you would receive a tax credit, and then you have to wait months for that check to come in. So you're looking at a year and a half time frame at a minimum before you actually get any funds in to pay for that person, and you'll be far less inclined to want to hire that person because of the fact that you have to carry that expense while you're also training them on the job in addition to the training that they've already received, and that will disincentivize people from the program, whereas with the current program, you're directly incentivized to hire that person because you are paid to hire them.
Okay, so I have to work in the morning, and I want to watch these 4 videos. It's about 4 minutes, so you guys can chill or shut the fuck up or whatever. But yeah, we're doing this.
How'd that get in there?
Okay.
How'd that get in there?
Okay then.
So simple, so eloquent.
Yep.
Here's some random shit that I feel like more
done.
people should know about. On Home Depot's website, you can buy literal fucking weapons. And I'm talking some medieval Game of Thrones shit. They even have armor suits, full-ass shields, and plane propellers. If you use the app CapCut to edit your videos, every single thing that you edit on that app gets instantly uploaded to the public so everybody can see them. If you plan on moving anytime soon and need a shit ton of boxes, instead of spending between $5 and $15 fucking per box, you can try not spending all your money on the fucking boxes by going to the USPS website, press the little drop-down menu, click on free boxes, find whatever size box you want to get and order the maximum quantity. For example, these boxes come in packs of 25 and you can order as many as 20 of them. That's 500 boxes, by the way. They are completely free and they will be shipped directly to your fucking house. And the only reason that this even works is because the US Postal Service provides you with free shipping supplies in the understanding that you will be paying for it whenever you actually ship something. Fun fact, these cremation remain kits also are under that umbrella of free shipping supplies, so you can order an infinite amount of these to anyone's house. Do with that information what you will.
Interesting.
I like the plot twist at the end there.
What? There's that video just went.
Question is, what led us to this point? What led us to the perversion and mutilation of oneself to make what is missing now in our lives, but more importantly, our children's lives go?
Called degeneracy.
Well, obviously, it's Jesus is what we're missing. But,
Things you don't want to hear, but I'm going to tell you about them because we all need a reality check every now and again. Coming out the gate swinging with this little factoid, but please don't hate me. The color of your cat does not determine its personality. I'm 2 days away from posting this video, and I can already feel the hate from the future. But I mean, ask a vet. It's the astrology of the pet world. Orange cats are not exceptionally silly, and black cats are not notably independent. All cats have their own quirks and perks. I'm sorry. Number 2, if you shave your hair, it does not grow back thicker and faster. Oh my god. This is a hill I'm gonna die on. I just know there's gonna be a good handful of people in these comments saying no. No, one time I did shave my hair and it grew back fast. Yeah, great anecdotal evidence. Google it. Just please, I'm begging you, just Google it, please. Yes, maybe it looked thicker because it was stubble, and stubble looks thicker. But don't you think if that was true, then bald people would be shaving their heads 9 times a day? Don't you think they'd be looking into that a little bit? Number 3, chiropractic. Just a harmful pseudoscience. I don't have time to go all into this. Spend your money how you want, but it's not real. And if I see one more person bring their dog to have a guy snap its back like a pretzel, I'm going to lose my things you don't want to.
Okay, the chiropractic one. The unfortunate reality is a lot of those people are quacks, but some of them really do know what they're doing and can fix real issues. I had a fucking guy who was a chiropractor specialized in cervical spine. He fixed my fucking neck. And yeah, anecdotal evidence. He has an entire fucking clinic, and at some point, enough anecdotal reports becomes a fucking population base with which now you have a fucking study. He's fixed a lot of people's fucking necks. If they're a specialist and they are purporting to do something very specific and measurable, then they're probably legit. These chiropractors that think they're going to fix your fucking asthma by cracking your back 3 times a week, those people are fucking charlatans.
There's a lot of chiropractor videos I see in YouTube Shorts where it's really porn bait because they have these women with big asses and
Yes, the thirst trap chiropractic YouTube niche is pretty fucking huge. I love you, random guy. I think we need shut up. We've all heard of the Germans burning books before, but do any of you know what books they were burning? What books were they burning? Please tell us and give me your sources.
Worst facts I could find about the scary goddamn place we call the ocean. Number one, we know more about space than we do the ocean. Now, I know a lot of people say this all the time, but I don't think we're all fully grasping the concept. I mean, for example, 80% of the ocean is still unexplored. 80%. And that's rounded up, that's almost 100%. There are several reasons for why the ocean is unexplored. One being the fact that, get this, most of the ocean is covered in utter and complete darkness. Plus, when you go out outer space, it's a vacuum, so there's literally no pressure. But when you go under the water, there's more pressure than when my father put me during that Pee Wee hockey tournament that one summer when I was a child. Sorry, that was not for you. That was for my therapist. I don't know why I brought that up. Number two, it is estimated that there are millions of sea creatures that we still have not discovered. How fun, how whimsical. Oh, so you're telling me that this is definitely not the most horrifying thing in all of the ocean? You're telling me that this is not the bottom of the barrel in divine creation. Number four, there's no such thing as fish. I don't have a lot of time to explain that, but you just Google it. It's true, and finally, number five, viruses. 1 milliliter of ocean water has over how many? 10 million viruses? 10 million. Yeah, okay. That's the worst facts I could find about the scary.
I love that guy's username.
That's amazing.
Big Tug, yeah. His content is pretty funny. All of it is sort of that manic, like high energy, manic energy, fucking commentary on random shit. His video on drugs is really funny. I did it on stream the other day.
Was he on drugs or talking about drugs?
Yes.
Drugs, probably. Yes, actually, yeah. Yes,
so,
probably.
Hey, Zach, quick update. I read through 7521, HR 7521. That's the bill that they're passing. I also briefly looked over the other previous two, which was initially just banning TikTok from government devices. And then the second one was banning TikTok, banning schools from receiving federal funding if they didn't ban TikTok from campus. And then this one, 7521, which is banning TikTok. More specifically, the language used is foreign adversary controlled applications to include source code. And the definition of that per section, I do believe it's covered company and rule of construction. One of the concerning items in here, which is going to get Reddit, Facebook, Twitter, and probably, funny enough, GitHub, thereby Microsoft, banned from the country, is 20% ownership by foreign adversaries. If you look up the funding sources from initial investments that bought the A through C and A through E series of those companies, they were Saudi Arabia and China, and some investments from Russia, but definitely beyond 20%, which would meet the threshold criteria for construction. Additionally, another set of language in here that I find extremely concerning from non-intended consequential outcomes is including any source code of such application by means of a marketplace, including an online mobile application store, through which users within the land or maritime borders of the United States may access, maintain, or upgrade. So that would mean source code applications and core source code functions for operating systems like Debian operating systems and Ubuntu, including things like Microsoft, Docker, and a lot of other technology that's driving a lot of our technological advantages, are going to be negatively impacted by this because a lot of the open source contributors are from China and Russia.
Zach, did you just raid out?
Yeah.
No, I didn't just raid out.
Oh,
okay.
Also, Stella, a list of books that were burned by the Nazis and banned by them for reading all works by Albert Einstein, not trans or homo or porno. All Quiet on the Western Front, Bambi, The Time Machine by H.G. Wells, Metamorphosis by Frank Kafka, all works by Dostoevsky.
They burned Bambi?
They burned Bambi.
They burned Bambi.
Jesus.
All works by Ernest Hemingway.
Bambi can't catch a break, man. First his mom, then his dad, and now him.
He's got to Bambi's got to go fight the fucking Nazis and shit now. What?
Yep, the
Zach,
Wolf was not allowed. To Build a Fire by Jack London. The Invisible Man.
To Build a Fire by Jack London. God, that story fucking sucks.
I know. Maybe that's why they burned it.
Hang on. This is a personal pet peeve of mine, so I just have to fucking go on it for a second. To Build a Fire by Jack London is one of the dumbest goddamn stories I've ever fucking read. And do you fucking know why? Do you fucking know why, ladies and gentlemen? Because the entire fucking story hinges on a guy's foot falling through the ice in the dead of winter in the far north of the North American continent. Do you know what that means? That means that ice was several fucking feet thick, and his foot supposedly fell through, forcing him to undergo emergency fucking measures to stay alive, when in reality, he couldn't have gotten through that fucking ice if his literal fucking life depended on it. It's the dumbest goddamn story I've ever fucking heard of, and it's for some reason considered an American classic. Fuck that guy!
Zach, is it weird to eat pizza with ranch?
What?
And
That's like
I'm his wife. But yeah.
It's fine by me.
Is it weird to eat pizza with ram?
What?
Ranch.
Yes, it's disgusting.
That's absolute heresy.
What?
No,
use garlic butter like a normal fucking heathen.
Or marinara sauce.
Don't
Marinara
listen
sauce
to
also
those
acceptable.
whores. Don't listen to those whores. You put your ranch sauce on that freedom pizza every fucking day you want.
I mean, do what you want, yeah.
And your pineapple and your hot sauce, but just know we will judge you by every extreme you could possibly imagine.
It's delicious. It gives it sort of tangy. It gives it tanginess.
The fuck?
So apparently, also all works by Sigmund Freud were also
No surprise
banned
there.
and burned.
There's no surprise there. Yeah, I could see that.
Freud
one.
was a Jew.
Freud was strange.
Hey,
Yeah.
Zach,
All
Zach,
works
I have kind of
by Franz and Frank Kafka.
Grumple,
were
I will
burned.
kill you.
Well,
What about
works by
Nietzsche?
Jews were not allowed.
You mean Nietzsche?
You mean Nietzsche?
Is
I'm
it Nietzsche?
looking
Yeah.
to see
sorry.
if he's on the
I butcher
list.
his name every time.
He's probably on here. Marcel Proust.
The hell is that?
Da-da-da.
That's like
He
a
was,
chibi Harry Potter. What is that?
He was like a obscure French novelist.
Hey,
Bertolt
Falinor.
Brecht.
What's up?
Oh my God, Bertolt Brecht.
We're raiding out.
Also-
Are you gonna be free after this?
Yeah, we could chill.
I was hoping to catch your ear for a few minutes. All right, everyone.
Yep.
We're raiding out. We're going to Miss Flex's chat. She is non-political, so please don't talk politics or religion or anything like that. She is a gamer who dresses in cool cosplay and so,
murders people apparently, which is awesome.
She is hot as hell.
Yeah, she is a pretty good-looking gal. So that's what we're gonna do. We're raiding out for the night. It's been a pleasure. I got way too loud and I probably woke up Joel, so now I'm an asshole.